Chapter 119 The Black-Eyed Deathbringer. I had been so engrossed in examining Thibu cleft behind by Daoist Pingyuan, eager town cover the origin soft he seductive spirit, that I had not noticed le Po-xiao and Kuazaping had begun to examine Daoist Pingyuan's corpse. What emboldened them so suddenly? Just moments ago, they had been filled with dread at the sight of Huel preserved body, and now they hate approach the coffin, pointing at the corpse and even taking the heavenly seal from it. During his lifetime, Daoist Pingyuan weighs a formidable figure, who imprisoned the seductive spirit to hint this coffin, sacrificing his own lefeto suppress it, thereby ensuring their mutual destruction. He recognized their roar of his ways, fearing that the spirit could arm the innocent Marie. Wick prompted a harsh decision that the kaitozi aling, the spirit was the very heavenly self he had just taken. Notably was the heavenly seal capable of sealing the seductive spirit, who titles it contained for cest hat could suppress Daoist Pingyuan himself. He had transformed into a form of evil to bring the seductive spirit under control. Before whereved, he had warned Devirion not to touch anything within Thice underground palace. Yether was le Po-xiao, inexplicably brazen, taking the heavenly seal. He had hoped that the corpse restraining talisman he had drawn with my own blood would be sufficient to hold Daoist Pingyuan at bay. But a me horror, has suddenly opened his eyes deep, dark pulsec suiting Ganaminasora, and this expression twisted into a grotesque westernal. The previous lie fading white hair began to grow back upon astonishing great. Black-eyed and white-haired, doomed to death. My master had on to read these words. It me at the tanny corpse whose eye sterned black and develop head white hair ways almost certain lie a harbinger of death, with little hoppa for survival. At that moment, found Mijolf mirror steps away from the transformed Daoist Pingyuan, watching with dreadicious body underwent a disturbing transformation. Miscalptingled with fear, and accursely Po-xiao's ancestry in mind. With the situation spiraling out of control, I acted on instinct. I first shoved Daoist Pingyuan's body, then kicked him squarely in the chest. Hemmerly shuddered at the impact, while he was jolted backwards several steps. At that moment, Daoist Pingyuan's body fell tasher dastone. There was not a meet upon survival was a mainly priority. He turned to see Uncle Husey urging Theather sto klimbutoft a pit above. However, the exit was small, and Theckrod was panicking, moving jevenmersely. I caught sight Sif quasi outongmerging from the hole first, but le Po-xiao had slipped and fallen a thexit, blocking jever yon behind him. Stop dawdling. Get outside. Issue tedded with urgency. Master, be careful. Uncle Husey, at the back off the lean, yelled back, glancing at me with fear in his eyes. He quickly looked back at Daoist Ping. In a moment's time, he had transformed dramatically his body now, cover red and white hair, Heise's blacker thanink, and dast off earsily protruding fangs, made Heimel them horrifying. With a sudden roar, halunged at him. Truly, fears do come to pass. In this dire moment, only I could confront the blacky doth bring a reverionil scood flay, but I could not dot if I abandon ship, those trapped behind the whole wood like clipperish. Resolute, it gritted me teeth and summoned forth heavenly scale, lunging toward the blacky doth bringer. Yet, before I cold reach him, this twisted creature leaped toth the air and lung a direct lie at me. He had no to me to evade his striky foul wind bore down upon me as Daoist Pingyuan. No the deathbringer, thrust me to the ground, sending me heavenly scale flying far from my grasp. In that instant, it felt as if a mountain had crushed me, and my breath caught in my throat. The situation worsened as the blacky dothbringer peened escaping maw, aiming to sink his teeth in Tomanek, his breath reeking of fro and decay. It was over. My master's words rang true encountering the blacky dothbringer me on Serta in death. It appeared Malif would come to an end here. Master! At the critical moment, Uncle Hughes roared, appearing demeaned, gripping the creature share with a strength, desperate pulling back. Thanks to Uncle Hughes' intervention, the deathbringer missed my throat. However, the creature a Siemens a la powerfulets, rancid maw continued twanch closer to my neck. Master.im. I can hold on. Uncle Hughes gasped, his face flashed in veins bulging gaseous struggled to keep the deathbring ray bay. Realizing I had a chance at Oserviv, Ikikli Friedahandan began to perform Thethindrishan seals. Execute a 3 rapid layer soft spells, chanting the incantation for the powerful triple thunder technique. At my most desperatement, my latent potential way cyanided. This spell, which typically required some me to prepare, was no complete debling kofani. With crackling energy at my fingertips, he directed my hand toward the blacky dothbringer's forehead. With her sounding crash, A brilliant lighter up Ted from the Deathbringer as if a massive truck had struck him, sending his body flying backward. Uncle Hugh's stumble dan felt a theg round as Iro led to Miffy Tand hurried Lepa led hum up. Run! Ilkachup! Urged him. Master, be careful. Uncle Hughes nodded, knowing the urgency of the moment he could not face Thisville creature. With a quick warning, Uncle Hughes had a shed toward the Buthelf Wather. He halted, glancing back at him. Confused, it turned to see Zipping still hadn't medite out. Theexit's blocked. That scoundrelly Po-xiao's a let it after going up. I can't pashitapin. Gwaziping cursed. My mind drilled with anxiety and couldn't Po-xiao see thighs, was placing us in mortal danger. Uncle Hughesy Hassanto's tone slab, pushing with all his might, beautitooled budge. Master, we can't get out. Something heaviest blockin' jit, he exclaimed anxiously. Chapter 120 Finding a Way Out. I couldn't wasti another moment that Blackie Dothbringer Hadrasanane wafter being blasted back be me triple thunder attack. This creature ruis no simplefode with the exit sealed Billy Po-xiao, aside from Guaxiaodong, vor retropaden these underground palace. As the others fold, Guaxiaotong had an advertent lie left their phone behind, still shining brightly in the dimness of the dungeon. The Blackie Deathbringer, suddenly aware of me presence, turned its satin toward me. Int Ruth, the spirit could not see I thunted based in sensing the lift for seminating from living beings. In mib wilder meant when it manifested, had failed to recognize a this vital point. In a flash of clarity, I drew a talisman from me pocket and afficetta to Mijolf, this waste concealment talisman, designed yet to mask a living being's energy. Regrettably, it was in life effective for a brief dememer lithoburning a feign sense a stick before it failed. I had previous licensed Uncle Hughes Tutin clothing worn betheta ceased. Ast hat kuchilde personsnergi for much longer. This talisman offered minimal protection. Themamin to press the talisman against miskin. The Blackie Dothbringer momentarily paused, seeming lilosing get starget. Clearly, the strategy had worked. Yet, this distraction proved flatingasit quick clarity rectetaward gwa zipping and Dunkel Hoosie. Unlike a zombie, the Deathbringer was nimble, its body covered in white fur. Almost resembling go idiopi. Mihar traced upon realizing their complete vulnerability should they be caught. Their fate swallowed Bedbur. Acting swiftly, I dashed toward the Deathbringer, scooping up heavenly scale from the ground as it moved. As the Deathbringer approached the stairs, I swung the heavenly scale firesily at it. The artifact, bequeathed to Bimmamaster, emanated immense power. A sit struck, a golden light shimmered around it, Amaltichida frunes glowing to lift. Theblosen Theblackie Dothbringer sprawling backward, disoriented. In its confusion, it located around aimlessly, searching for him. Seizing this moment, it rushed overto Gwa zipping and Dunkelhoosie, applying the concealment talisman to Themiswell, chanting the incantation to mass their life energy. Compared to Gwa zipping, Uncle Hughesie was considerably braver. Thothaven had trembled with fear. Gwa zipping was shaking, his voice a quaking gashesta mirrored. Young Master Wu, what happened? Quitted the corpse eternitithes? Asunish spoke, Theblackie Dothbringer stratedner direction. Letingu talo grow lace charged tordus. Iputa finger tomalips, signaling forcelence. The Deathbringer, though blind, weighs a spur septivizana living bing, and if we medievant theslitis sound, it tool detectus. Gwazipping, terrified, nodded vigorously. In moments, Theblackie Dothbringer reached the stairs, putting Gasolin perilously close a quarters. Because he had placid energy concealing talisman on their bodies, the Deathbringer could not sensor presence at that moment. He pressed Mijolf against the loft underground palace, gesturing for that woof tempted doth the same. The dared not breathe, sliding against the less the Blackie Dothbringer drifted past me. It's no set which Ingasit searched for its next pre. I, too, was fearful that Gwazipping was paralyzed with fear. His legs shaking gas the Deathbringer nearly brushed against them. Heck overread his mouth, trying to shpertlito contain in his sound. As the narrow stair will en casetis, I ferret the Deathbringer would discover their presence soon. Once it passed, Iki climata miwe down he stairwell to the coffin's vicinity. Fenawisa maid caught the Deathbringer satinshin, and its swift lighter Ned tally up down he steps toward me gain. Boot when I reaket the coffin, I frozen place, motionless. Losing sight o fit stargatons again, Thedethbringer began to thrash about. wildly waving jitsum se citromed Thunderground Palace, emitting low, terrifying growls. Uncle Hugh's cautiously approached the stairwell, and I waved him back, urging him to remain still. Istifold my breath, moving gone tiptoe toward the stairway, doing everything I cold tossed a flenny noise. It felt like an eternity, but I finally reached Uncle Hugh's and gwa zipping after several agonizing minutes. At that moment, I realized McLefes were a thorough lizo a ked with sweat. The tension had been unbearable. Why pink the sweat for me bro? I saw both of them staring wide at me. E pointed awart the stone slab a thixit, suggesting gushud collective litratapa shidapin. Theno deaded in agreement, and Togather wegathered beneath the slab, raising gurrents to start pushing. Tortas may. It felt a safana nor mouse weight pressed down upon the stone night barely shifted, revealing inly a slight gap. The faint movement thinty dath a possibility of escape, but with thicrum ped spacey and dur som by ned weight, wa found it near lie impossible to exert any meaningful force. However, the noise u made caught heaton shanoff te blacky dothbringer, which immediately turned dan charge at tordus. Eke clee signaled for that woof tem ta stop. West stood there, motionless. Fortunately, Thedithbringer halted at the stairs before suming its aimless wandering throughout Underground Palace. I felt cold sweat trickle down my back, realizing gur situation could not persistent this manner. Then, inspiration struck. He pulled out my phony and compass and handed them to Gwazipping. Leaning close, he whispered, when I and Dunkel Husapushus the Neslab, if the Deathbringer comes for us, throw wadi u have it allured away. Chapter 121 Escaping from Danger. Gwazipping nodded fervent liashik septethi items from me hand. Thecum passways a triasu regift from me master, but Milif tuk proceedin si wood certain liar turned to confront the blacky dothbringer. Themeter with the seductive spirit still demanded resolution. I glanced at the Deathbringer, which continued ta circly aimlessly in Thunderground Palace. I signaled to Uncle Huzi, indicating jit wasti mito push the stone slab. Gwazipping, used tool of comfort, was no to strong as Uncle Huzian, so has stayed alert, watching the Deathbringer. Uncle Huzian die position dur selves beneath the stone slab, mustering galure strength to lifty, Uncle Hughes is facet turned crimson with exertion. Driven by our combined efforts, the slab began to shift, creating a narrow opening. Yet, these sounded co-adominously, and the blacky dothbringer snapadur way sit sprang into motion. Gwazipping trembled, fumbling clumsily, causing everything heltoful fro misgrasp. Iter neto seared flashing through me mind with tata sastro team. In an instant, the Deathbringer wassipinus, as I pushed the slab, my feet slid, and I inadvertently kicked Gwazipping's phone, sending jit flying in Tathul with a deafening crack. That phone, a gift from Zhang Yunyao, cost Murathantan Thousandayu and I fell to panga for Gretu Panit's destruction. The blacky dothbringer immediately came jet erection, rushing toward the fallen phone. Upon reaching it, the Deathbringer began clawing Gathul with sparks flying, haunting Grolsmanating from its throat. Gwazipping turned to glanciatum. Panasechadon his feature risa sherried ligathared the fallen atoms. Uncle Huzian digrit door teeth, continuing to push the slab without a moment's respite. Bit by bit, the slab moved, opening wider. With the gap created, Uncle Hughes stretch the shan stopash with renewed effort. Twice, the blacky dothbringer charged us, up in which Gwazipping remained steady, finally tossing my compass along with his phonine different direction store direct the creature residention. With a mighty arrower, Uncle Hughes jepward, flinging the stone slab aside, and moonlight cascaded in Toth underground chamber. In that moment, Eiffel test though we were being reborn under the sun. Yet as the stone slabs wung open, it create nither louden was, prompting the Deathbringer taliepitus on some more. Gwazipping Spanic surgidash shesta mirrored. I have no thing left to throw. As the creature advanced said rapidly. I didn't think twice. I kicked off Mishu and derledito ward thul, producing his harp slap that indiverteth the blacky dothbringer satinshin. Go. Quickly, urged Uncle Huzi. Without hesitation, heli apt toward the opening, and knifeload soot, propelling Gwazipping ahead. As Zipished Gwazipping upward, the creature lunged tordus, closingen and thesters. Before I cold look back, I'd shed toward Theaning. Outside, both Uncle Huzi and Gwazipping reached out simultaneously, grasping firmly and pulling me to safety. As it tumbled out, The horrifying visage Teblaki doth bringer loomed in the opening. Its white fur-covered face sending chills down me spine. With everything we had outside, yet tainth heavenly scale, my master's most valuable artifact, unwilling tolositevana coast off my life. Despothethium enenthriat, I summoned misstrength hand swung the heavenly scale, striking the death bringer squarianthifis. Aplumio of smoke hiruped head from the impact, and the revolting creature staggered back. At that instant, Uncle Hughessecu read the stone back in position, sealing off Thexatonsmary. Composing myself, I looked around and realized that a heftastone weighing at least 1,200 pounds lay beside slab, likely the reason we had struggled to move. Now Undrathad being so heavy were realizable toe lifty. I collapsed onto ground, utterly drained from the ordeal. Uncle Hughesy and Gwazipping sat nearby, equally shaken, gasping for breath. After commotion, Theblaki doth bring a realized could not breach the stone slab and quickly settled down. It wasn't that tire called the sequencio events Gwazia tong hademerjed first, followed Billy Po-xiao, huzzled Thexat short lie after. Where had Gwazia tongon? Anxiety sizedmiazai pondered li poxia sudden actions. Where is Gwaxiaodong? I asked it aloud. Up in hearing this, Gwazipping's expression shifted drastically. Yes, where's me daughter? Happened his gazy around, searching for an signifer. Don't panic, she might be outside. I reassured him, rising Tommy feet. Uncle Hughesy and Gwazipping quickly followed my lead. Outside the three-story tower, I spotted a figure sprawled on the ground, closely resembling Gwaxiaodong. Rushing over, I lifted Hirantam Yarmsan checked her pulse. Tong tong, wathapaned toyu. Gwazipping exclaimed, his facefull with fear at the sight of facing conscious daughter. Don Twara Shesmer lifted. I comforted him. As he pressed down on Haraku point, Gwaziauta gradually stirred back to consciousness. When she woke, confusion flickered in her gazius hito ok in her surroundings. Me head hurts bad, it felt like he summione hit me from behind. She uttered. I felt a bum pont the backo fur had undoubted liar sul toffly poxius recklessness. That scoundrelly poxionerly godis'll killed. If I catch him, is where'll Mickey him pay? Uncle Hughes spat angrily. Bootwe wooldly poxieto such a thing? Wedded to fend him, Gwazipping questioned, bewildered. Perhaps it wasn't li poxio italit could have been the seductive spirit. Besides enthralling individuals, she can't possess them, solely poxia may have been influenced when hected. I surmised.
Chapter 122 He betrayed me in the current circumstances. This is the most suitable response. Beyond this, I cannot fathom any plausible motive for Li Po-xiao to intend us harm. After all, he too has been ensnared by that enchanting spirit. Should we perish, he would ultimately meet the same fate. Thus, there exists but one possibility: all of Li Po-xiao's actions are orchestrated by the spirit. This spirit is indeed omnipresent, master. What shall we do next? The spirit remains unresolved, and now there appears another creature covered in white fur, Uncle Hughesy lamented. For today, we must retreat. Upon our return, I will contemplate how to vanquish that ominous creature and simultaneously reseal the spirit. It is futile to attempt this tonight, as I need to prepare some materials, I responded. Very well, but what of Li Po-xiao? He has vanished without a trace. Could he be in peril? Gwazipping expressed his concern. Why should we concern ourselves with that scoundrel? He nearly brought about our demise, Uncle Hughesy retorted, harboring a lingering resentment towards him. Despite the fact that this situation was not his intention, he inadvertently bore responsibility for its consequences. Thus, our group stumbled down the mountain and located the vehicle parked below. Gwazipping's driver had not ascended with us, as he was tasked with watching over the car. Upon seeing us return in disarray, the driver quickly approached and inquired what on earth happened, what transpired up there. Enough questions, quickly find a nearby hotel for us to stay overnight. We must return tomorrow, Gwazipping instructed. Consequently, we all boarded Gwazipping's vehicle. At that moment, a thought struck me, and I asked the driver, did you happen to see anyone descending from the mountain? Indeed, I saw someone who appeared to be Mr. Lee. Just 5 minutes before you came down. I greeted him, but he ignored me and vanished into a thicket. I found it odd that he did not descend with you, the driver replied. Upon hearing this, we exchanged glances, realizing that Li Po-xiao, possessed by the spirit, had never truly left. He had been observing our every move from the mountainside. We chose not to dwell on this unsettling revelation. After a night of turmoil, we were all utterly exhausted and urged the driver to find us accommodations. Po-xiao, perhaps suffering from a mild concussion, was plagued by dizziness and soon fell into a deep slumber shortly after getting into the car. Guoziping, too, was yawning incessantly, having gone far too long without a proper rest. After an hour's drive, we arrived at a nearby town, the night already deep. I requested the driver to secure a large room for us, fearing any unforeseen incidents. Thus, we all decided to share a room for mutual safety, given that the spirit's threat remained unresolved. This town, of course, boasted no fine inns, and the driver finally managed to find a modest abode with 2 bedrooms. As Po-xiao was a young lady, she was assigned to a separate room, while the driver settled in the living area. Uncle Huzi, Guoziping, and I squeezed into one room. After consuming the food the driver had procured and completing our basic hygiene routines, fatigue overcame us. Uncle Huzi, visibly anxious, asked, "Master, if we fall asleep, will the spirit not come after us?" It is hard to say. Currently, her primary focus is on controlling Po-xiao, and she may not have the energy to pursue us. However, we should strive to stay awake. If she does come, it would be particularly troublesome, especially for Mr. Guo, who has been entangled with the spirit for quite some time. We must ensure he does not enter your dreams, it could cost him his life, Bai cautioned Guoziping. With a sigh, Guoziping rubbed his eyes and said, "Young Master Wu, I truly cannot endure this any longer. I have not had a proper sleep in days, I could fall asleep even among the dead." Seeing his exhaustion, it was clear he could no longer hold out. If this continued, he might succumb to fatigue even without the spirit's interference. "Uncle Huzi, do we still have that mortuary garment we purchased previously?" I inquired. "Yes, I believe I left it in Mr. Guo's vehicle," Uncle Huzi replied. "Fetch it for Mr. Guo to wear, it should suffice for the night," I instructed. Uncle Huzi obliged and went downstairs to retrieve the garment, dressing Guoziping in it. This shroud, worn by the deceased, could potentially shield him from the spirit's influence. However, I remained uneasy. Thus, I set up a protective array beside Guoziping's bed, inscribing several talismans, exorcism, protective, and spirit-capturing charms. Once arranged, the talismans radiated light, enveloping our sleeping quarters in a protective aura. I could not ascertain whether this would deter the spirit, but I had no alternative. I resolved to remain vigilant and watch over Guoziping through the night. After donning the shroud, Guoziping fell into a deep slumber, snoring so loudly it could likely be heard from the next room. Uncle Huzi, too, was weary, dozing off on the bed. Today, he had exerted considerable effort, and seeing him in this state stirred my conscience. "Uncle Huzi, you should rest as well, I will keep watch over you," I suggested. "Young master, will you be able to manage?" "Perhaps you should rest, I can keep an eye out," Uncle Huzi murmured, battling sleep. "No need, as a practitioner, I can endure," I assured him. Before I could finish, Uncle Huzi slumped into slumber where he sat. I shook my head with a wry smile, settling into a cross-legged position on the bed, closing my eyes to meditate. Though not asleep, this state would allow me to rapidly restore my energy, proving more effective than mere rest. As the sounds of their snoring filled the room, I remained motionless, my mind wandering through myriad thoughts. Gradually, images of the Daoist temple and the figure of the esteemed Master Pingyuan surfaced in my consciousness. Beside him stood the enchanting spirit, both smiling at me. Suddenly, the spirit began to approach, her expression shifting to one of sorrow as tears cascaded down her beautiful face. "Why, I only wished to be with him, yet he has betrayed me. My heart aches," she lamented, reaching out to gently caress my cheek as she drew nearer. In that moment, the image of the 9-tailed fox flashed in my mind, jolting me awake. I opened my eyes to find the spirit hovering outside the window, her gaze fixed intently upon me. Chapter 123. Return to the underground crypt. Perhaps it was due to my overwhelming fatigue, but at some point, I drifted off into slumber, only to find myself once again ensnared in the beguiling dreams of the spirit. However, just at the crucial moment, the 8-tailed fox within me roused me from my stupor. Upon glancing out the window, I beheld the spirit hovering outside. This was on the 5th floor, and the ethereal figure appeared exceedingly eerie. She did not enter the room, clearly wary of the protective array I had established within. I gazed intently at the spirit, and she returned my stare. We held this gaze for a good 2 or 3 minutes before her figure gradually faded away, ultimately vanishing into thin air. Taking a deep breath, I cast a glance at Guoziping and Uncle Huzi, who were peacefully asleep on the bed, undisturbed by the spirit's presence. With that, I felt a sense of relief. The sky outside had brightened, yet our troubles remained unresolved. Not only were they unresolved, but an additional malevolent entity with black eyes and a white visage had emerged, which left me feeling quite disheartened. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. I approached and opened it, revealing Po-xiao standing at the threshold. What brings you here? I inquired. I just wanted to check if my father is all right, she replied. He's fine. Still fast asleep, I assured her. That's a relief. I'll go buy breakfast for you all. Guo Tong flashed me a smile before adding, young Master Wu, I cannot thank you enough. You've been tirelessly running around for my father's sake, and you nearly lost your life in the process. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. As she spoke, Guo Tong surprisingly embraced me briefly before turning and dashing away, leaving me feeling somewhat bewildered. If she wished to express her gratitude, a generous monetary gift would suffice, especially since my master had set a modest goal of 10 million for me. Returning to the room, I inspected the protective array I had previously established. To my astonishment, it bore signs of disturbance. The spirit had indeed visited last night, as evidenced by the significant damage to over half of the runes I had inscribed. The might of this spirit exceeded my expectations. If this continued, controlling her would become increasingly challenging, and I needed to reseal her as swiftly as possible. After a while, Guo Ziping and Uncle Huzi finally awoke. Guo Ziping appeared considerably more spirited than the previous day, yet his eyes revealed an unmistakable fear. He approached me and said, young Master Wu, I dreamt of the spirit again last night. I did too, chimed in Uncle Huzi from the side. What transpired? I asked. In my dream, the spirit stood directly across from me, gazing intently while weeping, beckoning me to come closer. I was so frightened that I couldn't move. I am genuinely terrified of her, Guo Ziping confessed, his voice trembling. I felt the same way, Uncle Huzi echoed in agreement. Such occurrences were within my expectations. Due to the protective array I had set up, the spirit could not fully breach it, thus remaining unable to approach Uncle Huzi and Guo Ziping. However, should they venture to seek her out, the situation would undoubtedly change. Fortunately, they had not fallen under the spirit's spell. Uncle Huzi, let us prepare ourselves. After dark, we must return to that place to eliminate the black-eyed white fiend and simultaneously reseal the spirit, I instructed. Must we go back? Guo Ziping replied with a hint of trepidation, recalling how he had nearly perished there the previous night. It is imperative. Until the spirit is vanquished, we shall know no peace, and should that black-eyed white fiend escape the crypt, the consequences would be dire, I stated firmly. Young master, just say the word, and I shall act, Uncle Huzi responded. Shortly, you will need to procure several items. A few bottles of white vinegar, as well as firecrackers, red string, vermilion powder, and black dog blood, I instructed. Young master, I understand the vermilion powder and black dog blood are for dealing with the black-eyed white fiend, but what purpose do the white vinegar and firecrackers serve? Are we planning to celebrate our victory over the fiend with firecrackers afterward? Uncle Huzi inquired curiously. Do not question it now, I will explain in due course, I replied. After rising, we quickly washed up and enjoyed the breakfast Guo Tong had purchased. Uncle Huzi then set off to gather the items I had requested. By the time he returned with everything, it was already mid-afternoon. The other items were relatively easy to procure, yet the black dog blood proved elusive. Uncle Huzi scoured several dog markets before finding a pure black dog, and he refrained from allowing the vendor to slaughter it. The rationale behind selecting such a dog was that its blood, rich in young energy, would effectively counter the black-eyed white fiend. Additionally, I had Guo Ziping summon 2 individuals to stand guard outside the dilapidated temple, ensuring that the events of the previous night would not repeat themselves. I was apprehensive that Po-xiao might sneak in and seal the entrance while we were in the crypt. Caution is the mother of safety. Once all preparations were complete, we were ready to set off. Guo Tong insisted on accompanying us, but we firmly refused. Her presence would not contribute to our efforts and would only serve to distract us, leaving us with no energy to attend to her. Reluctantly, Guo Tong remained at the hotel to await our return. We departed in 2 vehicles, heading straight for the crumbling temple. As we passed the location of yesterday's incident, I noticed that Guo Tong's car had vanished, likely towed away. Upon reaching the temple, darkness had already begun to envelop the sky. The decision to act at night was primarily due to the spirit, having caused the demise of many. She had grown increasingly powerful and possessed a keen intelligence. She would undoubtedly wait for a moment advantageous to her before making her move, and she would seldom reveal herself during the day. In truth, daytime would be the most suitable for confronting the black-eyed white fiend, as that malevolent entity feared the sunlight. However, the crypt lay shrouded in darkness beneath the tower, and sunlight could not penetrate, rendering both day and night similarly ineffective against the fiend unless the tower was dismantled to allow sunlight to flood the crypt. Once again, the three of us approached the entrance to the underground crypt located within the three-story tower. The two individuals summoned by gossiping remained outside, standing guard. Ordinary people have seldom encountered such evil entities as the black-eyed white fiend, and I did not expect them to offer any assistance. Having already witnessed the events of the previous night, we three were somewhat prepared. Standing at the crypt's entrance, Uncle Huzi rubbed his hands together and looked to me, saying, "Young master, shall we proceed to open it?" "Open it," I commanded. Uncle Huzi and gossiping worked together to shift the large stone atop the slab and gently lifted the stone cover. Instantly, a foul stench emanated from the crypt, yet there was not a sound to be heard from within. Chapter 124. An unexpected turn of events. At this moment, the creature known as the black-eyed white fiend is likely still deep in slumber. However, I dare not let my guard down for even a moment. Thus, I affixed a concealment charm to each of them, cautioning, this charm will only be effective for a brief period of approximately 10 minutes. During this time, the black-eyed white fiend will be unable to perceive our life force and young energy. Therefore, we must subdue it within this time frame. Do you have confidence in this endeavor? Master, our confidence hinges solely on you. We are merely here to assist, replied Uncle Huzi. Momentarily at a loss for words, I ceased my chatter and activated the concealment incantation, leading the way down into the crypt below. The interior of the crypt was enveloped in darkness, prompting me to open my celestial eye and gaze downward. Soon, I beheld the stone coffin standing within the crypt. However, the black-eyed white fiend was conspicuously absent. After scanning the surroundings, a sense of unease gripped me. Had the creature already departed? Yet, upon our entrance, the exit of the crypt had been sealed, identical to when we had arrived. It appeared untouched. I paused on the steps, while Uncle Huzi and gossiping closely followed, visibly tense. They exchanged bewildered glances, silently inquiring about the creature's whereabouts. I gestured for them to maintain proximity, simultaneously retrieving a bottle of white vinegar, which I grasped firmly in my hand. Before long, I arrived at the side of the stone coffin. The lid remained ajar. Resting beside it, peering inside, I was astonished to find the black-eyed white fiend standing within, its eyes tightly shut in slumber. Uncle Huzi and gossiping joined me, and the sight of the creature reignited their profound fear. Uncle Huzi placed his flashlight in a corner and shot me a glance, silently asking for guidance on our next move. I produced the red rope that Uncle Huzi had procured. It had been soaked in black dog blood and vermilion powder, rendering it highly effective against the black-eyed white fiend. This nylon rope was remarkably sturdy. Should we bind the creature with it, escape would be impossible, and I would have my means to seal it. I handed one end of the soaked rope to Uncle Huzi, and we stealthily approached the black-eyed white fiend. Thanks to the concealment charms we wore, it remained oblivious to our presence. Just as Uncle Huzi and I were on the verge of reaching the creature, an unforeseen event transpired. A mobile phone belonging to one of us suddenly rang, its shrill tone echoing ominously in the expansive crypt. The black-eyed white fiend, awakened from its slumber, abruptly opened its eyes and leaped out of the coffin. With the red rope in hand, Uncle Huzi and I were poised to act, but as the creature emerged, it was swiftly ensnared by the rope. Upon contact, a plume of white smoke erupted from its body, exuding a nauseating stench, and it was violently propelled back, crashing against the stone coffin with a thunderous crash. Frustration welled within me. We could have subdued the black-eyed white fiend quietly, but in this crucial moment, we had inadvertently roused it. Gossiping, in a state of panic, retrieved his phone and, upon glancing at the screen, exclaimed in terror, It's a call from Po-xiao. It seemed that the spirit had been manipulating Po-xiao to surveil us, fully aware of our return to the crypt. At this critical juncture, she had chosen to interfere again, much to my chagrin. No longer able to dwell on the situation, I shouted, Uncle Huzi, do your utmost to bind it with the rope. Together, we charged towards the black-eyed white fiend. Seizing the opportunity as it collided with the stone coffin, we lunged forward with the rope, swiftly wrapping it around the creature. As the rope made contact, white smoke billowed forth, and the creature emitted a cacophony of pained howls. I maneuvered around, determined to secure its bindings. However, the black-eyed white fiend's strength was overwhelming. Despite being ensnared, it surged forward, causing both Uncle Huzi and me to stumble precariously. In a sudden turn, the creature evaded the rope and lunged towards me. I hastily discarded the rope and retreated a few paces, retrieving the open bottle of white vinegar, which I hurled at the black-eyed white fiend. Upon impact, a cloud of white vapor erupted, akin to a bucket of scalding water being poured over it. The creature howled in agony, flailing its arms wildly. I recalled my master's teachings. The black-eyed white fiend is particularly vulnerable to white vinegar, which can corrode its white fur and significantly diminish its power, prompting me to prepare this remedy in advance. Without allowing the creature a moment to react, I produced a string of firecrackers from my belongings, igniting them and tossing them into a corner of the crypt. The firecrackers detonated with a series of explosive sounds. The black-eyed white fiend, drawn to the commotion, dashed towards the source of the noise. "Quickly, throw the vinegar at it," I urged loudly, hearing my call. Uncle Huzi and Gozipping swiftly retrieved their bottles of white vinegar, uncapping them and hurling the contents at the black-eyed white fiend. As the vinegar splashed against its foam, dense white smoke enveloped it, causing the creature to writhe on the ground in torment. I tossed another string of firecrackers, further enraging the black-eyed white fiend, which rose and charged once more toward the sound. At this moment, I had retrieved the red rope once again and beckoned Uncle Huzi to join me as we rushed towards the creature. Meanwhile, Gozipping had not been idle. He had already opened several bottles of white vinegar in preparation. Before long, Uncle Huzi and I reached the black-eyed white fiend, wrapping the rope, soaked in vermilion powder and black dog blood, around it multiple times. Despite its immense strength and relentless struggles, we persisted, entwining the rope around it again and again. Just as our strength began to wane, Gozipping relentlessly bombarded the creature with bottle after bottle of white vinegar. Chapter 125. Sealing the 7 orifices, cutting the connection. As the saying goes, preparedness averts peril. During our first encounter, we were nearly annihilated by the fearsome creature known as the black-eyed white fiend. However, this time, we were thoroughly prepared. Although the situation was still fraught with danger, we ultimately succeeded in subduing the black-eyed white fiend, primarily due to the efficacy of white vinegar. I had heard from my master that white vinegar significantly restrains the black-eyed white fiend, continuously diminishing its strength. After dousing the creature with 7 or 8 bottles of white vinegar, I observed that its white fur had been corroded away and its struggles weakened considerably. In the interim, Uncle Huzi and I used red cords soaked in black dog's blood and vermilion to bind the black-eyed white fiend tightly, wrapping it in layers until it resembled a large zongzi. Though it continued to writhe, it no longer posed a substantial threat to us. Finally, I gathered the ropes and tied a special knot that would prevent even the most extraordinary escape. This knot, shaped like a rune specifically designed to confine the black-eyed white fiend, ensured its entrapment. After completing this laborious task, both Uncle Huzi and I were utterly exhausted, collapsing beside the subdued creature, gasping for breath. Gozipping, too, felt a sense of relief, still holding a bottle of white vinegar he had intended to throw. The 3 of us exchanged smiles, sharing a sense of survival after the ordeal. "Young master, this creature is finally under control. What shall we do next?" Uncle Huzi inquired after catching his breath. "Although it is subdued, it remains in the form of the black-eyed white fiend. I must restore it to its original state and return it to the coffin. After that, we can only wait for the alluring spirit to appear, as this is the very place of its manifestation, and we must seal it here once more," I replied, rising to approach the black-eyed white fiend. Bound securely, the creature's white fur had mostly eroded away, yet it still bore a menacing visage, with sharp fangs and claws intact. As I drew near, it opened its mouth wide, attempting to bite me. I instructed Uncle Huzi to rise and assist me in restraining the creature's head from behind. From my bag, I retrieved the prepared vermilion and stuffed some into the fiend's mouth, while also sealing its eyes, nose, and ears with the vermilion. By sealing its 7 orifices, I severed all connections between the black-eyed white fiend and the outside world. Sealing the 7 orifices and cutting the connection would dissipate the corpse's malevolent energy, preventing it from rising from the dead. After a few minutes, I observed that the white fur of the black-eyed white fiend had entirely faded, and its fangs and sharp claws had retracted, returning to its previous form. However, after this tumultuous ordeal, the old Daoist no longer retained his former grandeur, now emanating a pungent odor. Together with Uncle Huzi, we carefully placed the corpse of Master Pingyuan back into the coffin. Despite having been deceased for over a century, the body was remarkably well preserved, neither decayed nor disintegrated. Exceedingly heavy. We exerted considerable effort to return Master Pingyuan's body to the stone coffin. Although the body now appeared normal, I refrained from untying the ropes soaked in vermilion and black dog's blood. Gazing at the body within the coffin, I bowed respectfully and said solemnly, "Master Pingyuan, I will not release the ropes binding you, for fear of unforeseen consequences. You have committed a grave error due to momentary greed, resulting in the emergence of this malevolent spirit. Now that this spirit has resurfaced to wreak havoc, leading to further loss of life, I have come to reseal it here, utilizing your precious resting place." With that, I bowed once more to the corpse. Uncle Huzi, with a scoff, remarked, "Young master, why show such courtesy to a man long dead? Had it not been for him, this spirit would not be so malevolent. Regardless, Master Pingyuan is my predecessor. After all, we share the same Daoist lineage, making it only proper to pay my respects," I replied. Young Master Wu, with this evil being dealt with, what shall we do about the alluring spirit? Guo Ziping asked. We can only wait for it to appear again. Mr. Guo, if you feel tired now, find a place to rest. Once you fall asleep, I suspect the alluring spirit will manifest in your dreams once more, at which point I shall confine it here and seal it away, I explained. But what if the alluring spirit does not come? Uncle Huzi interjected. That is highly unlikely. Once the alluring spirit attaches itself to someone, it becomes a relentless pursuit, I assured him. Strangely enough, I slept exceptionally well last night. I haven't slept so soundly in over a month, so I don't feel particularly sleepy tonight, Guo Ziping lamented. Don't worry. We can wait. As long as you can fall asleep before dawn, there is no hurry. I still need to set up some arrangements in this underground palace. If the alluring spirit comes, it must not be allowed to escape again, I stated. With that, I retrieved the vermilion and black dog's blood that Uncle Huzi had prepared, along with a few drops of my own blood mixed. My master mentioned that my fate was unique, and being a practitioner of the arts, my blood could inherently restrain malevolent entities. Combining these three exorcistic substances would create a powerful protective barrier. I stirred the mixture and began to inscribe runes upon the walls of the underground palace using a brush, stepping in specific patterns and reciting various incantations to set up a spirit confinement array. After 2 arduous hours, I had completed the array. The process had drained me considerably, leaving me drenched in sweat and breathless, so I found a spot to sit and recuperate my spiritual energy. Tonight, Guo Ziping seemed overly tense, his eyes wide open, showing no signs of drowsiness. I said nothing more, taking incense from my bag and lighting it in a corner of the underground palace, firmly placing it in the ground. Then, holding the remaining incense, I addressed the two of them. You both stay here in the underground palace while I go outside to place these incense sticks. What are you doing with the incense? Uncle Huzi asked. This is soul-attracting incense, designed to lure the alluring spirit. The scent is highly enticing to it, I elucidated. With that, I carried the lit incense and made my way outside the underground palace. Once outside, I placed a stick of incense near the small tower. Just as I was about to place another stick in the dilapidated temple, I suddenly sensed something amiss. The 2 individuals Guo Ziping had summoned seemed to have vanished. Chapter 126. The trap. When I first arrived here, I had specifically instructed Guo Ziping to summon 2 individuals to guard the entrance of the underground palace, to prevent Po-xiao, who had been possessed by a seductive spirit, from causing chaos. However, despite all precautions, we were nearly thwarted just moments ago. As Uncle Huzi and I were preparing to deal with the black-eyed, white-fanged creature, Po-xiao suddenly called Guo Ziping, startling that creature and almost leading to our demise. At this moment, while I was placing the soul-guiding incense, I glanced toward the courtyard and noticed that the 2 individuals summoned by Guo Ziping were conspicuously absent. What could have happened? Had they deserted their post? Surely, with Guo Ziping's stature as a significant figure, the people he enlisted would not be so unreliable. Contemplating this, I secured the incense stick and made my way into the courtyard, searching and scanning the surroundings. Upon stepping outside the temple, I quickly spotted a figure lying amidst the rubble. Rushing over, I focused my gaze and recognized one of Guo Ziping's men. Checking for breath, I confirmed he was alive, albeit with a fresh pool of blood at the back of his head, indicating a recent ambush. I retrieved some healing ointment from my belongings and applied it to his wound to staunch the bleeding. Then, I pinched his acupoint to awaken him. He soon stirred, looking at me with a dazed expression. Big brother, what is going on? He queried. I'm not certain. I was standing here when I suddenly heard someone call my name. I took a few steps forward, and then it felt as though someone struck me on the back of the head, and I lost consciousness, he replied weakly. Can you still move? I inquired. I should be fine, just a bit of a headache. I didn't see who attacked me, he said, displaying a look of frustration as I helped him to his feet. What about the other person who was with you? I asked. He was right here with me, less than 5 meters away. He might have chased after the one who ambushed me, he explained. In which direction did they go? I pressed. I blacked out. I have no idea, he lamented. Stay put against the wall, don't move around. I'll look for him nearby, I instructed. As I scanned the area, I suddenly noticed a dark figure concealed within some nearby brush. Although the night was dark, my night vision was exceptionally keen, allowing me to discern the surroundings clearly. Spotting the shadow, I quickened my pace in pursuit. This dilapidated temple was perched halfway up a mountain, which was neither particularly high nor low, accessible by a single winding path. The shadow I had seen darted toward another location further up the slope. The terrain was treacherous, and after chasing for a brief distance, the figure vanished from sight. However, judging by the silhouette, I suspected it resembled Po-xiao. It was evident that Guoziping's subordinate had been ambushed by him. His actions were a deliberate attempt to thwart my sealing efforts. The seductive spirit cannot directly influence humans but can affect them through dreams or enchanting powers, compelling them to act. Presently, Po-xiao was under the spirit's control, his actions entirely beyond his volition. After pursuing for some time, I found myself in desolate wilderness, with no sign of Po-xiao. Just then, I faintly heard someone calling for help. Help me. The voice seemed distant, heightening my alertness. I drew my tianpeng rod and swiftly moved toward the source of the sound. Before long, I arrived at the edge of a cliff, where I discerned that the cries emanated from below. Peering over the edge, I saw a person dangling precariously, clutching a vine, swaying dangerously as though they might fall at any moment. Instantly, I recognized them as another of Guoziping's subordinates. Upon noticing me, the individual became agitated. "Young Master Wu, please help me up, I can't hold on much longer." I regarded him warily, questioning, "How did you end up here?" "I witnessed Zhao Tong being ambushed, so I pursued the assailant. I ran all the way here, and then suddenly, the person vanished. I was pushed from behind and fell down, but thankfully I managed to grab this vine, or I would have perished. Young Master Wu, please save me," he implored. My inquiry was merely to ascertain whether he had been enchanted by the spirit. His awareness seemed intact, so I felt reassured. I stowed the tianpeng rod and leaned over the cliff, extending my hand. "Grab my hand, and I'll pull you up." He struggled to extend his hand toward me, using the vine to climb upwards. I exerted my strength to pull him closer to safety. Just as I was about to succeed in drawing him up, an ominous sensation coursed through me, my heart racing, and a cold sweat broke out on my back. This was an instinctive warning. The sixth sense of a practitioner is exceptionally acute. As I continued to pull him up, I suddenly turned my head sharply. To my dismay, I spotted Po-xiao not far behind me, brandishing a large stone high above, preparing to strike me down. The sight made me gasp in shock. I quickly rolled away from my previous position, inadvertently dragging the dangling individual a short distance to the side. The stone crashed where I had just been, creating a deep crater in the ground. The stone rebounded and tumbled down the cliff, prompting a startled cry from the man below. At that moment, Po-xiao, his face pale and twisted with a malevolent grin, declared, "You should not have meddled in this matter. You brought this upon yourself." With that, he picked up a thick wooden club and charged toward me. I felt a wave of frustration. Under normal circumstances, encountering Po-xiao, who was possessed by the spirit, would not instill fear in me. Yet, with someone clinging to my hand, I knew that if I released my grip, they would plummet to their demise below. The spirit had chosen its moment wisely, clearly orchestrating a trap designed to ensnare me. There was no time for further contemplation. Po-xiao was already swinging the club toward me. With no other option, I raised my hand to shield my head. Chapter 127. I want to end his life. Po-xiao's assault was truly merciless. He was clearly intent on taking my life. The blow landed squarely upon my arm, causing me to emit a muffled groan, and in an instant, my limb went numb, feeling as if it belonged to someone else. However, if I did not use my hands to shield my head, that stick would inevitably strike me directly, leading to far graver consequences. With one hand grasping the person dangling at the edge of the cliff, I could not afford to relinquish my grip to confront Po-xiao at this moment. Under the malevolent control of the charm spirit, Po-xiao's stick came crashing down upon me like a torrential storm. I gritted my teeth, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through my body, while desperately pulling the person upwards. In my lifetime, I had never felt so utterly humiliated. After enduring 7 or 8 relentless blows from Po-xiao, I finally seized an opportunity. As he raised the stick to strike me once more, I delivered a swift kick to his calf. Po-xiao staggered back a few steps. At that moment, summoning all my strength, I let out a fierce roar and yanked upward with all my might, pulling the person hanging over the cliff back to safety. Upon reaching solid ground, he glanced at me before launching himself at Po-xiao. This individual, a reinforcement summoned by Guoziping, was no inept fighter, clearly possessing some martial prowess. He, too, felt a deep rage. Having been pushed nearly off the cliff by Po-xiao moments ago, he now viewed him as a sworn enemy. With a fierce leap, he tackled Po-xiao, and the two engaged in a tumultuous struggle on the ground. I inhaled sharply, feeling a searing pain throughout my body, yet I could not afford to dwell on my injuries. Rising to my feet, I formed a hand seal and activated the thunderous hand technique, secretly channeling spiritual energy and reinforcing it with 3 layers of thunderous incantations before charging toward Po-xiao. Under the influence of the charm spirit, Po-xiao possessed immense strength and soon gained the upper hand, pinning Guoziping's subordinate beneath him, his hands tightly gripping the man's throat. At that moment, I maneuvered behind Li Po-xiao and, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed the 3 layers of thunder technique upon his back. As Li Po-xiao constricted the man's neck, he suddenly convulsed, his body trembling violently. Through my open celestial eye, I could see blue currents of electricity coursing across his form. In no time, a white vaporous essence escaped from his crown, fleeing into the distance. With the charm spirit vacating his body, Li Po-xiao immediately lost his source of power and staggered sideways, collapsing to the ground. Gossiping subordinate swiftly rolled over, pinning Li Po-xiao beneath him, one hand gripping his throat while the other delivered a series of sharp slaps to his face, each crack resonating crisply. This fellow was indeed ruthless. Fearing he might beat Li Po-xiao to death, I stepped forward to intervene, saying, "Enough, do not kill him. Young Master Wu, this man nearly caused my demise." "I must end him," the subordinate retorted obstinately. "It was not he who pushed you, but rather a malevolent entity that had taken possession of him," I clarified. The man stiffened, turning to me with a face full of confusion. I had little desire to elaborate further, stating simply, "Release him, I still have use for him." "Young Master Wu, has this scoundrel been possessed by a ghost?" the man inquired. "Essentially, yes," I replied. Only then did he relent, rising from atop Li Po-xiao. "Young Master Wu, I am indebted to you for saving my life. My name is Dong Jie, and I am Mr. Go's bodyguard. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask," he said earnestly. I nodded, kneeling beside Li Po-xiao. The charm spirit had tormented him for days, rendering him extremely weak. After assessing his condition, I extended a finger and pressed it against his forehead, murmuring incantations to infuse a thread of divine light into his body, allowing Li Po-xiao to gradually awaken. Upon regaining consciousness, Li Po-xiao stared at me in bewilderment before slowly rising, uttering, "Young Master Wu, where are we? How did we end up here? Were we not in the underground palace? Do you not recall the events that transpired?" I inquired. "When we were in the underground palace, I was so fatigued that I merely dozed off, and after that, I lost all awareness," Li Po-xiao explained. It then dawned on me that while I was engrossed in studying the book left by Daoist Pingyuan within the stone coffin, Li Po-xiao had fallen asleep, providing the charm spirit with the opportunity to possess him. I had not noticed any anomalies at the time. The spirit, fully aware of the location and function of the Tian gang seal within the coffin, had taken it to transform Pingyuan's corpse into the malevolent creature we now faced, intending to eliminate us within the underground palace. We had indeed come perilously close to being killed by that creature, or had we perished, the charm spirit would have grown even bolder. "What are you pretending for? It was you who pushed me off the cliff and injured my companion," Dong Jie glared at Li Po-xiao. Li Po-xiao, visibly astonished, looked to me for help. "Young Master Wu, I remember nothing. I truly do not recall committing such acts." "Stop with the pretense, or who else would it be? Look at the injuries young Master Wu bears. You are the one responsible." Dong Jie was ready to strike again. Li Po-xiao cowered behind me, his voice trembling. "Young Master Wu, I genuinely do not remember anything." "Enough, there are reasons behind this incident. Let us return, I have unfinished business," I declared, signaling for both of them to follow me back to the temple. Upon our return, we found Zhao Tong, who had accompanied Dong Jie, standing at the temple's entrance. As we approached, he immediately rushed over, demanding, "Dong Jie, who struck me just now?" "It was him," Dong Jie gestured towards Li Po-xiao. "Why the hell did you hit me? Have I offended you in any way?" Zhao Tong, known for his fiery temper, was ready to confront Li Po-xiao. Li Po-xiao clung tightly to me, trembling in fear. "This matter can wait, I will take him inside first. You two remain here and exercise caution," I instructed. The two nodded in acknowledgement, their gazes towards Li Po-xiao still brimming with hostility. Chapter 128. The arrival of the enchantress. Had it not been for Li Po-xiao's youthful vigor, the torment inflicted by the enchantress might have claimed his life long ago. However, at this moment, he appeared exceedingly feeble, trembling as he walked. He cautiously inquired from behind me, "Young Master Wu, what on earth has transpired?" "I truly cannot recall anything." I briefly recounted the events that had unfolded, and upon learning that he had nearly caused the demise of gossiping subordinates and almost put our lives in jeopardy, Li Po-xiao was left in a state of shock. As we approached the vicinity of the three-tiered tower, he suddenly hesitated, unwilling to proceed further. "Young Master Wu, I cannot believe I have committed such an act. If I descend with you, won't Mr. Go kill me?" Li Po-xiao expressed his apprehension. "Rest assured, I am here, you shall not perish. Quickly, let us descend," I urged. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately followed me into the underground palace. Uncle Hu and Go Ziping, upon seeing Li Po-xiao enter, were momentarily taken aback before rushing towards him in unison. You, Li, how dare you return, old who nearly met his end at your hands in this underground palace. I shall make it my mission to deal with you today. Uncle Hu declared, his fist poised to strike Li Po-xiao. Guo followed suit, delivering a kick in his direction. I pushed Li Po-xiao aside, avoiding their onslaught, and positioned myself in front of him, saying, "Gentlemen, please, do not be hasty." It was not Li Po-xiao who sought to harm us, but rather the enchantress that possessed him. I have since expelled her from him. Yet, he bears some responsibility. I warned him not to fall asleep, yet he succumbed to slumber. Had he remained vigilant, the enchantress would not have been able to attach herself to him. I must exact my retribution upon him, Uncle Hu retorted, his temper flaring without regard for kinship. My expression darkened as I interjected, "Enough, our priority is to confront the enchantress. This is not the time for infighting. Any grievances shall be addressed once we have dealt with her." Upon hearing this, the two men regained their composure, though their gazes towards Li Po-xiao remained less than amicable. Li Po-xiao quickly apologized, "I beg your pardon, gentlemen. I did not intend for any of this. It is all the enchantress's fault." It was then that Uncle Hu noticed the injury on my head, a result of Li Po-xiao's reckless swinging of a staff, which had left a lump on my forehead. "Young master, how did you sustain that injury?" Uncle Hu asked in astonishment. "It was inflicted by the enchantress that possessed Li Po-xiao." I succinctly recounted my previous ordeal to both of them. This revelation reignited Uncle Hu and Guo fury, and I struggled to calm them once more. "Young Master Wu, what shall we do next to deal with the enchantress?" Guo queried, shooting a glare at Li Po-xiao. "Let us wait. The enchantress will undoubtedly return. As long as she enters this underground palace, I assure you, she will not escape. Currently, Li Po-xiao is the most likely to attract her, given his weakened young energy. We must closely monitor any changes in him. I have arranged soul-attracting incense both inside and outside the palace, and I guarantee she will come tonight. If she does not appear, we shall remain here until she does," I explained. Uncle Hu and Guo turned their attention to Li Po-xiao. "Li Po-xiao, your moment to shine has arrived. If you succeed in luring the enchantress to be captured by young Master Wu, you shall have redeemed yourself, and our past grievances will be forgiven," Uncle Hu stated. "Indeed, I will do my utmost to perform well," Li Po-xiao replied, nodding earnestly, his guilt palpable. The reason I believed Li Po-xiao was most likely to attract the enchantress was that his young energy was at its nadir after being entangled with her for 2 days, rendering him most susceptible to her allure. As the night deepened, I instructed everyone to disperse within the underground palace and find a place to sit. Furthermore, I directed Li Po-xiao to remain near the coffin. Inside lay the recently subdued Bai Xiong, whose terrifying visage had faded, yet he remained a corpse nonetheless. Li Po-xiao cast a fearful glance at the bound figure of Pingyuan Zhonren within the coffin, then looked towards me, seemingly wanting to speak but ultimately fell silent. Initially, he would occasionally glance at the corpse, but after approximately half an hour, he began to yawn repeatedly, clearly succumbing to fatigue. Should he fall asleep, the enchantress would surely arrive. However, Li Po-xiao fought against slumber, struggling to keep his eyes open. The soul-attracting incense in the underground palace had extinguished, prompting me to light 2 more sticks, placing them in their previous positions. After another half hour, Li Po-xiao could no longer resist, drifting into a deep slumber, punctuated by his snoring. I exchanged glances with Uncle Hu and Guo, whispering, "Keep a close watch on Li Po-xiao. If he wakes again, it will signify the enchantress's arrival." They nodded in understanding, their eyes fixated on Li Po-xiao. However, after Li Po-xiao fell asleep, there were no unusual occurrences. He slumbered soundly, occasionally shifting in his sleep. I felt a twinge of confusion. Could it be that the enchantress was aware of my preparations and thus refraining from approaching? As time progressed, 2 or 3 hours slipped by. Not only were Guo and Uncle Hu weary, but I too began to feel the weight of fatigue pressing upon me. Staring at Li Po-xiao for so long had left my eyes strained. Guo, being older, was now struggling to stay awake as well. During this time, I had lit several sticks of soul-attracting incense. Just as I began to drift into drowsiness, a glance towards the corner where the incense burned revealed that the smoke, which had been rising steadily, suddenly became chaotic. A mere glance was enough to jolt me awake. The incense not only attracted the enchantress but also indicated her proximity through its erratic behavior. The disarray of the smoke signified that the enchantress was near. She must have sensed the arrangements within the underground palace, causing her to hesitate. Despite Uncle Hu and Guo weariness, I had to remain alert. I feigned ignorance, closing my eyes slightly to observe the surrounding changes. Moments later, I heard a faint rustling sound nearby, likely from Li Po-xiao. His body began to writhe restlessly, and his breathing quickened. Simultaneously, gossiping exhibited similar signs, producing strange noises akin to Li Po-xiao. I understood then that the enchantress could no longer restrain herself. The smoke from the incense in the corner grew increasingly chaotic. Chapter 129. The formation erupts. She ultimately arrived. I feigned drowsiness, narrowing my eyes into a slit as I glanced at the deeply slumbering Li Po-xiao. With my spiritual sight activated, I beheld the alluring spirit reappearing beside her. This time, the situation was markedly different. She merely stood between Guo Ziping and Li Po-xiao, and peculiar changes simultaneously manifested in both of them. Their breathing became labored, their faces flashed, and their bodies writhed restlessly. Wisps of white energy floated from their mouths and noses, converging towards the enchanting spirit. Witnessing this scene, a heaviness settled in my heart. This spirit had evidently evolved once more, her spiritual prowess significantly heightened, enabling her to siphon the vital energy and life force from the living in this manner. After a brief moment, the spirit slowly turned to face me and Uncle Hu, a strange smile curling at the corners of her lips. She suddenly raised a hand, pointing in our direction. In the next instant, I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me, followed by a chilling sensation enveloping my body. Meanwhile, Uncle Hu had succumbed to sleep, just as Li Po-xiao and the others had, the faint energy escaping from his mouth and nose towards the alluring spirit. This spirit possessed the capacity to consume the life force of multiple individuals simultaneously. The reason I felt so cold was that my own vital energy was gradually dissipating. With my spiritual sight, I could see the white energy emanating from the four of us, all drifting toward the spirit. I was not only cold but also exceedingly drowsy, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Yet, I knew that I must not succumb to sleep. If I, like the others, fell into slumber, it would spell our doom within this crypt. This was the birthplace of the spirit, her domain, where she could unleash her full power. However, there was no alternative. To reseal the spirit, it had to be done here. I fought against the overwhelming drowsiness, biting my tongue lightly to regain some semblance of alertness, then discreetly formed hand seals, silently reciting a calming mantra. After several repetitions, my fatigue lessened considerably, though I still felt the chill of my waning life force. Anyone who had laid eyes upon that portrait of a lady would inevitably find themselves ensnared by the spirit. As I regained some clarity, I suddenly snapped my eyes open and sprang to my feet, directing my gaze at the spirit. My abrupt movement startled her momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure, her captivating eyes fixed intently on me. When she turned her gaze my way, I hastily averted my eyes. Meet the spirit's gaze could lead to my enchantment once more. In the next moment, I swiftly formed the necessary seals and shouted, "Formation, arise." Upon uttering those two words, radiant golden light erupted from the walls of the crypt, runes flickering and beckoning to life. The spirit let out a piercing wail, an agonizing sound that reverberated through the chamber, as her form transformed into a swirling wisp of white energy, darting swiftly toward the crypt's entrance. Yet, she could not easily escape. After all the trouble I had gone through to subdue this malevolent entity, I was determined to keep her here today. Just as the spirit seemed poised to reach the stairs, a beam of golden light suddenly erupted from the steps, obstructing her path. In an instant, she reverted to human form and floated back into the crypt. At that moment, I had already dashed to the vicinity of the coffin, retrieving the celestial seal from within and placing it at the center of our quartet. The reason I had instructed them to disperse was that their positions corresponded to the critical nodes of the formation I had laid out to seal the spirit. As I positioned the celestial seal in our midst, the runes upon it suddenly ignited, emanating a powerful pull that drew the spirit inexorably toward it. When the Daoist Pingyuan had originally sealed the spirit, it was with this very celestial seal. This object was paramount in subduing the spirit. A look of sheer terror crossed the spirit's enchanting visage, particularly upon sighting the celestial seal. She desperately attempted to distance herself from it, yet her form was inexorably drawn closer. At this juncture, I ignited a string of firecrackers and tossed them into the crypt. With a series of explosive pops, the slumbering individuals, "Everyone, awaken and return to your original positions without moving," I urged loudly. In that moment, they all beheld the spirit being drawn toward the celestial seal. The spirit struggled mightily, as if ensnared by invisible hands, yet she continued to be pulled ever closer to the celestial seal. Under the influence of the formation, the celestial seal began to levitate, hovering above the spirit's head, radiating even more brilliant light. Ultimately, the spirit was subdued by the celestial seal, rendered immobile at the center of the crypt. "Everyone, remain seated and still in your original places. If we can endure for approximately an hour, the spirit will be resealed," I reiterated. The others regained their composure, sitting motionless on the ground, gazing in disbelief at the spirit. The celestial seal, suspended in midair, continuously generated powerful sealing energy, gradually rotating. Wisps of white energy streamed from the spirit toward the celestial seal, being consumed bit by bit. If all went as planned, in an hour's time, the spirit would once again be sealed within the celestial seal. After a moment of futile struggle, the spirit ultimately relented, falling silent. Her beautiful eyes shifted to Guo Ziping, and in the instant their gazes met, he visibly trembled. "Guogu, help me, I don't want to leave you," the spirit pleaded pitifully, looking at Guo Ziping. His throat quivered, and a hint of bewilderment clouded his eyes. "Guogu, you promised me that you would never forsake me. I will not leave you. How could you bear to let me go?" the spirit reiterated with a tone of desperation. Chapter 130 Controlling Hearts. Guo Ziping's wife passed away over a decade ago. Although he was immensely wealthy, he had no intention of remarrying, primarily for the sake of his daughter, Guo Xiaotong. He feared that if he were to take another wife, it might upset her, thus he remained single. Ever since the appearance of the enchanting spirit, she had been a frequent visitor in his dreams, providing him with considerable solace. At that time, Guo Ziping was unaware that this alluring spirit was a malevolent entity, and he found himself drawn to her charm. The spirit possessed an extraordinary ability to bewitch the heart. Her sole means of escape lay in ensnaring a specific individual within the underground palace, thereby retrieving the celestial seal that hovered above her head. The formation I had laid out was the Tiangang demon subduing array, requiring 4 individuals who had been entangled by the spirit, each to occupy a pivotal position within the formation. During the sealing process, none of the 4 could vacate their positions, otherwise, all efforts might be rendered futile. At present, under the gaze of the spirit's pitiful eyes, I noticed Guo Ziping visibly fidgeting. "Guogu, please save me," the spirit implored, extending a hand towards him, tears streaming from the corners of her mouth, embodying a sight that was truly heart-wrenching. Guo Ziping appeared to be faltering. He suddenly turned to me and asked, "Young Master Wu, is there truly no other way to spare her life?" "Mr. Guo, she is attempting to bewitch you. Pay no heed to her words, and do not leave your position, simply remain seated," I urged loudly. With a heavy sigh, Guo Ziping's expression was one of deep conflict. He closed his eyes, deliberately avoiding seeing that her charms were failing to ensnare Guo Ziping. The spirit suddenly shifted her focus towards Li Po-xiao. In that brief moment of eye contact, Li Po-xiao shuddered, and his expression turned hazy. The spirit remained silent, merely fixating on his eyes. Li Po-xiao's throat convulsed, and he began to rise from the ground, moving towards the spirit. "Li Po-xiao, sit down immediately," I shouted. However, Li Po-xiao seemed oblivious, slowly lifting a foot and stepping forward. At that moment, the runes inscribed on the surrounding walls of the underground palace dimmed considerably, and even the celestial seal above the spirit's head lost its luster. Should anyone abandon their designated position, the Tiangang demon subduing array would lose its efficacy. Witnessing Li Po-xiao's actions filled me with dread. Why was it always this fool who faltered at critical moments? Could it be that he was ensnared too deeply by the spirit's allure? Uncle Hu, witnessing the scene, became impatient and shouted towards Li Po-xiao, "Li Po-xiao, if you dare take another step forward, I swear I will beat you to death." Yet Li Po-xiao remained undeterred, his gaze still entranced as he took another step forward. My heart raced with urgency. I rummaged through my belongings and discovered 2 bottles of white vinegar. I swiftly retrieved one and hurled it in Li Po-xiao's direction. The bottle struck his leg with a dull thud. Li Po-xiao immediately jolted, letting out a pained groan. His dazed expression quickly returned to clarity as he looked towards me, bewildered. "Sit down quickly," I commanded. Li Po-xiao glanced around, still uncertain of what had transpired, utterly unaware of how he had suddenly risen. He hastily apologized, saying, "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." Subsequently, he retreated a step and resumed his original position. With his return, the formation resumed its proper function. As the celestial seal above the spirit continued to rotate, absorbing her essence, I observed her form growing increasingly faint, her power significantly diminished. It seemed that my formation was indeed highly effective against the spirit. Upon seeing Li Po-xiao reassume his position, a flicker of disappointment and desolation crossed the spirit's delicate features. She then turned her gaze towards Uncle Hu. Uncle Hu, taken aback, exclaimed, "What are you looking at me for? Even if you could read flowers on my face, I would never save you, so give up that thought." "Uncle Hu, close your eyes and do not look at her. The spirit is most adept at bewitching the heart," I cautioned. "Rest assured, young master, I will not be so easily swayed." Uncle Hu was mid-sentence when his voice abruptly trailed off. I glanced at him, and to my alarm, his expression shifted to one of confusion before morphing into anger. He began to flail his arms and shouted, "Let her go, you all must let her go." Tears streamed down his face as he abruptly rose from the ground, seemingly recalling some sorrowful memory. Uncle Hu's past was a mystery my master had never revealed to me. I had once inquired why Uncle Hu remained by my master's side, to which he only replied that my master had saved his life, but the specifics remained undisclosed. I suspected that Uncle Hu was a man with a story. The spirit not only entranced individuals but also struck at the most vulnerable aspects of their hearts. She had stirred memories within Uncle Hu that filled him with sorrow, attempting to manipulate him into abandoning his post within the formation. Witnessing this, I felt a surge of panic. I remembered I still had one bottle of vinegar. Seizing it, I hurled it at Uncle Hu. The bottle collided with his shoulder, yet he appeared impervious to pain, continuing to thrash his arms about, weeping uncontrollably. He had already stepped forward, moving towards the spirit, causing the formation to once again waver. Realizing this tactic was ineffective, I felt a tightening in my chest. I quickly formed the immovable king seal with my hands, reciting the Vajra Pesal Heart mantra, and shouted "Spirit" as I cast a yellow talisman in Uncle Hu's direction. The talisman landed on his shoulder, halting his raised foot midair as his gaze gradually regained clarity. The immovable king seal I had invoked stabilized both his body and mind, allowing him to remain unperturbed amidst the chaos. Although Uncle Hu stood still, tears continued to stream down his face. I had never witnessed him so sorrowful before. "Uncle Hu, sit down quickly," I urged. He finally snapped back to reality, wiping the tears from his cheeks. "Young master, I apologize." With that, he returned to his seat, closing his eyes once more. Chapter 131. The mysterious call. I observed that Uncle Hu's complexion was somewhat off. Even upon returning to a semblance of normalcy, his gaze still bore an unmistakable sorrow, perhaps evoked by the apparition that stirred memories buried deep within his heart, plucking at his emotional strings. The spectre, desperate to evade another ceiling, exerted all her efforts to beguile each individual seated at the heart of the formation. Yet, with every attempt at enchantment, she depleted her spiritual essence, hastening her own confinement. At this moment, the spectre's figure had already grown faint, her power being continuously siphoned into the heavenly gang seal as the array operated. Her sorrowful and helpless gaze eventually fell upon me. I met her eyes and calmly stated, "There is no need for you to exert yourself further. I am not so easily enchanted. You have harmed many, and sealing you is the most prudent outcome." Upon hearing my words, tears unexpectedly streamed down her face. She looked at me and implored, "Do you truly believe this is all my fault? Do you think I desired this? Had it not been for that Daoist Pingyuan exploiting my genuine affection for him, would I have become what I am today?" I found myself momentarily speechless. Were it not for Daoist Pingyuan's manipulation of the spectre's love to cultivate his nefarious practices, she would not have harbored such deep resentment, transforming into a spirit of vengeance upon her death. In her heart, perhaps there lay an abundance of animosity towards Daoist Pingyuan. The spectre cast a resolute glance in my direction and suddenly exclaimed, "You men are all worthless, you deserve to perish." After uttering this, her final remnant of spirit dissipated, completely absorbed by the heavenly gang seal. The seal, which spun in midair, slowly descended to the ground, and the runes throughout the underground palace dimmed instantaneously. I finally exhaled in relief, rising from the ground to stow away the heavenly gang seal. The onlookers regarded me with expressions of lingering trepidation. At that moment, Uncle Hu also regained his composure and turned to me, inquiring, "Young master, is the spectre subdued?" I nodded, replying, "Yes, it is over. You can now rest easy when you sleep at night." Upon hearing this, several individuals expressed immense joy, particularly Gossiping, whose eyes brimmed with tears of gratitude. These past few days, they had endured considerable torment from the spectre. "Young Master Wu, I cannot thank you enough. Had it not been for your intervention, my life would have been claimed by that spectre," Gossiping said, approaching me and grasping my hand. Po-xiao also stepped forward, somewhat sheepishly stating, "Young Master Wu, I regret the trouble I have caused you these days. I am truly sorry. It is all in the past. Or had this matter remained unresolved, both Uncle Hu and I would have faced dire consequences," I reassured them. Subsequently, we took advantage of the night to depart from the underground palace. Before leaving, we resealed the coffin and secured the exit of the palace. Although considerable effort was expended in sealing the spectre, we reaped substantial rewards. I had acquired the heavenly gang seal, an exceptional artifact for subduing demons and performing powerful enchantments. I intended to take it back for further study, as leaving it here would serve no purpose. Such artifacts are rare and irreplaceable, worth more than any monetary amount. Moreover, this heavenly gang seal contained the spectre's essence, which I could potentially utilize for my own purposes, albeit requiring further confinement for a period. As we completed our preparations, it was already well past midnight. After summoning the two brothers who had guarded the entrance to the temple, we drove back to Yanbei, stopping to pick up Po-xiao and resting at their family's villa for some time. By the afternoon, we had finally replenished our energy. Gossiping appeared revitalized, his spirits lifted, no longer burdened by the specter's threat during his sleep. While having lunch, Gossiping cautiously inquired, "Young Master Wu, I owe you my life this time. What do you deem a suitable reward?" "Feel free to give whatever you wish," I replied with a smile. In our Chiman sect, there exists a principle of never explicitly stating prices to clients. Everything is left to their discretion, regardless of whether they offer $10 or 10 million. We accept it without complaint. However, given my master Feng Shui Wang's esteemed reputation, it was unlikely they would offer me a paltry sum. Upon hearing my words, Guoziping did not hesitate. He raised his hand, and a man in a black suit approached with a box, placing it before me as he smiled. "Young Master Wu, here is 1,500,000. If you feel it is insufficient, do not hesitate to negotiate." "That will suffice, thank you, Mr. Guo," I replied nonchalantly, though my heart swelled with joy. 1,500,000 marked the most I had earned since venturing out. In less than a month, I had accumulated over 3 million, drawing ever closer to the goal set by my master. If this trend continued, I estimated that within 6 months, I would have saved the full 10 million. With the money in hand, I bid farewell to the Guo family. Guo Xiaotong drove us back to the Sihuan. Along the way, I instructed Uncle Hu to send another 100,000 back home. Although I had not returned in many years, I always thought of my parents in Jushan village and my grandfather. It had been 8 years since I last saw them, and I missed them dearly, yet I feared my unusual fate might bring calamity upon them. To our surprise, as soon as we returned home, I received a call from an unknown number. Upon answering, a voice filled with urgency reached me. "Are you Mr. Wu?" "I am. May I ask who is calling?" I inquired. "Mr. Wu, we have met before. A few days ago, on the street of funeral supplies, you purchased a burial outfit from me." The caller explained. At that moment, I recalled our encounter when Uncle Hu and I sought a burial garment. We had met a middle-aged man with an ominous demeanor, from whom I had purchased the outfit. I had left my number with him, anticipating he might reach out to me. In the flurry of events surrounding the spectre, I had nearly forgotten about this matter. "I remember you. Is there something you need?" I responded calmly. "Mr. Wu, please help us. I beg you to come quickly. Otherwise, my entire family may perish," the middle-aged man exclaimed, his voice trembling with fear. "What has happened?" I asked, intrigued. "My deceased mother, she has come back to life, and now our household is in chaos," he continued, his agitation palpable. I had anticipated such an occurrence, but I did not expect it to happen so swiftly. Chapter 132, The Black Cat on the Coffin. The voice of the middle-aged man sounded exceedingly frantic, his words stumbling over one another in a disordered fashion. Unable to convey his thoughts clearly over the phone, we agreed to meet in person. He resided not far from Yanbei City, otherwise, he wouldn't have ventured to the city's street of funeral supplies to purchase a burial garment. In a remote rural area, approximately 30 kilometers from Yanbei City, there lies a village known as Dongmao, where this man dwells. After finalizing the time and place, just as I was about to terminate the call, the middle-aged man abruptly inquired, "Mr. Wu, what is the usual fee for your services?" "You're welcome to pay what you see fit, but a transportation fee of 2,000 to 3,000 should be expected," I replied, observing his meticulous nature over something as trivial as a burial garment. It seemed he might not be very affluent. I had no intention of demanding a significant sum from him. However, to my surprise, upon hearing my quote, the middle-aged man expressed his discontent, exclaiming, "That's exorbitant. How can it be so expensive? Can't you lower the price a bit?" His words nearly provoked a laugh from me. After all, I am a disciple of the Feng Shui master, typically assisting wealthy clients with fees starting in the hundreds of thousands. Here I was asking for merely 2,000 to 3,000 for transportation costs, yet he deemed it extortionate. Was there no sense of fairness left in the world? Were it not for my master's rule against selecting jobs, I would have ended the call right then. I composed myself and asked, "What do you consider a reasonable amount?" "Would 500 suffice?" the middle-aged man suggested. I was momentarily taken aback, feeling a wave of frustration wash over me. 500 wouldn't even cover the round-trip fare. Given the dire situation at your end, do you truly believe 500 is appropriate? His face flashed with embarrassment as he replied, "Then how about 1,000, surely that is acceptable." While I was not in need of the money, the stinginess of this man had thoroughly dampened my spirits. Exorcising demons and dispelling malevolent spirits is a matter of accruing merit, and the monetary value is of little consequence, so I acquiesced. Uncle Hu, having just received a payment of 1.5 million, was equally disheartened to learn I had accepted a job for a mere 1,000, yet he understood the rules set by our master. Reluctantly, he hailed a cab, and we set off towards Dongmao village. After departing from Goziping's residence, it was already afternoon. We spent over an hour on the road, arriving at the village just as evening began to fall. Upon reaching the village, the aggrieved party awaited us at the entrance. It was the same middle-aged man we had encountered in the funeral supplies store. He had introduced himself over the phone as Yao Guojian. As soon as he spotted Uncle Hu and me stepping out of the vehicle, Yao Guojian rushed over, visibly anxious, and exclaimed, "Mr. Wu, you finally arrived. What exactly is going on?" I inquired, glancing at Yao Guojian's face. I noted the darkened area between his brows, a sign of malignant energy, indicating he was plagued by a formidable malevolence. With a sigh, Yao Guojian said, "Let us return home first. I will explain everything on the way." Leading the way, he continued, 4 days ago, my mother passed away. On the day I went to buy her burial garment, it marked the first day after her demise. We had met before. The coffin remained in our home for 3 days as relatives and friends came to pay their respects, and nothing unusual transpired. However, on the 3rd day, during the burial, an odd occurrence took place. As the coffin was being carried to the grave, a black cat suddenly leapt onto it, meowing incessantly, refusing to be shooed away. It bared its teeth at those attending the burial, and then strange noises emanated from within the coffin. Many witnessed this, terrified, and only after the cat had fled did we manage to enter the coffin in the ancestral grave. However, strange things began to unfold that very night. Uncle Hu, intrigued, interjected, "What strange occurrences took place?" All of our chickens, more than a dozen, were found dead, along with 2 large white geese. In the middle of the night, I heard a commotion and went outside to investigate, only to see a shadow standing in the chicken coop, facing away from me. The silhouette looked eerily familiar, clad in the burial garment I had purchased for my mother just days prior. It was undoubtedly her. She was grasping a live white goose, draining its blood from its neck. The sight paralyzed me with fear, and I couldn't move, sitting there in terror. After the shadow killed the goose, it climbed the courtyard wall and vanished without a trace. I was utterly terrified. As I listened to his account, my expression shifted, revealing my unease. The sight of a black cat on a coffin is an ominous omen. Cats are inherently spiritual creatures, and their presence atop a coffin can lead to the deceased undergoing a transformation into something sinister. At that moment, we arrived at Yao Guojian's doorstep. I cast him a sidelong glance and asked, "Have you visited your mother's grave? Is the body still there?" At my inquiry, Yao Guojian trembled, his voice filled with urgency. "Mr. Wu, you truly possess remarkable insight. After witnessing my mother's apparition in our home last night, I couldn't sleep a wink. As soon as dawn broke, I gathered a few people and rushed to her grave, only to discover it had been unearthed, the coffin ajar, and the body missing. Now, the entire village is in a state of panic, with people claiming my mother has turned into a monster. I recalled your phone number and hoped you could assist me in resolving this matter." Nodding, I asked, "Where are the poultry that succumbed? May I take a look?" "They're in the house. My wife is currently tending to them. The blood from the chickens and geese has been drained, but the meat remains fine. We plan to eat them shortly," Yao Guojian replied. I quickened my pace towards the courtyard. Upon entering, I spotted a middle-aged woman seated outside, a large basin of steaming water before her. Within the basin lay many deceased chickens, and she was busy plucking their feathers. As I approached to inspect the lifeless birds, I noticed their necks had been viciously severed, and half of them had already been plucked and set aside in another basin. A sudden chill coursed through me as I stared at the plucked chickens. Without a moment's hesitation, I kicked the basin, sending the chickens sprawling across the ground. The woman, startled, rose and pointed at me, scolding, "Who do you think you are, daring to kick my chickens? Are you tired of living? These chickens are unfit for consumption, they carry the taint of death." I declared. Chapter 133. The haunting cat's cry. The reason I forcefully kicked those featherless chickens away was that I observed their plumage had turned a sinister shade of blackish purple, clearly indicating they were tainted with the stench of death. Consuming such fowl may not lead to immediate demise, yet it would undoubtedly shorten one's lifespan considerably. Upon witnessing my actions, a middle-aged woman, engrossed in her tasks, immediately rose to her feet, pointing at me and unleashing a torrent of curses. Just as Uncle Hu was about to engage in a debate with her, Yao Guojian intervened, stepping forward to restrain the woman, explaining, "My wife, this esteemed individual is someone I have invited to address our family's matters." Casting a glance my way, Yao Guojian's wife's expression softened slightly, yet she retorted with a hint of disdain, "So young, he appears to be but a child. Can he truly handle such matters? He isn't here to swindle us, is he?" Yao Guojian quickly leaned closer to whisper something in her ear. Although the words were inaudible, I could discern a smug smile at the corner of his mouth, suggesting they were far from flattering. As anticipated, his wife's voice rose an octave as she looked at me with renewed contempt, exclaiming, "Cheap, even if it's cheap, it's unacceptable. Our family's money isn't just blowing in the wind. If he cannot manage this, wouldn't our expenditure be in vain?" Upon hearing this, Uncle Hu's countenance darkened, and he stated ominously, "Young master, let us depart. We need not concern ourselves with their trivial affairs. Whatever they choose to do is of no consequence to us." Encountering such individuals left me speechless. The matter of money was inconsequential. My primary goal was to validate the skills I had honed over 8 years of study under my master. This situation, evidently extraordinary, presented a prime opportunity for practical experience. Typically, employers greeted me with courtesy, yet this family was a stark contrast, particularly the woman, whose behavior was utterly uncivilized and devoid of reason. This abrupt shift in atmosphere drained my enthusiasm, prompting me to turn and leave with Uncle Hu, disregarding any transportation fees. However, just as we were about to exit, Yao Guojian hastily rushed after us, blocking our path. "Mr. Wu, please don't leave. My wife is just like that, blunt and thoughtless. Please bear with her, do not take offense. Mr. Wang, if you have invited my young master here, you must trust in his capabilities. This is the most fundamental form of respect. If you cannot even manage that, then it seems unnecessary for us to remain," Uncle Hu remarked rather bluntly. Indeed, you are absolutely correct. I have complete faith in you both. It's just that my wife speaks rather straightforwardly, and if she has offended you, I will certainly have a word with her. Please don't leave." With that, Yao Guojian hurried to his wife's side and whispered a few words. She glanced at us before turning to retreat into the house. Uncle Hu looked at me and said, "Young master, this job seems devoid of profit, and considering that woman's attitude, I suggest we take our leave. It is unwise to endure further indignation without accomplishing anything." "Uncle Hu, this isn't merely a question of money. Have you forgotten my master's principle? We cannot be selective about our work. Once we have agreed, we must see it through to completion," I replied. Uncle Hu acquiesced, but his expression remained grim. After a brief interval, Yao Guojian returned, stating, "Young master, I have spoken to my wife. Rest assured, she will not trouble you further. Quickly dig a deep pit to bury those chickens. Not only humans cannot consume them, but livestock would also suffer fatal poisoning," I instructed. Yao Guojian nodded, lamenting, "It's a pity, we raised those chickens for over half a year, and now they are all gone." Despite his lamentations, he followed my orders and excavated a pit in his yard, burying the unfortunate chickens deep within. Once the task was completed, Yao Guojian approached me again, courteously asking, "Young master, what shall we do next?" "Take me to your mother's grave," I replied without hesitation. Yao Guojian led us toward the outskirts of the village. By now, twilight had descended. Villagers sat in small clusters at their doorsteps, enjoying the evening breeze. Upon seeing Yao Guojian in our company, they cast curious glances our way, occasionally whispering and pointing. Strangely, as Yao Guojian passed by, not a single villager greeted him, nor did he acknowledge them. Some would even retreat into their homes, as if avoiding a plague, while others regarded him with expressions of anger and disdain. It was peculiar given that we were all from the same village, yet this behavior was odd. I refrained from inquiring further, suspecting his reputation in the village was less than favorable. Upon exiting the village, night enveloped us completely. Yao Guojian pointed to a freshly turned mound near a small grove, stating, "That is my mother's grave. After the incident, I had it refilled." How could my mother have risen from her resting place? I approached the grave, seeking any clues. To my surprise, Yao Guojian had indeed disturbed the site, rendering it impossible to discern any evidence. After circling the grave, I turned to Yao Guojian, firmly asking, "Mr. Wang, tell me the truth. How did your mother die?" "She passed away from illness last month. She suddenly suffered a stroke and was bedridden for half a month before succumbing. At nearly 70 years of age, she could hardly withstand such trials," Yao Guojian said, his eyes welling with tears. "This does not add up. If she died from illness, there should not be such lingering resentment," I murmured to myself. Could it be related to that black cat? "When we buried my mother, that black cat leapt onto her coffin and would not budge, baring its teeth at us," Yao Guojian recounted. The presence of a black cat at a burial can indeed provoke a corpse to rise, yet since it did not make contact with the body, the likelihood of such an occurrence remains minimal, I pondered aloud. The matter concerning Yao Guojian's mother was undeniably complex. A soul without grievances would not rise again. Even if the black cat instigated a brief resurrection, it should not have been capable of entering Yao Guojian's home in the dead of night to slaughter all his chickens. While I contemplated this conundrum, a sudden gust of wind swept through the grove, and a mournful cat's cry pierced the night air. Turning to investigate, I beheld a pair of eyes glaring back at me from within the shadows of the trees. Chapter 134 Let me out in the darkness. A pair of eerie green eyes glimmered with a cold light, fixated on us with an unwavering gaze. Soon, those eyes in the woods began to move, gradually approaching our direction. The night was cloaked in deep shadows, and I swiftly activated my celestial vision to behold the source of those eyes, only to discover that it was a black cat emerging from the underbrush. The feline exuded an aura of malevolence, advancing towards us while emitting a low growl, revealing its sharp, white fangs. Yao Guojian also caught sight of the black cat and trembled in fear, retreating directly behind me. His reaction was somewhat unusual, filled with an evident terror towards the creature. Suddenly, the black cat quickened its pace, charging towards us. In an instant, I produced the Tiongong staff, its runes flickering to life under my spiritual energy. Just as the black cat was about to leap upon us, I instinctively swung the Tiongong staff in its direction. However, the cat was remarkably agile, evading my strike and extending its sharp claws to scratch Yao Guojian, leaving a few bloody gashes on his back before effortlessly landing and darting into the nearby thicket, vanishing from sight. Yao Guojian let out a pained groan. I turned to see his face marred by several bleeding scratches, crimson blood oozing from the wounds. The sudden appearance of the black cat seemed to target only Yao Guojian, as it appeared indifferent to both myself and Uncle Huzi. That little beast, if I catch it, I will surely skin it alive, Yao Guojian muttered angrily while wiping the blood from his face. Where did this cat come from? I inquired. It was my mother's cat when she was alive. It recognized only her. No one else could even touch it. Ever since my mother passed away, the cat has been missing. I have no idea how it suddenly appeared here, Yao Guojian replied, inhaling sharply. Let us return, I suggested. Return already, we've done nothing at the graveyard, and that damned cat scratched me, Yao Guojian expressed his frustration. I came here merely to confirm something and to assess the feng shui. Tonight, your mother will undoubtedly visit your home. We shall wait for her return, and I will have my ways to deal with her, I assured him. Return, I am her own son. Why would she wish to harm me? Yao Guojian questioned, perplexed. In truth, I too harbored doubts. I sensed that Yao Guojian was concealing something. His mother's death was certainly not as simple as a mere illness. To resolve this matter, it was imperative to uncover the true cause of her demise. Subsequently, I accompanied Yao Guojian back to his home. On the way, I instructed him to procure some chickens and ducks to keep in the house. After being startled by the cat, the corpse would transform into a cat corpse, drawn to devouring the blood of the living. However, I could not definitively ascertain what kind of malevolent entity the old woman had become, as I had not witnessed it firsthand. Yao Guojian appeared somewhat reluctant, yet he ultimately complied with my request and returned with some chickens and ducks, placing them in the coop in the yard. I made certain arrangements within the coop, binding red strings soaked in black dog blood and cinnabar around the legs of the fowl. Should Yao Guojian's mother return to seize the chickens for a meal, the strings would tighten, ensnaring her legs, at which point I would be able to confront her. Yao Guojian's family was of average means in the village, neither affluent nor destitute. Adjacent to their coop stood a small room, specifically cleared out for me and Uncle Huzi to share for the night. The conditions were a far cry from Guoziping's grand villa, prompting Uncle Huzi to voice his grievances incessantly, lamenting the poor accommodations. However, I did not mind. Having spent my childhood in Jushan village, I was accustomed to such circumstances. The villagers tended to retire early, and by the time we had settled everything, it was already past 9 o'clock. Wang Guojian and his wife had long since gone to bed. However, Uncle Huzi and I could not afford to sleep, remaining vigilant, fixated on the direction of the coop. Thus, we waited until the early hours of the morning, around 1 o'clock, with the coop remaining eerily silent, devoid of any unusual occurrences. Perhaps due to my lack of rest from our previous encounter with the seductive spirit, I had not fully recovered. As the clock struck 2, weariness began to envelop me, and Uncle Huzi was yawning incessantly. After a while, I could no longer resist the call of slumber and leaned against the edge of the bed, drifting into a hazy sleep. No sooner had I fallen asleep than I found myself ensnared in a peculiar dream. In this dream, I was trapped within a coffin, the experience feeling hauntingly real. Upon awakening within the coffin, I found myself surrounded by an impenetrable darkness, unable to see anything. Then, I heard the sound of dirt thudding against the coffin lid, and I pounded on the wooden surface, shouting to be let out, yet there was no response. The earth continued to fall relentlessly upon the coffin. I felt my breath becoming increasingly labored, desperately striking the coffin lid. After a moment, panic gripped me as I found myself unable to breathe, the sensation of suffocation overwhelming. My heart raced with terror, and in that moment of despair, I longed for someone to rescue me. Yet, despite my fervent efforts, no reply came. My nails clawed at the coffin lid, drawing blood, and the oppressive feeling was beyond description. Just as I was on the brink of suffocation, a piercing cat's shriek suddenly erupted in my ear, jolting me awake as I sat up in bed, drenched in sweat. Why had I experienced such a bizarre dream? Upon awakening, I inadvertently glanced towards Uncle Huzi. He appeared to be dreaming as well, eyes shut tight, his face flushed, and his hands flailing wildly. "Let me out, please, let me out." After a moment, he could no longer articulate his words, his face turning a deep shade of purple. Observing his condition, I hurried over, slapping his face lightly. Uncle Huzi suddenly sat upright, gasping for air like a fish stranded on dry land. With wide eyes filled with terror, he glanced at me and stammered, "Young master, I just had a dream where I was sealed inside a coffin, unable to escape." Before he could finish, his gaze shifted behind me, his mouth agape in astonishment. "Why, young master, there is a monster behind you." Chapter 135. The cat demon. I observed the terror etched in Uncle Huzi's gaze, as if he had witnessed something profoundly horrific. Almost instinctively, I turned to look, and when I beheld the visage at the window, I gasped in shock. I had never encountered such a frightful countenance. The face was pressed against the window, unblinkingly fixated on both Uncle Huzi and me. One half of the face belonged to an elderly woman, while the other half resembled that of a cat, complete with long whiskers. This bizarre amalgamation of a feline and a human visage appeared exceedingly uncanny. As I stared at that grotesque face, a piercing, mournful cat cry erupted suddenly, its shrillness causing me to shudder involuntarily. The cry emanated from the cat-faced old woman at the window. At that moment, I regained my composure and swiftly drew forth the celestial measuring rod, charging towards the direction of the cat-faced old woman. However, upon noticing the rod in my hand, she immediately turned and vanished without a trace. When I burst through the door, I spotted the cat-faced old woman, agile as a cat, leaping onto the nearby courtyard wall, where she crouched, her eyes glowing with an eerie green light, fixed intently on me as she let out another heart-wrenching cat wail. In the dim light of the moon, I discerned that she was clad in a burial shroud. This cat-faced old woman must be the mother of Yao Guojian. Just as I had surmised, she had truly returned. Once more, I brandished the celestial measuring rod and pursued her, yet the cat-faced old woman turned abruptly again, scaling walls and rooftops with the grace of a swallow, and in the blink of an eye, she had vanished from my sight. With such incredible speed, there was no way I could catch up. After only 2 strides, I considered defeat. It was at this moment that Uncle Huzi, summoning his courage, stepped forward, his voice trembling as he said, "Young master. Am I mistaken, or did that creature possess a half-human, half-cat face?" "You are not mistaken, that is precisely how it appears," I replied. "What on earth is it?" "A cat demon, a remarkably rare malevolent entity," I elucidated. As we conversed, suddenly the lights in Yao Guojian's house flickered to life, and I saw Yao Guojian and his wife emerge from within. Their faces bore expressions of alarm. Yao Guojian approached me, fear evident in his voice as he asked, "Young sir, I just heard a cat cry. Has that black cat returned?" It was not a black cat, but rather an old woman with a cat face who crawled onto the roof and then fled. "Judging by her burial shroud, she must be your mother," Uncle Huzi interjected. Upon hearing this, Yao Guojian's face turned ashen, and he stammered, "How can this be? How did my mother become this way?" "That is a question you must answer. Have you been concealing something from me?" I gazed intently at Yao Guojian. "Young sir, I have told you everything I know," Yao Guojian said, his voice laced with panic. His demeanor suggested he was indeed hiding something, yet he refused to divulge it. Feeling helpless, I walked over to the chicken coop and observed that the chickens were unharmed, showing no signs of disturbance. Clearly, the cat demon's intentions were not aimed at these living creatures but rather something else entirely. Yao Guojian once again approached me, the pleading tone in his voice as he implored, "Young sir, you must help me resolve this. I am in constant dread and cannot sleep at night." "Have you had any dreams?" I turned to face him. "Dreams? What dreams?" Yao Guojian's anxiety resurfaced, his eyes darting about nervously. "Nothing of consequence," I replied, turning back towards the house. As we stepped inside, Yao Guojian's wife emerged into the courtyard, her words dripping with veiled criticism as she addressed Yao Guojian, "Husband, is this person you hide even capable? If not, we should find someone else. This little boy hasn't even sprouted hair, what can he accomplish? As the saying goes, the boy without hair is unreliable in action." "Enough, please refrain from speaking so," Yao Guojian whispered, pushing his wife back into the house. Her voice had carried loudly, and Uncle Huzi, incensed, was about to confront her, but I seized his arm. "Uncle Huzi, do not act impulsively. Young master, this task is incredibly frustrating. We have not mentioned any payment, yet she speaks to us with such disdain. Who can endure this? Why not simply walk away? Their fate is of no concern to us, Uncle Huzi fumed. Uncle Huzi, matters are not as simple as you perceive. Now that Yao Guojian's mother has transformed into a rare cat demon, if this is not resolved, not only are their lives in peril, but the entire village may also suffer. Is it truly that grave? Uncle Huzi was taken aback. I responded noncommittally. Indeed, the origins of a cat demon are exceedingly complex. Before her death, that old woman undoubtedly harbored profound grievances, compounded by the fact that the black cat was no ordinary feline. Together, they coalesced into this cat demon. Once formed, a cat demon will first harm its closest kin before wreaking havoc upon the innocent, consuming flesh and blood, a truly horrifying entity. We just witnessed the cat demon. How can we possibly capture it with such speed? Uncle Huzi expressed his concerns. I have my methods, but first, we must ascertain how that old woman met her demise. Yao Guojian has not spoken a single truth. We shall venture into the village tomorrow morning to inquire about it. I am certain we will uncover something of significance, I stated. Uncle Huzi nodded in agreement. By this time, dawn was approaching, and I believed the cat demon would not return. We returned to our slumber for a brief respite, and by 8 o'clock in the morning, after consuming the breakfast prepared by Yao Guojian, we departed the village, making our way to the western end. Yao Guojian resided at the eastern side of the village, and as we ventured westward, we anticipated that no one would recognize us. After wandering about the western end of the village, we soon spotted an elderly shepherd driving a flock of sheep out from the village. I exchanged a glance with Uncle Huzi, and we approached the old man. Uncle Huzi produced a cigarette from his pocket, offering it to the shepherd as he greeted, "Elder, we seek to inquire about something." The shepherd halted, casting a wary glance at both of us, and without accepting the cigarette, he asked directly, "What is it?" "We are looking for information about a person named Yao Guojian." "Is there such a person in your village?" Uncle Huzi inquired. Upon hearing the name, the shepherd's expression shifted dramatically. "What do you want with him?" Chapter 136 The Beasts of a Couple. Upon the mere mention of the name Yao Guojian, the old shepherd's tone unmistakably conveyed his impatience, as though he harbored a significant grievance against him. Uncle Huzi, possessing an extraordinary knack for reading the room, promptly interjected, "This fellow owes me quite a considerable sum of money. I've been seeking him for ages, and upon hearing that he resides in this village, I came to inquire." "He owes you money?" "How much?" the old shepherd inquired. 70 to 80,000, and he has been dragging his feet on repayment. I could hardly locate him, but at last, I managed to trace him here, Uncle Huzi replied. "That little rascal spends his days doing nothing of substance and yet has the audacity to swindle others out of their money. Truly despicable," the old shepherd exclaimed vehemently. "Good sir, from your words, it seems Yao Guojian is quite untrustworthy," I seized the opportunity to remark. "Untrustworthy? To say he is untrustworthy would be a gross understatement. He is nothing short of a beast, and to label him as such would be an affront to true beasts," the old shepherd retorted with indignation. "What heinous acts has he committed?" Uncle Huzi hastily offered a cigarette. The old shepherd, relaxing his guard, accepted the cigarette from Uncle Huzi, who swiftly lit it for him. After taking several deep puffs, the old shepherd opened up, stating, "This scoundrel has been a lost cause since childhood. His father passed away early, and his mother raised him through sheer grit and toil, yet this wretch shows no gratitude, constantly creating trouble for her, either stealing chickens, harassing dogs, or peeping at widows while they bathe. He has committed every foul deed imaginable. Had it not been for his mother's protection, the villagers would have long since dealt with him. Given how much his mother dotes on him, one would expect him to be filial. Yet, ironically, he is the opposite. In his 20s, he squandered his days idling about with a gang of ne'er-do-wells, roaming the village, indulging in gluttony. When funds ran low, he would turn to his mother for handouts. She toiled on several acres of land and often labored with construction teams during the off-season, all her earnings funneled to support this ungrateful wretch. His mother truly suffered a tragic fate. She painstakingly raised him, only to be met with his utter lack of filial piety. When he was short on cash, he even resorted to violence against her. The villagers witnessed this. A few years back, Yao Guojian finally married, yet she was hardly a respectable woman. Together, they bullied his mother, shirking all responsibilities, leaving her to shoulder every menial task. Even an ironclad body would eventually succumb under such strain. Recently, his mother finally collapsed, not from any grave illness, but this couple, instead of taking her to the hospital, let her languish without care. She lay in her own filth, unattended, until the villagers, seeing her plight, brought her food, but she could hardly eat. Ultimately, she starved to death. Upon hearing this, both Uncle Huzi and I were left in stunned silence. It was unfathomable that Yao Guojian could behave so atrociously, reaching a level that was utterly appalling. So, Yao Guojian is truly a wretch, Uncle Huzi exclaimed in anger. Indeed, the villagers suspect that even before his mother passed away, he had her placed in a coffin and buried her. Yet, no one witnessed it, only speculation. His wife is hardly virtuous either, often resorting to physical and verbal abuse against her mother-in-law when she fell ill. Rather than caring for her, she complained about the mess, berating her for the stench, her tirades audible throughout half the village. This couple is truly beneath contempt, the old shepherd said, his voice quaking with rage. This brought to mind the scene from yesterday when I had ventured out with Yao Guojian. No wonder the neighbors kept their distance. Many would flee at the sight of him. It became clear that he was viewed with disdain, a pariah within the village. Even the dreams that Uncle Huzi and I shared last night, of being buried alive in a coffin, seemed to echo this sentiment. It appeared the cat demon sought to make us experience the despair and helplessness of its death. Could it be that Yao Guojian had truly buried his mother alive? If so, it would not be surprising if she had transformed into a cat demon after her demise. After bidding farewell to the old shepherd, our hearts weighed heavily as we made our way to Yao Guojian's home. Along the path, Uncle Huzi cursed, "Young master, let's not get involved in this mess. Didn't you say that the cat demon, once formed, would first wreak havoc upon its closest kin? This couple deserves their fate. They have committed irredeemable acts and must face retribution." I shared Uncle Huzi's sentiments, yet I replied, while this couple is indeed loathsome and richly deserving of their fate, if we do not address the cat demon, the lives of others in the village will also be at risk. It must be dealt with. Does that not mean we are letting those beasts off the hook? Uncle Huzi protested. I shall handle it with discretion. They will not escape unscathed, I assured him. Before long, we arrived at the village, only to find a group of elderly villagers gathered at the entrance, engaged in animated discussion. As Uncle Huzi approached, I pulled him aside into the shadows to eavesdrop. That moment, I heard an elderly woman say, "Have you heard? Old Zhang's family lost a dozen chickens and a dog last night, all brutally killed." It was a gruesome sight, blood everywhere. The dog didn't even bark, it was simply torn apart. It must have been Yao Guojian's mother. While alive, she was beaten and starved by those two, and after dying, she became a vengeful spirit, intent on retaliating against the villagers. Another elderly woman chimed in. Old Zhang claimed he had a commotion in the night. When he looked out, he saw Yao Guojian's mother feeding on the blood of his dog, clad in her funeral garments. This spells trouble for all of us, someone else added. Upon hearing this, a chill settled in my heart. Last night, when we encountered that cat demon, it had not targeted the chickens in the coop, likely due to the protective formation I had set. The demon was astute and had subsequently moved on to another household, slaughtering their livestock. The situation was growing increasingly bizarre. Initially, the cat demon only consumed the blood of livestock, but in a matter of days, its power would escalate, and it would begin to attack the living. Uncle Huzi and I soon emerged from our hiding place, making our way toward Yao Guojian's residence. The elderly women ceased their chatter upon spotting us, turning their gazes in our direction. Upon reaching Yao Guojian's home, we found the couple just rising from their slumber, exhibiting a remarkable laziness. I approached Yao Guojian directly and stated gravely, "Yao Guojian, I now know how your mother met her end." Chapter 137. Buried together with the cat. Upon hearing my words, Yao Guojian was momentarily taken aback, his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and dismay. Hesitantly, he inquired, "Young sir, what do you mean by that?" "My mother passed away from illness. Everyone in the village is aware of this." "Enough, stop fabricating nonsense. We just wandered around the village and have heard about your mother. A situation. You truly lack integrity. Your mother fell ill, yet you failed to take her to the hospital, neglecting her care entirely, ultimately allowing her to starve to death. This has resulted in her immense resentment, and you should brace yourself for the consequences." Uncle Huzi had been suppressing his fury, and upon seeing Yao Guojian, his countenance was anything but amiable. Upon hearing this, Yao Guojian's wife erupted in anger, exclaiming, "Who dares to speak such slander? Just wait until I tear their mouth apart. If they have the audacity to say such things to our faces, they surely gossip behind our backs without fear of their own tongues." Her behavior was that of a shrew, leaving me utterly speechless. Even Uncle Huzi found it challenging to handle such a woman. I chose not to engage with her father and directly addressed Yao Guojian. "Mr. Yao, I shall refrain from commenting on your family matters. However, your mother died with unresolved grievances, and her wrath is profound. Last night, I encountered her spirit, which had transformed into a malevolent half-human, half-cat entity, a most sinister being. In recent days, she has merely targeted the village's living creatures for blood, but soon she will begin to attack humans. When such a malevolent spirit strikes, it will first harm its closest kin, slaughtering them before turning to innocent bystanders. If this situation remains unresolved, you will undoubtedly face dire consequences. I implore you to speak the truth, otherwise, I shall wash my hands of this matter, and you may deal with it as you wish. Upon hearing my words, the couple's faces drained of color. Young sir, is it truly as terrifying as you say? Yao Guojian asked, skepticism lacing his tone. You witnessed it yourself that night. Your chickens and 2 geese were killed by your mother, and last night she visited another household, slaying a large yellow dog. Just moments ago, we had villagers discussing this incident. Her targets are growing larger. If nothing changes, she may very well come for both of you tonight. You should weigh your options carefully, I replied solemnly. Young master, I doubt they will speak the truth. Let us not concern ourselves with their fate. This task offers little reward, and we are merely exhausting ourselves, Uncle Huzi interjected, embellishing the situation further. Our exchange seemed to instill a measure of belief in the couple, as I noted Yao Guojian's legs trembled with fear. Suddenly, without warning, Yao Guojian dropped to his knees before me, weeping profusely. Young sir, you cannot abandon us. I am still young and do not wish to die. Please, I beg you to stay. I will offer you more money. However, Yao Guojian's wife scoffed derisively. Husband, I doubt this situation is as dire as they claim. They are likely attempting to extort more money from you. Do not fall for it. Truly, you are oblivious. I retorted, turning away with Uncle Huzi as we made our way toward the exit. At that moment, a sharp slap echoed behind us. Both Uncle Huzi and I turned in astonishment to find that Yao Guojian had struck his wife across the face. It's all your fault. Had you not interfered, my mother would not have starved to death. Now that I have finally brought a skilled practitioner here, you are causing chaos. I swear I will not hesitate to deal with you. Yao Guojian shouted, his rage boiling over. His wife, stung by the blow, began to retaliate, and the two engaged in a physical altercation, hurling insults at one another. Yao Guojian, you heartless fiend, what does your mother's death have to do with me? We barely have enough money as it is. How could we afford to treat her? As the couple quarreled, it was a classic case of dogs biting dogs. Ultimately, Yao Guojian pushed his wife to the ground and rushed back to kneel before me, clutching my legs, tears streaming down his face. Young sir, please do not leave us. Save me, I am less than human, I am a beast. In a fit of desperation, he began to strike his own face, already marred by scratches from his wife. If you wish for me to save your lives, you must tell me the truth. How did your mother truly die? I inquired, fixing my gaze upon him. I swear, I will tell you everything. My mother, after falling ill, I truly did not take her to the hospital. We simply had no money. Her condition would have required at least tens of thousands for treatment, and so I let her suffer. She lay in bed, unable to move or eat, and ultimately starved to death, Yao Guojian stammered. Was it that you provided her nothing to eat, or was she unable to eat? I pressed coldly. That. Yao Guojian faltered, his words trailing off. Speak quickly, do not dawdle. Uncle Huzi urged. Seeing my mother in such a state, I thought it would be better for her to depart sooner rather than later, so I did not give her anything to eat, Yao Guojian confessed, his head bowed in shame. You truly are a beast. Uncle Huzi could no longer contain his anger and delivered a swift kick, sending Yao Guojian sprawling to the ground. Rising once more, Yao Guojian remained kneeling, fearful of further repercussions. I posed another question. When your mother was buried, was she truly dead? Yao Guojian raised his head, looking at me earnestly. Young sir, how could I have buried my mother alive? I checked, she had no breath left, only then did I place her in the coffin. She was truly dead. Are you certain? I pressed again. Yao Guojian became increasingly agitated. When we carried her to the grave, I thought I heard a faint noise from the coffin, and then that black cat appeared, sitting atop the coffin and meowing incessantly, refusing to leave. In the end, I killed that black cat with a shovel and buried it with my mother. Upon hearing this revelation, I inhaled sharply. No wonder his mother had transformed into a cat demon. The black cat had been struck down by Yao Guojian. To be buried together, both filled with resentment, had birthed the cat demon. I could now ascertain that the elderly woman, contained within the coffin, had not truly perished. She had revived midway. The black cat, which she had raised, sensed something amiss and had insisted on remaining by the coffin, attempting to rescue her, only to be cruelly killed by Yao Guojian. A person buried alive harbors immense resentment, and combined with the black cat's innate spirit, their malevolence intensified. Chapter 138. They will certainly return at last. I have unraveled the true cause of the demise of Yao Guojian's mother, as well as the origin of the cat spirit. It is worth mentioning that Yao Guojian and his wife are undoubtedly the most depraved couple I have ever encountered, exhibiting such cruelty towards their own mother. If they are not punished, it would be an affront to justice. As for that black cat, originally a loyal guardian, it was brutally beaten to death by Yao Guojian. Such a sentient creature, upon its death, naturally harbored resentment. The combined malice of the cat and the lingering grievance of Yao Guojian's mother coalesced to form the ominous cat spirit. Such a malevolent entity is exceedingly difficult to confront. I cast a cold glance at Yao Guojian, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, "Heaven's misdeeds may be forgiven, but self-inflicted suffering cannot be excused. How could you bear to lay a hand on your own mother? She is the one who raised you with her own hands. I realize my errors, it is all my fault. However, I only wished for her to depart peacefully. I never anticipated such an outcome. Young sir, I beseech you, save me. I do not wish to die." Yao Guojian sobbed once more. "Tonight, your mother will undoubtedly return, and this time it will be different. Perhaps she will demand your life." I warned. I was not exaggerating. The cat spirit had already killed a large yellow dog the previous night. Its power would only grow stronger with each living creature's blood it consumed. If it tasted human blood, the consequences would be dire. "Young sir, what can I do? You must find a way to save me. I will pay you more. All my savings amount to 5,000 yuan, and I will give it all to you." Yao Guojian implored in genuine panic. "Very well, follow my instructions, and perhaps it will spare your life," I replied. "You may command me, young sir. I shall do anything to survive," Yao Guojian declared with fervor. "This evening, you must place 4 offerings before your mother's portrait: chicken, duck, fish, and goose. None must be absent. Furthermore, you need to slaughter a pig, collect its blood, and sprinkle it across the roof and walls of your home, leaving the entrance clear. Additionally, you must catch 10 live mice, tie them together with a string, and place them on the offering table." I paused before continuing. "Moreover, both you and your wife must don mourning attire and kneel before your mother's portrait, pleading for her forgiveness. Light 3 sticks of incense in the censer. When the smoke rises straight upward, it signifies her forgiveness. If the smoke disperses chaotically or shows signs of breaking, you must replace the incense and relight it. I cannot guarantee the efficacy of this method, but it is worth attempting. All of that is manageable, but where shall we capture the 10 live mice?" Yao Guojian lamented. "I shall not concern myself with that. You must devise a solution. Additionally, before nightfall, you need to conceal 10 dogs in the abandoned courtyard behind your home," I instructed. "This is excessively troublesome," Yao Guojian protested reluctantly. "If you wish to live, you shall comply. After committing such heinous acts, do you expect to escape unscathed without paying a price? Dream on." Uncle Huzi retorted sharply. Once I had given my orders, Yao Guojian and his wife set to work preparing the items I had requested. Uncle Huzi and I busied ourselves arranging the ritual in the courtyard. It was abundantly clear that the cat spirit would come tonight, and we must ensure it remained upon arrival. In a few days, should its powers increase further, it would be beyond my capabilities to contend with. Yao Guojian's mother had been starved to death, and thus, as a cat spirit, she would seek the blood of living creatures each night to quench her hunger. By placing offerings before her portrait, the cat spirit would undoubtedly respond. Once Yao Guojian procured the pig's blood, I planned to mix it with red sulfur, which would have a restraining effect on the cat spirit. From prior encounters with Uncle Huzi, we had witnessed the cat spirit's swift movements. Without some means of containment, it would evade us. The blood mingled with red sulfur would emit a strong scent, and once night fell, the cat spirit would be drawn by the aroma. We avoided using the blood of black dogs due to its excessive young energy, which would make the cat spirit overly cautious and likely deter it from approaching. The 10 live mice were also crucial in attracting the cat spirit, as it possesses an innate affinity for mice. Before darkness enveloped the sky, Yao Guojian and his wife successfully gathered all the items I had requested. Although Yao Guojian's wife expressed her grievances, she refrained from voicing her complaints in my presence, likely due to Yao Guojian's words of persuasion. At this moment, 2 large basins of fresh pig's blood, still steaming and reeking of iron, were laid before Uncle Huzi and me. I instructed Uncle Huzi to fetch the red sulfur, which I then mixed into the pig's blood, stirring it thoroughly. Subsequently, I began inscribing symbols into the blood with my fingers, drawing at least 100 symbols in each basin while infusing them with my spiritual energy. Thus, the pig's blood would possess the ability to counter malevolent spirits. After completing this extensive work, I felt drained, beads of sweat forming on my forehead. Once finished, I had Uncle Huzi assist Yao Guojian and his wife in spreading the pig's blood across the walls and roof of their home except for the entrance area. This was to prevent the cat spirit from escaping should it leap onto the walls or roof and step into the blood mixed with red sulfur and spiritual energy. It would experience excruciating pain, ultimately returning to the courtyard. As we completed our preparations, darkness fully descended. Yao Guojian and his wife donned mourning attire and arranged a memorial altar, kneeling and weeping as they incessantly confessed their wrongdoings before the portrait of the elderly woman, pleading for her forgiveness. Although their display seemed somewhat insincere, driven by a desire for survival, they lit 3 sticks of incense and burned paper money in the fire pit. However, as soon as the incense was lit, the smoke dispersed in all directions instead of rising straight up, and within moments, 2 of the sticks broke, an ominous sign. All of this unfolded precisely as I had anticipated. Even the paper money in the fire pit failed to burn cleanly. The elderly woman's resentment was too profound. Having met such a tragic end, she was unlikely to forgive them. As time passed, gradually, the hour grew late, and suddenly, a piercing cat's wail shattered the stillness of the night. Chapter 139. Releasing resentment. I remained seated in the morning hall, awaiting developments. The couple, Yao Guojian and his wife, knelt before the portrait, pleading for mercy, uttering every flattering word imaginable. After several hours, their voices had turned hoarse. Meanwhile, the 3 sticks of incense in the burner had never burned cleanly. They either extinguished abruptly or broke in the middle. The fire paper in the brazier also failed to burn completely. It was now midnight, and the village lay enveloped in silence. Suddenly, a chilling cat's wail pierced the stillness, causing me to rise abruptly. Upon hearing the sound, Yao Guojian and his wife were instantly gripped by terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. "Young sir, my mother has come. She has surely arrived," Yao Guojian stammered. "Do not speak, I remain kneeling, and do not rise," I instructed, as I drew forth the Tianpeng ruler and stepped towards the courtyard. Before I reached the doorway, I suddenly caught sight of a pair of eerie green eyes appearing at the window. I focused intently and gasped in horror. It was the cat-faced old woman I had seen the previous night, now crouched at the window, her gaze fixed unwaveringly upon me. Her grotesque visage, the disturbing amalgamation of an enraged old woman and a cat's face, was enough to chill me to the bone. Despite my mental preparation, the cat demon emitted another piercing wail and abruptly departed from the window, gliding towards the doorway. I stood in the entrance, observing as the figure moved like a feline, its limbs low to the ground, its nostrils flaring with heightened alertness, particularly towards the Tianpeng ruler in my hand. Yet, the cat demon seemed undeterred by my presence, continuing its advance. Soon, Yao Guojian and his wife also glimpsed the cat-faced spectre, both of them letting out a collective scream of terror. Yao Guojian collapsed to the ground, repeatedly bowing to the cat demon, his forehead striking the earth with a thud. "Mother, I am unfilial, I have caused you suffering, please spare us. After all, I am your own son," he cried, tears streaming down his face. Upon hearing this, the cat demon's gaze fixated on Yao Guojian, its green eyes turning cold and fierce, suddenly accelerating towards me. I swiftly raised the Tianpeng ruler and aimed for the creature's head. However, its speed was astonishing. It leapt over my head and landed inside the room with ease. As the cat demon entered the morning hall, I swiftly shut the door behind me to prevent its escape. Yet, it seemed oblivious to my actions, crawling on all fours and fixating its gaze on its son and daughter-in-law. The couple, utterly terror-stricken, retreated until they crashed into the offering table. On the table, amidst the offerings of chicken, duck, fish, and meat, were 10 live mice bound together. The frightened mice stumbled from the table, landing beside the cat demon. In an instant, the creature extended a furry paw and snatched them up. What transpired next was so grotesque that I struggled to comprehend it. The cat demon began to devour the live mice one by one, chewing them voraciously. Blood streamed from the corners of its mouth, a sight both bizarre and horrifying. "Young sir, please help," Yao Guojian whimpered, having soiled his trousers. After swallowing the last of the mice, the cat demon let out another chilling wail, inching closer to Yao Guojian. I took a deep breath, raising the Tianpeng ruler once more and charging towards the creature. The cat demon seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, leaping onto the offering table, glaring at me with predatory intent. I missed my strike again, astonished by its swiftness. In a desperate move, I retrieved a talisman from my person. With a gentle flick, it ignited with a resounding whoosh and flew towards the cat demon. Seeing the talisman approach, the cat demon leapt towards the couple. Yao Guojian's wife shrieked in terror, scrambling to evade, only to be struck down by the creature's furry claws, collapsing to the ground. "Mother, I was wrong, please do not kill me. I should not have treated you so, spare me." Before she could finish, the cat demon opened its gaping maw and sank its teeth into her face, tearing away a chunk of flesh, blood spilling forth. Yao Guojian's wife screamed in agony, trembling uncontrollably. Seizing the opportunity, I lunged forward, striking the cat demon's back with a Tianpeng ruler. It howled in pain, rolling away and fixing its gaze upon me, baring its jagged teeth. This cat demon harbored immense resentment due to the couple's heinous actions. As the saying goes, to untie a bell, one must first tie it. If it did not release this pent-up anger, it would be challenging to contain. In truth, I had intentionally allowed some leeway, permitting the cat demon to enter. Once it released some of its resentment, the situation would become much more manageable. Given the couple's appalling deeds, I felt it was only just to allow the cat demon to vent its fury. After striking the creature, a burn-like mark appeared on its back, white mist emanating from it. I deliberately took a few steps back, granting the cat demon space, hoping to prevent any loss of life. Otherwise, I would find myself in a precarious position. The cat demon soon turned its attention to Yao Guojian, who knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. It approached him slowly, and to my astonishment, it spoke. "Son, why do you treat your mother so cruelly? You lost your father at a young age, and I raised you with great difficulty. Throughout my life, I endured every hardship for you, shielding you from all calamities. Now, in my old age, when I fell ill, you offer me not a morsel of food, leaving me to starve and bury me alive. Mother, I was wrong, please forgive me, I am a beast, worse than a beast." Yao Guojian, facing the cat demon transformed from his own mother, began to slap his own face in remorse. Had I known this would happen, I would have acted differently. The cat demon suddenly opened its mouth wide and lunged for Yao Guojian's throat. Chapter 140. Unable to take action, Yao Guojian was paralyzed with fear, his entire body going limp as a foul stench emanated from him, the terror rendering him incapable of control over his bodily functions. Meanwhile, Yao Guojian's wife had suffered a vicious bite from the cat demon, a large chunk of flesh and skin torn from her face, leaving her bloodied and writhing in agony on the ground. With one hand I grasped the incantation, while the other held the heavenly pen, poised to confront the cat demon at any moment. I was no more than 3 meters away from the creature, yet I hesitated to strike. It was because I heard it speak with human words, articulating its thoughts clearly. Though transformed into an evil entity, it still possessed human emotions, often swayed by its grievances. At that moment, I was consumed with curiosity about whether this cat demon, once an elderly woman, would truly be capable of harming her own flesh and blood. In the fleeting instant when it clamped its jaws around Yao Guojian's neck, I had the opportunity to intervene. However, to my astonishment, just as the cat demon opened its maw wide, poised to sink its teeth into Yao Guojian, it suddenly froze, the flicker of hesitation and reluctance crossing its gaze. Ultimately, it refrained from biting down, opting instead to push Yao Guojian away with its furry paws. The cat demon emitted a heart-wrenching wail that resonated painfully in my ears, and in that moment, I questioned my own vision. It seemed as though a veil of mist had clouded the demon's eyes, as if it were on the verge of tears. After all, this was its own son. While living, it had lavished him with affection, and even in the face of being starved or buried alive by his own mother, it could not bring itself to harm him. Such is the heart of a parent, yet pity for the unfortunate often coexists with contempt. The predicament that had befallen them was not solely the fault of the cat demon. Yao Guojian's mother bore her share of responsibility. It had been said by the old shepherd that Yao Guojian was not a good child, engaging in petty theft and misdeeds throughout the village, yet his mother had always protected him, indulging him without conditions instead of imparting the lessons of right and wrong. Had it not been for her indulgence, Yao Guojian would not have become the man he was today. In a sense, the cat demon was reaping the consequences of its own actions. Had it been more vigilant and nurturing, perhaps Yao Guojian would not have developed such a rebellious character, committing such heinous acts. Though it spared him today, it was only a matter of time before it would inevitably seek his life. Currently, the cat demon had not yet succumbed entirely to its grievances. A fragment of its human consciousness remained. Upon hearing Yao Guojian call for his mother, its heart softened, preventing it from continuing its attack. However, as time progressed, that remaining vestige of humanity would be completely overshadowed by its resentments, and at that point, Yao Guojian's demise would be assured, for I had heard from my master that once a cat demon fully succumbed to its grievances, it would first turn against its closest kin. Moments later, the cat demon suddenly pivoted and charged towards me, its claws sharp and curved, slicing through the air as it lunged. I dared not confront it directly. Instinctively, I swung the heavenly pen in its direction. To my surprise, the cat demon feigned an attack, swiftly darting past me towards the yard. "Huji, uncle!" I shouted suddenly, and in response, a cacophony of barking erupted from the backyard. The cat demon was remarkably swift, reaching the center of the courtyard in the blink of an eye. By the time I pursued, I saw it barreling towards the entrance, yet, before it could reach the door, several large yellow dogs appeared, blocking its path and barking furiously at the cat demon. Though ferocious, the cat demon harbored a profound fear of dogs. In the natural order of life, it is entirely normal for cats to fear dogs. This was precisely why I had instructed Yao Guojian to gather 10 dogs. As anticipated, upon sighting the pack of dogs at the entrance, the cat demon's expression shifted to one of palpable terror. 1 or 2 dogs might not have posed a threat, perhaps even leading it to attack, but 10 dogs instilled a deep-seated apprehension. The dogs barked raucously for a moment before they charged forward, lunging at the cat demon. In an instant, the cat demon turned and sprinted towards the courtyard wall, its form a blur as it leaped over the 2-meter-high barrier. However, this wall had been prepared by me beforehand, smeared with a mixture of vermilion and pig's blood. What was more, the pig's blood was fortified with my talismans, specifically designed to counteract the cat demon. Thus, as soon as the cat demon landed atop the wall, it let out a chilling wail, a plume of white smoke emanating from its limbs, the foul essence of decay escaping its body. In mere moments, the cat demon staggered and fell from the wall. As it hit the ground, the pack of yellow dogs charged towards it without hesitation. Like a frenzy, they began to tear into the cat demon. Yet, being an evil entity, it was cornered and revealed a vicious side, slashing its sharp claws and brutally dispatching one of the nearest dogs, shredding it apart with blood splattering everywhere. Nevertheless, in that fleeting moment, several dogs had latched onto the cat demon, refusing to release their grip, their throaty growls echoing in the air. The sight of the cat demon ignited an instinctual fury in the dogs, as if they were born enemies, each one fearless in their assault. Huji uncle approached me, his eyes widening in shock at the sight of the cat demon. "Young master, are you unharmed?" he inquired, concern etched on his face. "I am fine. Under no circumstances can we allow this cat demon to escape today. In a few days, I will no longer be able to restrain it. Go fetch the remaining pig's blood from the house," I instructed. Hushi uncle nodded, hastening into the house to retrieve the remaining bowl of pig's blood mixed with vermilion. "Hushi uncle, divide this blood into several portions and sprinkle it over the cat demon. Remember, do not let it touch you, and especially do not allow it to bite you. The corpse poison is highly infectious," I cautioned. "Rest assured, young master, with so many dogs blocking its path, it won't have the opportunity to concern itself with me," he replied confidently. With that, Ahuji uncle filled a bowl with pig's blood and approached the cat demon. The creature was ferocious, surrounded by the 10 dogs, and already several lay dead beneath its claws, each one gruesomely mutilated. Once Huji uncle was close enough, he hurled a bowl of the vermilion-infused blood at the cat demon. Chapter 141 The Borrowing of the Universe's Laws. Uncle Huzi proved to be remarkably precise. That bowl of blood mixed with cinnabar landed squarely upon the cat demon. The cat demon, currently besieged by several large yellow dogs, was instantly enveloped in a cloud of white corpse energy, exuding a pungent stench. I observed a bizarre transformation as the cat demon's body sprouted black fur, even manifesting on the left side of its face. This bowl of blood thoroughly enraged the cat demon, which violently broke free from the clutches of the large yellow dogs and lunged directly towards Uncle Huzi. Realizing the dire situation, Uncle Huzi promptly turned and fled. The cat demon, possessing incredible speed, quickly closed the distance, leaving Uncle Huzi no chance of escape. However, I remained vigilant, closely tracking the cat demon's movements. As it charged towards Uncle Huzi, I swiftly advanced, wielding the heavenly peg fueled by my spiritual energy. The runes upon the heavenly peg flickered erratically. In that fleeting moment, I channeled my energy into the heavenly peg, amplifying its power to its utmost potential. In a single encounter, the heavenly peg struck the cat demon with force. The impact sent the cat demon soaring 7 or 8 meters away, crashing to the ground. Upon landing, the cat demon was immediately surrounded anew by the yellow dogs, which seized its legs and arms, relentlessly tearing at it. Having sustained a blow from the heavenly peg, the cat demon was significantly injured, its gaze towards me now filled with terror. In truth, I had sensed from the outset that it dared not confront me directly. Such malevolent entities could perceive the aura of my cultivated powers. Thankfully, my prior preparations ensured that I could successfully contain the cat demon today. Seeing the cat demon ensnared once more by the yellow dogs, Uncle Huzi quickly filled another bowl with blood and rushed towards the creature, splashing it upon its form. Each time the blood mixed with cinnabar touched the cat demon, a plume of white smoke emerged, a manifestation of the corpse energy it emitted. As its corpse energy surged outward, the cat demon's strength began to wane. Realizing its predicament, the cat demon became increasingly frantic. In the midst of the chaos, it tore apart 2 more yellow dogs, sinking its fangs into the neck of one, greedily drinking its blood to replenish its strength. Just as Uncle Huzi turned to gather more blood, the cat demon suddenly pivoted and sprinted towards the doorway. It swiftly climbed onto the windowsill and leapt onto the rooftop, seeking escape from above. Having previously encountered obstacles on the wall, it opted for the rooftop this time, albeit a place now drenched in more blood. As it ascended the roof, white corpse energy erupted once more from its limbs. The cat demon emitted a chilling wail, leaping high into the air before crashing back down to the ground. I hastily approached, aiming for its head with the heavenly peg, delivering a heavy blow. The cat demon was sent sprawling, convulsing on the ground. Sensing an opportunity, I sheathed the heavenly peg and formed a lightning seal with my hands, blue arcs of lightning swirling at my fingertips. My lightning technique, capable of vanquishing all evil, was layered threefold. If it struck the cat demon, it would be utterly defeated. As the cat demon writhed on the ground, I advanced swiftly, preparing to deliver my palm strike when, unexpectedly, the cat demon rolled over and pounced upon me, knocking me to the ground. It opened its gaping maw, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, aiming for my throat. This vile creature was not only swift but possessed immense strength. Once it had toppled me, I found myself unable to unleash the layered lightning upon it, resorting instead to grasping its neck with both hands, preventing its maw from reaching my throat. The foul breath exuding from its mouth was overpowering, causing me to feel lightheaded, yet its jaws continued to inch closer, and I could sense its teeth nearly brushing against my neck. At that critical moment, Uncle Huzi appeared, carrying a small basin filled with blood mixed with cinnabar. Without hesitation, he doused the cat demon with the entirety of the contents. It was akin to pouring scalding water over the creature, eliciting a piercing scream as waves of corpse energy erupted from its form. The stench nearly made me retch. Thanks to Uncle Huzi's timely intervention, I felt the cat demon's strength suddenly diminish. Seizing the moment, I freed one hand, once more forming the lightning seal, and struck its chest with a powerful palm. The cat demon was hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. I swiftly regained my footing, and Uncle Huzi hurried over, anxiously assessing my condition. "Young master, are you unhurt?" "I'm fine, fortunate that you arrived in time," I replied, retrieving the Tiangang seal, which I had obtained from the underground palace. I approached the cat demon, now incapacitated, and slammed the Tiangang seal onto its heart, declaring, "Heaven and earth are boundless, the laws of the universe are borrowed." The Tiangang seal, a formidable artifact against evil entities, rendered the cat demon immobile upon contact. I observed as a substantial amount of corpse energy began to converge towards the Tiangang seal. This artifact absorbed the malevolent and corpse energies emanating from the cat demon. The creature trembled, initially emitting mournful cries, until it gradually fell silent. After a brief interval, I noted that the cat demon's face underwent a transformation. Originally, it bore the visage of both a feline and a human, yet, as the Tiangang seal exerted its influence, its features normalized, ultimately resembling an ordinary elderly woman. I waited patiently until no more corpse energy escaped from the cat demon before retrieving the Tiangang seal. The cat demon lay utterly still, having become an ordinary corpse. "Young master, has the cat demon been subdued?" "Its face has changed," Uncle Huzi remarked, uncertain. I exhaled deeply. "Indeed, it is no longer a threat. Tomorrow, we shall procure a coffin to properly inter the elderly woman's remains." Finally, the matter was resolved, and my anxiety subsided. The dogs, having lost most of their number to the cat demon, approached the elderly woman's corpse, yet they no longer bore their previous ferocity. They merely sniffed around her before turning away. At that moment, I made my way towards the morning hall, casting a glance at the couple, only to find Yao Guojian's gaze vacant, his expression dazed, as if he had been driven mad by the cat demon. Chapter 142 The inevitable retribution. With the demise of the cat demon, the elderly woman's corpse finally returned to a state of normalcy. A sigh of relief escaped my lips as I stepped into the morning hall. There, I beheld the dazed figure of Yao Guojian sitting helplessly on the ground, his lips muttering incessantly, "Mother, I was wrong, please do not kill me, do not kill me." As he spoke, his arms flailed erratically, his eyes wide with terror. Through the lens of my open celestial eye, I discerned the faint glow of his soul. It was evident that he had lost one of his spirits. Human beings are said to possess 3 souls and 7 spirits, with the 3 souls being the heavenly soul, the earthly soul, and the life soul. The life soul governs consciousness, essentially, one's awareness. At this moment, Yao Guojian's life soul had fled in fright, leaving him in a state of utter foolishness. When the cat demon had bared its fangs, poised to sink them into his neck, he had been so terrified that he lost control of his bodily functions, and in that instant, his life soul vanished. Now, Yao Guojian exuded a foul stench, his mind utterly vacant. Anything I might say would undoubtedly fall on deaf ears. In truth, I possessed the ability to retrieve his lost life soul, yet I harbored no intention of doing so. He had brought this fate upon himself, and to aid him would be to perpetuate his wrongdoing, an affront to the natural order. Though Yao Guojian was now a fool, his wife still lived, albeit with a gruesome wound on her face where the cat demon had gnawed away a piece of flesh, blood seeping from the gaping injury. I noted that the blood oozing from her wound had turned black, a clear indication of corpse poison. I could remedy this affliction, yet I chose not to intervene. This woman had conspired with Yao Guojian. They were two of a kind, both devoid of virtue. Had she shown even a modicum of compassion towards the elderly woman, perhaps they would not have found themselves in such dire straits. The matter concerning the elderly woman is resolved. Tomorrow, purchase a coffin and renter her, I instructed Yao Guojian's wife. She cradled her cheek, tears streaming down her face, her demeanor markedly improved compared to before. In a tone of desperation, she pleaded, "Big brother, my husband has lost his mind. Could you not help him? My face, too, is in agony from my mother's bite, and it is becoming increasingly painful, with a strange numbness setting in. This is a matter for a physician. I am a feng shui master, not a healer," I firmly declined. "Your family's affairs have been settled, it is time to settle our payment," Uncle Huzi interjected, stepping forward. Despite the grim circumstances, the woman maintained a reluctant demeanor. "We have no money left. Could we not defer payment? I still need to tend to my husband's condition." "How can you be so ungrateful? Your husband promised us 5,000 yuan, and you witnessed the danger posed by the cat demon. My young master was nearly killed by that creature, and you are unwilling to part with such a paltry sum," Uncle Huzi exclaimed, his voice laced with indignation. "Forget the payment, let it be used for their treatment," I waved my hand dismissively. "My young master," Uncle Huzi appeared reluctant. I cast him a glance, shook my head, and turned to leave. "You are truly a kind man. I shall repay you when I have the means," Yao Guojian's wife responded, rising with a face full of gratitude despite her disfigured countenance. I found her visage repugnant, imbued with the air of a petty merchant, and I had no desire to linger any longer. After a tumultuous night, dawn approached. Uncle Huzi and I departed from Yao Guojian's home and, after a long journey, finally reached the town, where we hailed a carriage back to Yanbei. In the following days, I instructed Uncle Huzi to inquire about the aftermath in the village. The day after our departure, Yao Guojian's wife purchased a cheap, thin-skinned coffin to renter the elderly woman. Regardless of the circumstances, at least the elderly woman was finally laid to rest. Yao Guojian, having lost his mind, was beyond the help of any hospital, rendered completely insane. As for his wife, although she sought medical attention, her condition deteriorated rapidly. The corpse poison spread swiftly, causing her face to swell grotesquely. Eventually, the poison coursed through her entire body, leading to a state of decay and suppuration. Within a week, she succumbed to her affliction. I pondered the morality of my actions. It could be argued that I had chosen to turn a blind eye to their suffering, yet, I felt these too were unworthy of salvation. When one errs, there are always consequences to bear. Though the law may not hold them accountable, nature has its own way of delivering justice. Later, I heard from Uncle Huzi that Yao Guojian, in his madness, roamed the village daily, lamenting his mistakes to anyone who would listen. Upon seeing the elderly woman's spirit, he would collapse to the ground, crying out for her mercy. After some time, he vanished from the village, then no one knew where he had gone or if he still lived. Yet, such matters had become inconsequential. After this ordeal, Uncle Huzi and I enjoyed a period of relative tranquility. Although the work was scarce, we had accrued a modest fortune of several 100,000 yuan. Our simple lifestyle required little beyond food and drink, ensuring we were well provided for in the years to come. Despite the lack of significant work, many affluent individuals from Yanbei sought my services, inviting me to assess their feng shui. However, I was selective in my engagements, allowing Uncle Huzi to handle the minor requests while maintaining an air of mystery befitting my status as a disciple of the feng shui master. During this time, Zhang Yunyan and Guo Xiaotong visited my home several times, each bringing generous gifts as tokens of gratitude for my assistance to their family. Whenever Zhang Yunyan encountered me, she seemed on the verge of speaking, yet I understood she wished for my help regarding her brother, who had been confined to a mental institution, tormented by nightmares of his own demise. This haunting dream plagued him, rendering his existence unbearable. However, I had made a promise to the old man from the Luban sect that I would not intervene, so I offered no opportunity for Zhang Yunyan to voice her request. Over a month passed, and my high school classmates prepared to return to their studies. Zhang Yunyan was preoccupied with her university preparations and ceased to visit me. Guo Xiaotong, a year ahead of her, was also engrossed in her academic pursuits. One afternoon, as Uncle Huzi returned from purchasing vegetables, he suddenly informed me of a matter of concern. "Young master, I noticed a man loitering at our doorstep earlier. I have seen him several times over the past few days, and he does not seem like a decent fellow. Upon noticing me, he promptly turned and left. I wonder what his intentions are, Uncle Huzi remarked. What does he look like? I inquired, my vigilance heightened. He appears to be in his 50s, bearing a tattoo on his neck, radiating an aura of menace, Uncle Huzi replied. Chapter 143, The Infant Spirit. In my recollection, I had never encountered the individual that Uncle Huzi spoke of. The visitors to this courtyard were predominantly those seeking my expertise in feng shui. Several times they had come, yet refrained from entering, clearly harboring ulterior motives. I addressed Uncle Huzi, saying, Uncle Huzi, should you happen upon that person again, please capture their image with your phone. Alternatively, give me a call, and I shall step outside for a glance. Certainly, young master, Uncle Huzi replied nonchalantly, seemingly dismissing the matter. Uncle Huzi, exercise caution in the coming days and refrain from engaging too freely with strangers, I cautioned. Young master, what harm could possibly come from a mere stranger loitering at our doorstep? Rest assured, with me here, all shall be well, Uncle Huzi reassured me. Discretion is the better part of valor. My master is not present, who knows if he has any enemies from the past? What if they were to come knocking? I replied. In our profession, it is inevitable to encounter adversaries. Take, for instance, that descendant of Lu Ban, Elder Meng. I thwarted his vendetta against the Shang family, and had his capabilities matched mine, he might have sought vengeance upon me. Moreover, there was the Master Zhou I encountered at Guoxiotong's residence. Although we reached an amicable resolution afterward, he became aware of my identity as the disciple of the Feng Shui king, Li Xiantong. Without my master's formidable backing, it is quite possible that Master Zhou would have troubled me. Given my master's extensive tenure in the realm, it is certain he has his share of foes, so caution is paramount. To speak of but a few, I am aware of 4 individuals, the very masters from the 4 feng shui sects that initially sought to accept me as their disciple. My master boldly seized me from their grasp, and undoubtedly, they harbor resentment. Since Uncle Huzi disclosed this matter to me, I made a point to observe diligently for several days, each day ascending to the balcony to survey the courtyard surroundings. Yet, I saw no sign of the individual Uncle Huzi had mentioned. Days passed without my sighting of this person, leading me to dismiss the concern. Perhaps I was overthinking it. However, an incident indeed transpired. One afternoon, Uncle Huzi returned from his customary grocery shopping, and I sensed something was amiss compared to his usual demeanor. Uncle Huzi is known for his loquacity. Upon returning from the market, he would regale me with tales of amusing occurrences from the day, such as which vendor offered cucumbers at a discount or how the neighbor's tabby cat had gone missing. He could elaborate for ages, all with great enthusiasm. Despite my frequent disinterest in his ramblings, Uncle Huzi persisted in his chatter. Yet today, his words were notably sparse. After preparing the meal, he silently joined me for dinner, and afterward, he retreated to his room. I initially assumed he was simply in a foul mood that night. I perused some of my master's feng shui texts and turned in early. In the latter half of the night, I was suddenly beset by an inexplicable chill. My body felt frigid. Strangely, I found myself unable to open my eyes, as though a heavy weight pressed upon me, instilling a sense of dread. Alarmingly, this sensation persisted, and I felt increasingly cold, my breath becoming labored. Moments later, I struggled to breathe, my head spinning, yet I remained unable to open my eyes. Just as I neared the brink of unconsciousness, a vision of a beautiful fox with 8 tails materialized in my mind. Its profound gaze bore into me, and I jolted awake, gasping for air, only to discover I was drenched in cold sweat. However, when I turned my head, I was nearly propelled from my bed in terror. Unbeknownst to me, a small infant lay beside me, enveloped in a sinister red glow, exuding an aura of malevolence. Its eyes were dark voids, strikingly fearsome, clad in a bright red diaper, and it was incessantly blowing into my ear. An infant spirit. Upon realizing the nature of this entity, I inhaled sharply and instinctively reached out to perform a lightning spell against the infant spirit. Yet, as I moved, a wave of paralysis coursed through me, rendering my limbs powerless. The chill that had enveloped me was a result of the infant spirit siphoning my vital energy. It had likely been doing so for some time, leaving me temporarily immobilized. The infant spirit, fierce in its demeanor, cackled menacingly, "Big brother, come play with me." Despite its childlike voice, an overwhelming chill ran down my spine. The smaller the spirit, the more vicious it tends to be, and this infant spirit, scarcely a year old, was particularly terrifying. I found myself perplexed as to why such a malevolent entity had suddenly manifested beside me. My master had meticulously arranged protective measures within this courtyard, complete with various talismans and formations. How had this infant spirit breached such defenses? The cycle of reincarnation for spirits is not a simple matter. Many must wait an extended period before they can be reborn. It is tragically common for spirits to die shortly after birth, their resentment thus becoming profoundly deep-rooted. It continued to blow into my ear, each gust intensifying the chill coursing through my body, rendering me nearly insensate. My heart raced with terror. If this continued, my life would surely be forfeit. I reminded myself to remain calm, closing my eyes to avoid the sight of the infant spirit, and began to silently chant the mantra of the Vajra's Dana, attempting to move my hands to form the external lion seal. What would typically be a swift task took me a full 5 minutes to complete. As I finally formed the seal, a surge of warmth flooded my being, and I uttered a commanding fight. The simplest of Taoist incantations often proves most effective. The external lion seal, in conjunction with the Vajra's Dana mantra, could generate a resonance with the universe, instilling within me courage and resolve in the face of adversity. In an instant, I felt my body regain its mobility. Without a moment's hesitation, I reached for the Tianpeng ruler that I kept by my side. As I grasped the ruler, it shimmered with flowing runes, emanating a gentle golden light, and I directed it toward the infant spirit's head. The infant, sensing the ruler's power, emitted a shrill cry and leapt from the bed, landing on the floor. It glanced back at me, unleashing a series of eerie, high-pitched laughs. Chapter 144 A Soul Control Technique. As soon as my limbs regained their mobility, I struck the infant spirit on its forehead with the celestial measuring rod. The infant spirit immediately leapt from the bed, turning back to me with a sinister smile that revealed a mouthful of tiny sharp teeth. It then transformed into a crimson wisp of malevolent energy and floated out through the door. Still shaken, I quickly sat up in bed, gasping for breath, too unsettled to pursue the infant spirit. I had narrowly escaped death moments ago. Unfortunately, it was the eight-tailed fox immortal within me that had roused me at that critical juncture. After catching my breath, I managed to calm myself. I found it perplexing. My master's courtyard is fortified with numerous protective formations and rune restrictions. I could ascertain that no malevolent entities or spirits could enter unless I allowed them. How, then, had this infant spirit appeared at my bedside? While I pondered this matter, footsteps suddenly echoed from the doorway, and a figure approached me. The door swung open, revealing Uncle Huzi. Upon seeing him, my heart settled somewhat. Uncle Huzi, did you see anyone enter our home just now? I quickly rose and inquired. Uncle Huzi shook his head without uttering a word, continuing to stride toward me. I found it odd. Today, Uncle Huzi seemed somewhat strange, unusually taciturn. Just as I was observing him, he suddenly quickened his pace and rushed toward me. In the next moment, a flash of white blade glinted, and I saw that Uncle Huzi had a kitchen knife in his hand. He raised the knife and swung it down toward my head. Was Uncle Huzi trying to kill me? I felt incredulous. Did he truly regard me as a son? How could he possibly want to take my life? Thankfully, I had already developed a sense of wariness toward Uncle Huzi's current demeanor. I swiftly dodged to the side, evading his deadly strike. The knife sliced through the air with a whistling sound. Had I not moved in time, my head would surely have been cleaved in two, my brain spilling forth. Uncle Huzi missed his strike and immediately let out a feral roar, lunging toward me once more. His expression transformed into one of savage fury, as if I were his mortal enemy. At this moment, my body had gradually regained its strength. Taking a deep breath, I brandished the celestial measuring rod and charged at Uncle Huzi. Clearly, something was amiss with him. However, I could not discern the source of his affliction at that moment, as I sensed no malevolent energy emanating from him. It seemed imperative that I subdue him for a thorough examination. Uncle Huzi was formidable, but I was no weakling. After 8 years of training under my master, I had acquired knowledge of various martial arts. More importantly, as a cultivator, I possessed a flow of spiritual energy within me, far surpassing that of an ordinary person. Although Uncle Huzi had been by my master's side for many years, he had learned nothing of the arts. His fighting style relied solely on brute force, making him exceedingly fierce. As he raised the kitchen knife for another strike, I deftly sidestepped again, evading his aggressive onslaught. I summoned all my strength and swung the celestial measuring rod down toward his wrist. This blow sent the kitchen knife tumbling from Uncle Huzi's grasp, clattering to the ground. In the next instant, I drew in my energy, pushed off the ground with my legs, and charged shoulder first into Uncle Huzi's chest. This technique was known as the Iron Mountain Lean from the 8 Extremes Fist, and it was exceptionally powerful. Uncle Huzi let out a muffled grunt as his body was propelled back, landing on my bed. Without waiting for him to recover, I leaped onto him, pinning him down with one hand tightly gripping his neck. Uncle Huzi thrashed about, his eyes wild with madness, resembling a furious lion. His strength was astonishingly great at that moment, yet I did not afford him the chance to struggle further. I brought the celestial measuring rod crashing down toward his head. Uncle Huzi emitted a muffled groan, his eyes rolled back, and he promptly lost consciousness. Given the circumstances, I had no choice but to render him unconscious. Wary of a sudden resurgence, I found a length of rope in the room and bound his hands and feet. Only then did I exhale a sigh of relief, scrutinizing Uncle Huzi to ascertain the nature of his affliction. With my third eye open, I sensed no malevolent energy or ghostly presence on his person. So why had he suddenly gone berserk? I meticulously examined Uncle Huzi's body, finding no apparent issues. Suddenly, I felt something was off. Uncle Huzi was emanating a faint, peculiar fragrance, one I had never encountered before. Uncle Huzi had always been rather rough and boisterous. I had never seen him use any form of perfume. If a man like him were to wear perfume, it would be as absurd as Zhuge Liang embroidering flowers. This scent was undoubtedly suspicious. The foreboding premonition washed over me, prompting me to turn Uncle Huzi over and inspect the nape of his neck. Upon doing so, I gasped in shock. There, on the back of Uncle Huzi's head, was a red mark resembling a droplet of water, subtly discernible. Next, I lifted his eyelids to examine his eyes more closely. This confirmed my suspicion. Uncle Huzi was under someone else's control. The whites of his eyes were veined with crimson threads, resembling a spider's web. Only those subjected to the soul control technique would exhibit such a condition. So that was why Uncle Huzi had suddenly attempted to strike me down. But if he was under someone else's control, why hadn't that individual commanded him to act against me when the infant spirit had me at its mercy? A multitude of questions swirled in my mind, leaving me in disarray. First, I needed to break the soul control over Uncle Huzi. I retrieved a silver needle and jabbed it into the nape of his neck, precisely where the red mark lay. Upon withdrawing the needle, a surge of dark, viscous blood flowed forth. Uncle Huzi, lying on the bed, trembled twice, his expression contorted in agony. The soul control technique could be classified as a form of dark sorcery. The perpetrator could manipulate Uncle Huzi's body to perform simple actions. I could ascertain that the one controlling Uncle Huzi was not far from my residence. The essence of soul control involves suppressing a person's life force, thus allowing for rudimentary manipulation of their body. The red mark was the result of a mixture of corpse oil and a certain herb, leaving a burn mark that was the key to Uncle Huzi's subjugation. I squeezed the black blood from the red mark until only the crimson remained. Chapter 145. I am not to be provoked. After releasing the dark blood, the ordeal was far from over. Uncle Huzi remained unconscious. Next, I needed to liberate Uncle Huzi's soul, which had been suppressed in his spiritual platform, allowing it to return to its original form so that he could regain his normal state. At that moment, I placed one hand upon the crown of Uncle Huzi's head, performed a spell, and recited, Celestial Treasure, come the form, disciple soul, 5 organs of the mysterious dark, azure dragon and white tiger, in harmonious opposition, vermilion bird and black tortoise, guard my being, soul return to its rightful place, hasten forth as commanded. Upon completing the incantation, a golden light flickered at my fingertips as I tapped his brow. Uncle Huzi's body trembled, and he immediately opened his eyes. Upon seeing me beside him, he moved slightly, only to realize his hands and feet were bound, causing a surge of panic. Young master, what is the meaning of this? Why have you tied me up? Hearing Uncle Huzi's words, I knew he had indeed returned to his senses. Had I not restrained you, you would have killed me, I replied. Kill you? How could that be? Even if I were to take my own life, I could never harm you, young master, Uncle Huzi exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. I turned to glance at the kitchen knife lying by the doorway, the very one I had knocked from Uncle Huzi's grasp, and said, Do you see that knife? You brought it in here, and it was aimed directly at my forehead. Had I not dodged in time, my life would have been forfeit. Young master, this must be some misunderstanding. I remember nothing of it. What transpired just now? Uncle Huzi said, his face a mask of fear. The knife lay at the entrance, making it difficult for him to deny the truth. Yet, it was clear that Uncle Huzi had no recollection of the events. Observing his distress, I decided to unveil the truth. Uncle Huzi, someone has manipulated you. A soul-controlling technique was cast upon you, compelling you to attempt my life. Prior to this, a terrifying infant spirit was at my bedside, siphoning my vital energy. Had it not been for the awakening of the 8-tailed fox within me, I would have long since met my demise, I stated solemnly. As I spoke, I retrieved the knife from the ground and cut the ropes binding Uncle Huzi. He flexed his limbs, his expression dark and foreboding, as he fell silent, seemingly lost in thought about what had transpired. After a considerable pause, Uncle Huzi finally said, Young master, the last thing I recall is going to buy vegetables this afternoon. After visiting the market, I have no memory of how I returned. If I was indeed manipulated, it must have occurred at the market. Whom did you interact with at the market? I inquired. I exchanged a few words with some vegetable sellers. As for others, I believe I had no further contact. I am at a loss as to how I fell victim, Uncle Huzi lamented, thumping his head in frustration. Do not rush, take your time to recollect. The more anxious you become, the harder it will be to remember. Let me remind you, the place you were ensnared was at the nape of your neck. Did you feel anything unusual at that moment? I suggested. At my words, Uncle Huzi's eyes widened in realization. Young master, I recall now. While purchasing fish, I felt a chill at the nape of my neck. I thought it was rain, but upon looking up, I saw it was a clear day. I assumed the fishmonger had splashed water on me and paid it no mind, as it was neither painful nor bothersome. Allow me to remind you once more. To cast a soul-controlling technique upon you, it is essential not only to act at the nape of your neck but also to know your birth date and time. Have you disclosed your birth details to anyone? If you have shared your exact birth date, it is entirely possible that someone with ulterior motives could calculate your destiny and use it against you, I continued. Uncle Huzi slapped his thigh in excitement. Indeed. There was the fishmonger. While I was buying fish, he asked me my age and how to address me. Thinking he was of similar age, I mentioned my age without a second thought. He was killing fish at the time, and we exchanged a few casual words. I am 37, he is 38, just 9 months and 8 days older than I. Hearing Uncle Huzi's account, I felt a wave of frustration. Uncle Huzi, after so many years by my master's side, do you not understand the significance of one's birth details? Such information should never be shared casually. Should it fall into the wrong hands, you would not even know how you met your end. My heart sank at his momentary carelessness, which nearly cost both our lives. Young master, the fishmonger. I see him frequently at the market. Could he truly be some sort of expert? I hold no enmity towards him. Why would he wish to harm me? Uncle Huzi asked, bewildered. One must never underestimate the malice of others. Even if the fishmonger harbors no ill will, he may still be acting under someone else's orders. We shall investigate tomorrow to see if the fishmonger is still present, I pondered aloud. Young master, who could possibly wish to harm us so ruthlessly? Uncle Huzi asked, anxiety evident in his voice. I shook my head and stepped outside to the courtyard, where various formations and runic seals had been laid out by my master. Having traversed the world for many years, my master had made numerous enemies and feared retaliation, hence the protective arrangements surrounding the yard. While humans could enter, malevolent spirits and evildoers would find it impossible to set foot within. Yet, tonight had brought an unexpected turn of events. The infant spirit had ventured to my bedside, nearly claiming my life. As I meticulously examined the perimeter of the courtyard, a heavy weight settled upon my heart. The formations and seals had been tampered with. Though they remained intact, their efficacy had been compromised. After all, my master was a master of feng shui, and it was no simple task for an ordinary person to dismantle his designs. It appears we are dealing with a skilled adversary, I sighed deeply. Young master, what do you mean by that? Uncle Huzi inquired. The formations and seals my master arranged around the courtyard have been manipulated. A few days ago, you mentioned seeing an individual with tattoos on his neck lingering around our home. He must be the one responsible. His frequent visits were likely for reconnaissance, taking advantage of our absence or our slumber to enact his schemes, which led to the events of today, I explained. Then, does that mean the infant spirit and the soul-controlling technique cast upon me today were also his doing? Uncle Huzi exclaimed in astonishment. Close enough. This is a declaration of war against me, and I am not one to be trifled with. I declared through gritted teeth. Chapter 146. Altering the feng shui position. This is the first time in all my years of cultivation with my master that I have encountered such a predicament. Perhaps my master anticipated such events before his departure, which is why he will not return for an entire year. This implies that during this year, regardless of the challenges I face, I must confront them alone. His intention in doing so is to ascertain how much of what I have learned in the past 8 years I can truly master. If I cannot withstand the trials of this year, it would signify my inadequacy. After this incident transpired, I felt a profound unease within me, experiencing for the first time a formidable threat to my very existence. In my childhood, during previous calamities, I remained oblivious, as I had others to shield me. However, this time is different. I must bear the burden myself. Reflecting on the recent events, I pondered who I might have offended so gravely that they would resort to such methods to bring about my demise. In my contemplation, I could only think of one adversary worthy of employing such tactics against me, Wang Wendi, the father of Wang Chaoyang. Wang Chaoyang had coerced Lina into becoming his girlfriend, ultimately leading to her tragic demise. Subsequently, he had set up a murderous array at her grave. I had taken the blood and flesh urn buried at Lina's grave, which Wang Wendi had come to retrieve with Wang Chaoyang, resulting in the urn shattering and Wang Chaoyang being crushed to death by a heavy truck. Although Wang Chaoyang's death may seem unrelated to me, Wang Wendy would undoubtedly hold me accountable. It is likely that he has enlisted someone to target me aside from him, but I truly cannot fathom who else harbors such animosity toward me. When faced with a problem, one must find a solution. I certainly cannot afford to be careless. I knew I would not be able to sleep tonight, so I promptly restored the arrays and talismanic seals surrounding the courtyard to their normal operations, preventing the infant spirit from causing me further trouble. In truth, the opponent's methods are not particularly sophisticated. He is unable to dismantle the arrays and seals set by my master. He has merely sealed certain key points temporarily, and I need only to reopen those sealed areas. Moreover, I could discern that these manipulations were not accomplished in a day. At least a week would be required. This adversary has been plotting for some time, likely having visited my home when I went to assist gossiping with the spirit matter. Upon my return, the tattooed individual had been lurking at my doorstep, clearly surveying the area for an opportunity to strike. After restoring the arrays and seals, I still felt uneasy, so I made some adjustments to the key points of the formations. If the opponent attempted any further interference, it would likely take them considerable time to accomplish their goals. Once I completed the arrangements, dawn was approaching. I turned to Uncle Huzi and said, "Uncle Huzi, when dawn breaks, please go to the technology market and purchase some surveillance equipment. We need to install cameras in every corner of the courtyard to ensure our safety." "Understood, young master. I will take care of it at first light," replied Uncle Huzi. "Be cautious from now on. Try to avoid letting strangers approach you, especially during this time," I advised. Once everything was in order, we both returned to our respective quarters for a brief rest. When I awoke again, it was already past 10 in the morning. Uncle Huzi and I first visited the vegetable market to find the fish vendor. Our primary aim was to inquire about who had instructed him regarding Uncle Huzi's birth date and time. A person's birth date is not merely their birthday, it must be precise down to the year, month, day, and even seconds, followed by complex calculations to derive their birth chart. Uncle Huzi, without any suspicion, divulged everything to the fish vendor. Uncle Huzi's birth date is known to very few, aside from my master. Only this fish vendor is privy to it. It is evident that he must have leaked this information, leading to Uncle Huzi being subjected to a soul-controlling spell. We approached the fish vendor's stall directly. Before approaching, I took a moment to observe him. He was stout with a shiny complexion, appearing more like an outsider than someone from our circle. The fish vendor was busy slaughtering fish on his counter, skillfully pulling a fish from a nearby basin, striking it dead with a swift blow, and then scaling and gutting it in one fluid motion. Upon seeing Uncle Huzi and me approach, he greeted us enthusiastically. "Hey, Brother Huzi, back to buy fish again? I'll pick out a nice one for you." Uncle Huzi, naturally, did not return his warmth, stating bluntly, "Boss, I was here yesterday and discussed my birth date and time with you. Do you remember that?" At this, the fish vendor's expression shifted momentarily before he quickly regained his composure, smiling. "Of course I remember. I'm a few months older than you. Why do you suddenly ask about this? Who have you told about this matter?" Uncle Huzi replied with a stern face. "I haven't told anyone." "Brother Huzi, you seem a bit strange today," the fish vendor replied, feigning confusion. While Uncle Huzi spoke with him, I slipped into the fish stall, pretending to examine the fish while subtly altering some feng shui elements and placing a talisman in the corner of the stall. Then, I performed a hand gesture, silently chanting a few incantations. Instantly, the energy field around us shifted, thick with malevolent chi, and soon a strong fishy odor, mingled with a foul stench, began to permeate the air. After setting everything in place, I returned to Uncle Huzi's side and addressed the fish vendor. "Boss, tell us the truth. Who did you disclose Uncle Huzi's birth information to? We can discuss this amicably." The fish vendor appeared increasingly flustered, waving his hands impatiently. "It's noon, and I'm extremely busy here. If you're here to buy fish, then hurry up. If not, please don't create a disturbance." I could clearly see he was lying, and so I decided to be forthright. I looked at him and said, "Boss, if you don't tell the truth today, I guarantee you won't sell a single fish. We'll wait right here until you come to your senses." With that, I turned and walked away, pulling Uncle Huzi along. After walking a short distance, we found 2 stools at a nearby vegetable stall and sat down to observe the unfolding drama. The fish vendor glanced at me as if I were insane but chose to ignore me and continued with his work. Time passed quickly, and after more than an hour, many customers passed by, yet each one who approached his stall left with an expression of disdain. Chapter 147. The Yuelite House. As the hour for lunch approached, the bustling market was teeming with people, many of whom were there to purchase fish. However, upon reaching the fish stall, they merely cast a glance and then promptly departed to other vendors. This was a result of my earlier intervention near the fish stall, where I had subtly adjusted the feng shui, transforming the proprietor's wealth position into one of misfortune. Consequently, anyone who approached the stall would inexplicably feel a sense of aversion and unconsciously drift away. Moreover, after I altered the feng shui, the fish at the stall appeared lethargic, some even exposing their belly, resembling creatures on the brink of death, thus rendering the stall devoid of customers. Over an hour passed, and the fishmonger had yet to sell a single fish. Uncle Huzi continued to place his faith in my abilities, believing that a mere minor manipulation could bring about his misfortune. Yet, I possessed even more formidable methods, capable not only of preventing him from selling a single fish but also of bringing him a calamity. Such is the nature of feng shui, capable of inflicting harm without a trace. This individual had nearly caused the demise of both myself and Uncle Huzi, and my actions were merely a mild reprimand. My mercy was already considerable. Time flew by, and after more than 2 hours, Uncle Huzi and I had consumed an abundance of sunflower seed shells. During this interval, the fishmonger frequently cast complex glances in our direction, perplexed as to why, after our visit, he had sold not a single fish, despite the current favorable market conditions. "Young master, you truly are remarkable. That fellow hasn't sold a single fish. It's astonishing how he can remain so composed and not come to confront us," remarked Uncle Huzi. "Patience, he will come soon enough. Having committed a shameful act, it's only natural for him to feel guilty," I replied nonchalantly. As anticipated, after a brief wait, the fishmonger approached with a dejected demeanor and inquired, "Brothers, what on earth have you done? Ever since you left, I haven't sold a single fish. Have you thought it over? Whom did you inform about Uncle Huzi's birth date? If you refuse to speak today, we shall linger here, not just today, but for every day henceforth. You will sell no fish." "Feel free to test this," I stated. The fishmonger grimaced, clearly grappling with inner turmoil. After a lengthy pause, he finally confessed, "It seems I have encountered someone formidable. I implore you to spare me." "Can't I just confess?" "Speak. Whom were you instructed by?" I demanded. The fishmonger looked at me, then divulged, "A few days ago, a tattooed man approached me, instructing me to ascertain Uncle Huzi's exact birth date, down to the minute and second, as well as his full name. He promised me 2,000 yuan if I succeeded, having already provided 1,000 as a deposit. I thought it was merely a simple inquiry, so I agreed. Since Uncle Huzi frequents my stall, I casually asked him yesterday, and he provided the information." "How did you contact him? Do you have a phone number?" I inquired urgently. The fishmonger shook his head, stating, "No phone number." Shortly after Uncle Huzi left with his fish, that man came to see me. I relayed the birthday details, and he promptly paid me the 1,000 yuan, cautioning me not to speak of this matter to anyone. Hence, when you asked earlier, I refrained from divulging anything, as I had received his money. "Did he inquire about anything else?" I pressed further. "No, he only asked about Uncle Huzi's birthday and nothing more." "I've told you all I know, young brother. Please show mercy. My family relies on this fish stall for our livelihood. With no sales today, I am incurring great losses," the fishmonger lamented. "Very well. If that man approaches you again, give us a call. I will offer you 5,000 yuan, starting with a 2,000 yuan deposit," I said, signaling Uncle Huzi to hand him the stipulated amount. The fishmonger immediately lit up with joy, eagerly accepting the offer. Following that, I restored the feng shui at his stall. After the adjustment, the previously listless fish sprang back to life, swimming energetically. Having resolved this matter, Uncle Huzi and I commenced our separate tasks. On my way back, I suddenly recalled that while our home lacked surveillance cameras, there were some at the alley entrance. However, one would need to visit the nearby traffic management department to review the footage. I instructed Uncle Huzi to procure surveillance equipment from the tech market while I proceeded to the police station to report a theft, requesting an officer to accompany me to check the footage at the traffic management department. The situation proved somewhat intricate, and after much effort, I finally managed to view the footage from the previous afternoon at the traffic management department. Just as Uncle Huzi returned from purchasing groceries, a figure followed him at a distance of over 10 meters. The individual appeared to be in his 50s, donned in all black, and bore a tattoo on his neck. Though the details were unclear in the footage, his features seemed intentionally obscured from the camera. Nonetheless, I managed to capture a relatively clear image with my phone before departing. Upon returning home, I found that Uncle Huzi had successfully installed the surveillance cameras, even placing 2 at the entrance. This instilled a sense of security. After dinner, I asked Uncle Huzi to print the photo I had taken. The moment he saw the individual in the image, he exclaimed, "Young master, it's this guy. I've seen him lurking around our house several times over the past few days. He must have cast some sort of control spell on me." I nodded and said, "Uncle Huzi, come with me. We shall uncover the identity of this person. Young master, where are we going? Uncle Huzi queried, visibly puzzled. You will know once we arrive, I replied. Subsequently, we hailed a cab and made our way to a place known as the Iwelai Tea House. Although the establishment appeared to be an ordinary tea house, it was anything but. My master had once informed me that if one sought information about figures within the underworld or the feng shui community, they should visit the Iwelai Tea House and seek out a woman named Sister Hua. This was my first visit, so I was uncertain of what to expect. As night fell, the tea house was nearly deserted. Upon entering, an elderly man promptly greeted us, stating that they were closing and requested we return the following morning. I smiled and replied, when the skies are clear and the earth bright, guests from the north and south shall come. Upon hearing my words, the old man trembled slightly, immediately adopting a respectful demeanor, and graciously invited, esteemed guest, please come inside. Chapter 148. Sister Hua. I was referring to the jargon of the Jianghu. The phrase, a heaven is clear and the earth is bright, guests from the north and south, signifies the declaration of one's identity, proclaiming oneself as a geomancer who can discern celestial phenomena and geographical features, traversing the world from south to north. Once one's identity is established, everything else becomes manageable, affirming that one is indeed a person of the trade and not merely a casual visitor seeking tea for leisure. The old man's demeanor became considerably more respectful, leading Uncle Hu and me directly to the second floor. He opened the door to a private room on the second floor and courteously added, please wait here for a moment, esteemed guests, someone will be along shortly to attend to you. I apologize for any shortcomings in our hospitality. Thank you, old sir, I am but a newcomer and unfamiliar with the customs here. I hope for your understanding, I replied politely, taking a seat alongside Uncle Hu in the elegantly appointed room. The decor was exquisitely refined, entirely in the Chinese style, exuding a profound charm. The old man departed swiftly, and soon after, a young woman clad in a qipao entered, bearing 2 cups of tea, which she placed before Uncle Hu and me before retreating. At this moment, Uncle Hu appeared utterly bewildered, whispering, young master, what kind of place is this? It feels rather mysterious. This is a venue where those of the Jianghu gather to seek information. My master has informed me that they have establishments across the nation, primarily engaging in business, but their main focus is serving various figures from the Jianghu, encompassing all walks of life. This is my first visit as well, so I'll do the talking. You needn't say much, I explained. Uncle Hu nodded, saying, all right, young master, I'm eager to witness the grandeur. Uncle Hu, I do enjoy your innocent demeanor. This hardly qualifies as grandeur, I chuckled. He shot me a glance of disapproval but remained silent, raising his teacup to down the contents in one go, failing to discern any flavor. This was the most authentic Hui Mountain Da Hong Pao, truly a waste to consume it so hastily. Such tea is best savored slowly. Approximately 5 or 6 minutes later, the door swung open, revealing an exceptionally beautiful woman. Upon sighting her, both Uncle Hu and I were momentarily dazzled. The woman appeared to be in her 30s but likely older, embodying the age of a mature yet alluring woman. Uncle Hu's eyes widened at the sight of her, nearly drooling in awe. However, the woman possessed enchanting almond-shaped eyes, her gaze brimming with allure, which explained Uncle Hu's captivated expression. I gently nudged him to regain his composure, and he offered me an awkward smile. The woman gracefully approached, closed the door behind her, and produced a lady's cigarette, smiling as she addressed Uncle Hu and me. Would you care for a smoke? Thank you, miss, but we do not smoke, I replied courteously. She let out a melodious laugh, walking closer, dressed in a qipao that was slit high up her thigh. Her fair, long legs were mesmerizing. Since her entrance, Uncle Hu's gaze had scarcely strayed from her. You flatter me, young man. At my age, I'm often referred to as auntie. I hardly qualify as a miss. However, I must admit, I rather enjoy your address, she said, igniting a cigarette, taking a puff, and exhaling a cloud of white smoke, her movements exuding elegance. I surmised that this woman was indeed Sister Hua, as my master had described. Just as I was about to speak, she leaned in closer, her striking eyes sparkling with curiosity. Such a handsome young man, do you have a girlfriend? I was taken aback by her question, and to my surprise, I felt my cheeks flush. She had a way of disarming me. At that moment, Uncle Hu, unabashed, chimed in with a grin. Sister, he is still a child, how could he possibly have a girlfriend? As for me, I'm single, perhaps we could chat? Sister Hua glanced at Uncle Hu with evident disinterest and returned to her seat across from me. She discarded her cigarette and turned her gaze back to me. Young man, you seem unfamiliar with this place. Is this your first visit? Yes, it is my first time. My master informed me that such a place exists for gathering information and specifically mentioned seeking a beauty named Sister Hua. You must be her, correct? I replied politely. Indeed, the Jianghu friends of Yanbei City show me respect by addressing me as Sister Hua. I felt an instant connection upon seeing you. I find you quite likable. Now, do tell, what brings you to seek my assistance? Her enchanting eyes sparkled with intrigue as they met mine. I would like to request your help in locating someone, I stated. Who are you looking for? Sister Hua inquired. I do not know him personally, but I have a photograph of him that I would like to ask you to help find, I said, presenting the slightly blurred printout of the photograph on the table. Sister Hua did not examine the photograph but continued to focus on me. Young man, do you understand our rules? Inquiring about information from us is not inexpensive. Bit starts at 100,000. I am well aware of the rules. My master has briefed me. Rest assured, I have the funds prepared, I assured her. May I ask, who is your master? Sister Hua hesitated. My master is Li Shentong. The moment the name escaped my lips, Sister Hua's expression shifted dramatically, revealing a hint of shock. In the next instant, she clapped her hands and exclaimed, bring tea, the finest tea. Her sudden exclamation left me bewildered. We were already enjoying tea, why was more being summoned? Noticing my puzzled expression, Sister Hua adopted a serious demeanor, lamenting, so it turns out you are a high disciple of the Feng Shui King Li Shentong. I truly neglected you earlier. How could I offer you such mediocre tea? Shortly, I shall present you with our exquisite oolong tea. As she spoke, another woman in a chipao entered, carrying 2 cups of tea. The moment she stepped inside, the fragrance of the tea enveloped the room, undoubtedly of superior quality. I had heard from my master that premium oolong tea is quite costly, fetching several thousand per pound. The 2 cups before us must be worth a few thousand, a considerable gesture indeed. I was astonished by my master's influence. Merely uttering the name Li Shentong granted us the status of honored guests. At this moment, Sister Hua finally picked up the printed photograph, her expression tightening with apparent anxiety, as if she had encountered something truly frightening. Chapter 149. The malevolent practitioner Duan Wudao. Noticing the unusual expression on Sister Hua's face, I realized that this matter was far from ordinary. She stared at the printed photograph for a full minute before finally lifting her gaze to meet mine, her countenance grave as she inquired, where did you acquire this photograph? I obtained it from the Traffic Management Department's surveillance footage and took a snapshot for reference. Is there a problem? I replied. Sister Hua took a deep breath, placing the photograph on the table, and continued, what is your intention in seeking out this individual? Sister Hua, your questioning seems somewhat inappropriate. You are merely tasked with handling matters for a fee. There is no need to delve into my reasons for pursuing this person, is there? My tone grew noticeably colder. Young brother, do not misunderstand. The individual you seek possesses a rather unique identity. He is of considerable stature, and should anything unforeseen occur, our faction may also suffer the consequences, Sister Hua stated with a serious demeanor. Her words weighed heavily on my heart. It appeared that the person I was up against was not a mere minor player, as even those associated with the Yulai Tea House regarded him with great caution. My master had once mentioned that the Yulai Tea House was merely a small faction, with countless similar establishments throughout the country, all under a unified organizational management. The fact that such a vast organization harbored trepidation towards the individual in the photograph indicated his formidable nature. After a moment of contemplation, I said, Sister Hua, rest assured, my affairs will not implicate you in any way. Only the 3 of us are privy to this matter. Once we step out of this door, let us act as if we have never been here. A semblance of a smile returned to Sister Hua's face as she remarked, it appears, young brother, that you intend to seek vengeance against this person. To be candid, Sister Hua, I indeed have a grievance with him. However, I am at a loss as to how I may have offended this individual. Just last night, he unleashed a formidable spirit into my room and placed a soul-controlling spell on Uncle Huzi, intending to take both our lives. I wish to confront him and inquire about his motives for targeting me, I explained. If that is the case, you must exercise caution. This person wields exceedingly sophisticated methods. Although he may not rival your master, the Feng Shui King Li Shentong, I believe that with your current capabilities, you are not his equal. I hold great fondness for you, and I would not wish to see you vanish from my life. Sister Hua gazed at me earnestly with her captivating eyes. Then I implore you, Sister Hua, to divulge what you know about this individual, I urged. This man is named Duan Wudao, and he is also part of the Feng Shui community. However, he does not reside in Yanbei, nor does he associate with its Feng Shui circles. His movements are shrouded in mystery, and he predominantly practices malevolent arts, specializing in schemes for profit and death. The number of lives lost at his hands is beyond my reckoning. To put it bluntly, if the price is right, he can facilitate the demise of any individual, ensuring that the act goes unnoticed, leaving no trace back to the employer. Such individuals have a considerable market, and he can be classified as a malevolent practitioner. The feng shui community does not acknowledge his existence, holding him in poor regard. They recognize money over individuals, so we dare not offend such a madman. He is capable of anything, Sister Hua elaborated in one breath. I pondered for a moment, searching my memory for the name Duan Wudao, realizing that my master had never mentioned him before. It seemed that even my master held disdain for such individuals. From Sister Hua's account, I discerned another truth. I had no prior connection to Duan Wudao, nor could I claim any grievances against him. He was undoubtedly acting on someone else's orders, seeking to take the lives of both Uncle Huzi and myself. The identity of the instigator remained uncertain, but I already had my suspicions. It was highly probable that it was Wang Chaoyong's father, Wang Wendi. He would not dare to confront me openly, aware of my master's identity as the feng shui king Li Shentong. Thus, he sought a skilled practitioner to undermine me from the shadows. Even if I were to perish, my master would remain oblivious to the perpetrator, allowing him to exact revenge for his son. Sister Hua, do you know where Duan Wudao resides? I inquired. Sister Hua shook her head and replied, I do not know, for this individual is perpetually on the move, serving whoever pays him. Is there any other pertinent information you can share about him? I pressed further. Sister Hua has nothing more to offer you. My knowledge of him is limited. However, I must impart a word of caution. You are still young and should not act impulsively. Despite being a highly regarded disciple of the feng shui king Li Shentong, do not underestimate Duan Wudao. He is not someone you can easily confront. I believe it would be wise for you to consult your master. He will certainly possess the means to deal with Duan Wudao, Sister Hua advised sincerely. Thank you, Sister Hua. I appreciate your guidance, I responded, rising to my feet and turning to Uncle Huzi. Uncle Huzi, please settle the bill. As Uncle Huzi retrieved his bank card, Sister Hua waved her hand and said, Young handsome, this time Sister Hua will not charge you. After all, the matter of Duan Wudao is known among many in the community, and it is hardly a secret. Consider this our first meeting gift. Do visit me again. Is it truly appropriate for you not to accept payment, given that we have acquired valuable information from you? Uncle Huzi chuckled. Even for the sake of the feng shui king, I cannot accept this payment. Let it be for now, Sister Hua insisted politely. Very well then, since we have made each other's acquaintance today, there will surely be opportunities for collaboration in the future. Until next time, sister, we shall take our leave. We hope to share tea with you again soon. Uncle Huzi flashed a charming smile at Sister Hua. Sister Hua seemed at a loss for words, likely harboring some disdain for Uncle Huzi's boorish demeanor, though she did not express it outwardly. We swiftly departed the tea house, with Sister Hua personally escorting us to the entrance, where she handed me a fragrant business card, indicating that I could contact her at any time. As I accepted the card, I felt her fingers lightly graze my palm, and she flashed me a beguiling smile that set my heart racing. Such a woman could easily ensnare the hearts of many. Once we left the tea house, Uncle Huzi glanced back at Sister Hua with lingering excitement, exclaiming, That young lady is truly captivating. True, though she may be a tad older, she is undeniably lovely, I concurred. You cheeky rascal, what do you know? Youth often underestimates the allure of maturity, mistaking youthful beauty for treasure, Uncle Huzi remarked with a smirk. I had little time to dwell on such matters. My sole focus was to locate Duan Wudao and show him the consequences of his actions. If I did not eliminate him, it would surely be my life at stake. As for how to track him down, I already had a plan forming in my mind. Chapter 150. The swift division of the soul from Sister Hua, we gleaned only the identity of our adversary, yet we remained entirely in the dark regarding his whereabouts. In truth, I believe that with Sister Hua's capabilities, reaching out to Duan Wudao should pose little difficulty. If she were to inform him that a substantial fee awaited his services, he would likely not decline. However, judging by our recent encounter, it is evident that Sister Hua harbors considerable apprehension towards Duan Wudao, fearing potential complications. Consequently, I surmise that she would be reluctant to acquiesce to my request, leaving us to seek this individual on our own. Upon exiting the Yulechaguan tea house, Uncle Huzi remarked, Young master, it seems Sister Hua regards Duan Wudao as quite formidable. Perhaps we should reconsider our pursuit. If we cannot contend with him, it may be prudent to avoid him altogether. Uncle Huzi, are you afraid? I inquired, casting a glance in his direction. It is not fear, he replied, but rather concern for your safety. The family had entrusted you to my care, and should anything befall you, how could I explain myself to him? Uncle Huzi's expression was one of disquiet. Do you think we can evade him? If he seeks to harm us and we do not retaliate, he will surely perceive us as easy prey, escalating his aggression until we find ourselves in a dire situation. To confront such a person, one must be even more ruthless. The first strike is crucial, for to delay is to invite calamity, I asserted. Uncle Huzi remained unconvinced. Young master, do you possess the means to handle this individual? What assurance do you have that we will not fail? If we do falter, we shall simply flee. What are legs for? Very well, I shall heed your command. At worst, I will shield you while you make your escape, Uncle Huzi conceded. Though I fear you may outpace me in the flight, I jested. Young master, that remark is rather unflattering. Do you truly think me that sort of person? Uncle Huzi retorted with a roll of his eyes. As we conversed, we had already hailed a vehicle and returned home. Upon our arrival, I instructed Uncle Huzi, please visit Grandpa Zhang next door and borrow his magpie for the night. We shall return it by tomorrow. Why would you borrow Zhang Dazhang's bird? That creature is his prized possession. Do you truly believe he would lend it to you? Uncle Huzi asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. Just go and ask. I have my reasons, I replied with a resigned sigh. Uncle Huzi proceeded to knock on Grandpa Zhang's door. Being my neighbor, Grandpa Zhang is no ordinary man. He is a native of Yanbei City, possessing considerable wealth. His two sons are shrouded in mystery, never having been seen, while Grandpa Zhang spends his retirement tending to birds, wandering the streets, and engaging in square dancing with the local ladies. Since the day I became my master's apprentice, he has cherished that magpie as if it were a treasure. However, he shares a good rapport with my master, often playing chess together. While I am aware that Grandpa Zhang knows my master's true identity, I remain oblivious to his former profession. Before long, Uncle Huzi returned, carrying the birdcage. To my surprise, old Zhang was quite agreeable. Upon hearing that you wished to borrow his bird, he immediately obliged, although he sternly warned against losing it, lest you face dire consequences upon its return. I chuckled, accepting the birdcage, and motioned for Uncle Huzi to call for a taxi. Although he remained unaware of my intentions, he complied without question. I planned to take Uncle Huzi on a reconnaissance mission near Wang Wendy's residence, though we could not afford to approach his home directly. Rather, we would simply survey the area. I now harbored suspicions that Wang Wendy might be the one who had enlisted Duan Wudao to target me. If that were indeed the case, then Duan Wudao's likely hideout could be at Wang Wendy's abode. The magpie borrowed from Grandpa Zhang would prove invaluable in this endeavor. I was familiar with Wang Wendy's residence, for I had been classmates with his son. During Wang Chaoyang's preparations for his graduation banquet, he had invited several classmates to his home. Though I did not attend, it was easy enough to inquire with old acquaintances. By the time we arrived in the vicinity of Wang Wendy's home, it was nearing 10 o'clock in the evening. Wang Wendy's family was quite affluent, residing in a standalone villa perched on a hillside, sprawling across a vast expanse, surrounded by tall walls topped with electric fencing and equipped with surveillance cameras. Stealthily infiltrating the premises would prove to be a formidable challenge. This was precisely why I had borrowed the magpie from Grandpa Zhang. Once we reached the locale, Uncle Huzi and I concealed ourselves not far from Wang Wendy's villa. I placed the birdcage on the ground and carefully extracted the magpie. The little creature, unafraid, pecked at my hand a few times as I held it. I turned to Uncle Huzi and said, I intend to take a look inside Wang Wendy's house to ascertain whether Duan Wudao is present. Young master, do not jest. With those towering walls and electric fences, even with wings, you could not enter, Uncle Huzi cautioned. I certainly cannot enter in such a manner. Instead, I shall imbue a fragment of my soul into this bird. Through it, I will be able to observe the conditions within the villa. However, once my soul departs from my body, I will be rendered immobile. You must remain vigilant and ensure that you do not stray from my side, I instructed with utmost seriousness. Young master, is this truly feasible? Uncle Huzi queried, a hint of worry in his voice. Rest assured, I have mastered many techniques under my master's guidance, I replied confidently. With that, I cradled the bird in my palm, allowing Uncle Huzi to pierce my middle finger, letting a drop of blood fall upon the magpie's head, and inscribing a soul-calling sigil on its abdomen. I then closed my eyes, ready to begin the incantation. Just as I was about to recite the spell, Uncle Huzi suddenly nudged me, causing me to feel a surge of irritation. What was that for? I asked. I thought you had already separated your soul, he explained. Not so soon. It will take 3 minutes. Remember what I said, keep a close watch over my body, I reiterated, closing my eyes once more as I chanted, Heavenly Sovereign's decree, protective magic, heart holds the incantation, swift division of the soul. As I silently uttered the spell, the magpie in my grasp, which had been flapping and struggling, suddenly became tranquil. If one were to open their spiritual eye at that moment, they would witness my essence detaching from my body, directly entering the magpie's form. I separated my life force from my physical self, merging it with the bird. The instant I released my grip, the magpie soared into the air, effortlessly clearing the high walls and entering Wang Wendy's courtyard. Uncle Huzi squatted on the ground, watching me without moving. This technique of soul division was one I employed for the first time. Once my essence inhabited the magpie, I shared a singular existence with it. The experience was remarkably extraordinary, as whatever the bird perceived, I too could see. Chapter 151 Grandfather drinks tea. After transferring my soul into the bird, I soared over the courtyard wall and flew directly to Wang Wendy's residence. Taking possession of the bird did not negate its own consciousness. Rather, it allowed me to take the lead and dictate its flight path. I must say, once I inhabited this bird, the world appeared different than before. Even in the night, everything seemed remarkably vivid, as if the scenery around me had become more resplendent. Wang Wendy's villa was quite grand, rivaling that of Guo Xiaotong. The Wang family was indeed affluent, yet they paled in comparison to the Guo family's wealth. This was a 3-story villa, complete with front and back gardens. Although it was already past 10 o'clock, the lights were still aglow in Wang Wendy's home. In the living room on the first floor, I could see shadows flitting about, accompanied by the distant murmur of conversation, though I could not discern their words. Not far from the first floor hall stood a tree, and I deftly maneuvered the magpie to perch upon it, peering into the villa's hall. At that moment, I was taken aback. For I recognized the individual I had previously seen on the surveillance footage, the one adorned with tattoos on his neck. He was none other than Duan Wudao, the very person I had been searching for. It appeared my calculations had proven accurate. Duan Wudao had indeed been specially summoned by Wang Wendy to deal with me. The door to the first floor hall was closed, but I could still hear their conversation, albeit muffled. My heart raced with heightened anticipation, or rather, it was the bird's heartbeat that quickened. To my surprise, the bird let out a call. This was beyond my control, and I felt a surge of anxiety. I steadied my nerves and guided the magpie to the windowsill, allowing me to observe the occupants within while also hearing their discourse. As soon as I settled on the windowsill, Wang Wendy's voice reached my ears, laced with fury. That scoundrel Wu Jie has caused my son's demise. I swear, I will see him dead. Mr. Wang, do not rush. I must admit, I underestimated that boy's capabilities. After all, he is a disciple of the feng shui master Li Shentong. Killing him is not a matter to be taken lightly, Duan Wudao replied grimly. Duan, you need only act freely. Command me as you wish, the price is negotiable. I simply want him dead. My only son met such a tragic end because of that wretch Wu Jie. I cannot coexist with him. Wang Wendy seethed, his words dripping with venomous intent. Hearing his words, I couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Wang Wendy and his son were truly well matched. A crooked beam makes a crooked roof. I had previously shown him mercy, only for him to seek my life in return. It seemed I had been too lenient. Lost in thought, the magpie suddenly called out again. Its clear chirp caught Duan Wudao's attention, and he turned to glance in my direction. Startled, I quickly commanded the magpie to fly a distance away. What was that sound? Duan Wudao inquired coldly. It was merely a bird. I have planted many trees in my courtyard, so it is quite normal for birds to visit. Mr. Duan, let us continue our discussion, Wang Wendy replied nonchalantly. Duan Wudao cast another wary glance towards the window but, reassured by Wang Wendy's words, relaxed his guard and continued, rest assured, Mr. Wang, as long as this task is entrusted to me, I guarantee success. Killing Wu Jie is merely a matter of time. What are your next steps, Mr. Duan? Please enlighten me, Wang Wendy urged impatiently. At that moment, I shifted to another windowsill to observe further. I then witnessed Duan Wudao produce a small vial from his person and place it on the table, stating in a low voice, this is a potion I have specially concocted. In the coming days, Mr. Wang, you should assign a few individuals to keep an eye on Wu Jie. Once an opportunity arises to approach him, they must apply this potion to his skin. If executed correctly, I assure you that within 3 days, Wu Jie will meet his end. Wang Wendy's expression darkened, and he hesitated. Mr. Duan, your last attempt failed, and it surely alerted him. He is likely on guard now. It may be challenging to approach him again. Mr. Wang, do not overcomplicate matters. It is true that I cannot approach him, as Wu Jie's companions have seen me several times, and they are always together. Thus, it must be you who finds a way to get close. Did you not mention that your son and Wu Jie are classmates? Simply seek out someone Wu Jie would not suspect, like a fellow student. Surely, that would not raise his vigilance, Duan Wudao suggested with a sinister grin. Upon hearing this, Wang Wendy chuckled cunningly. Mr. Duan, that is indeed a clever idea, how did I not think of it? You truly are a master. At this juncture, my anger boiled within me. Just then, an unexpected event unfolded. The accursed magpie suddenly squawked again, and this time, it uttered words, "Grandfather, drink tea." This bird, possessed of remarkable intelligence, had been taught to speak by the old man Zhong during idle moments. It could articulate a few simple phrases, and it did so with startling clarity. Normally, I found the bird quite endearing. However, at this moment, I wished I could pluck every feather from its body. It had truly jeopardized my plans at a critical moment. I had not anticipated that the magpie would speak at such a crucial juncture, leaving me utterly flabbergasted. "Who goes there?" Duan Wudao exclaimed, leaping to his feet and rushing towards the exit. Knowing I could no longer linger, I swiftly flew to a nearby large tree. Duan Wudao kicked open the villa's front door and approached the window, turning to survey the vicinity with a chilling, menacing gaze. Wang Wendi followed closely, his expression betraying a hint of panic. "Did you hear someone speaking just now?" Duan Wudao asked Wang Wendi. "I believe I heard something," Wang Wendi replied uncertainly. Duan Wudao scanned the surroundings, and his gaze ultimately landed on the very tree where I had taken refuge. In that moment, my heart raced with trepidation. "Mr. Duan, could it be a misunderstanding? My villa is surrounded by high walls and electric fences, and there are guards at the entrance. It is impossible for anyone to enter," Wang Wendi insisted, yet Duan Wudao's gaze remained fixed on my hiding spot. Suddenly, he produced a dagger from his person and hurled it in my direction. Chapter 152. The infuriating magpie. A jolt of fear surged through me, nearly causing my soul to flee. To my astonishment, just as Duan Wudao raised his hand, the magpie suddenly took flight, evading the flying dagger aimed at it. Even more unexpectedly, instead of soaring away from the courtyard, the bird flew directly above Duan Wudao and Wang Wendi. "You scoundrel, you nearly scared me to death," the magpie squawked as it flew, hurling insults. Both Duan Wudao and Wang Wendi were momentarily stunned upon realizing it was merely a bird. At that moment, the magpie had already reached their heads, and a mass of white droppings descended upon Wang Wendi. He immediately felt a warm sensation above, and upon touching it, discovered it was the magpie's excrement. The bird then flitted past them and flew out of the courtyard. As the magpie hastily departed, I heard Wang Wendi's furious voice, "Where did this damned magpie come from, to drop its droppings on my head? I thought it was a person," Duan Wudao remarked, somewhat taken aback. "Who knows which unscrupulous owner let this magpie loose? If I catch it, I shall pluck every feather from its body." Wang Wendi fumed. I could not hear the rest of the conversation, as the magpie had already flown out of Wang Wendi's yard and headed straight to the location where Uncle Huzi and I had been hiding. Through the magpie's perspective, I saw my own body sitting in a patch of grass, hands forming seals, sitting cross-legged and motionless, while Uncle Huzi stared at me intently, as if fearing I might escape. I found it peculiar. Earlier, I had been controlling the magpie's movements, but after Duan Wudao became alert, it seemed I could no longer exert control over it. It acted on its own volition, including the act of defecating on Wang Wendi's head. At this moment, I regained my ability to control it and lingered near Uncle Huzi. Upon seeing the magpie return, Uncle Huzi's heart leapt with joy, and he eagerly exclaimed, "Young master, you have returned." Just as I was about to free my soul from the magpie, it suddenly spoke, "Daddy's home." Goodness, this magpie truly deserves a good reprimanding. I felt an urge to give it a thrashing. Uncle Huzi was taken aback, staring incredulously at the magpie, his expression one of bewilderment. Soon, a wisp of spirit emanated from the magpie and flew towards my crown. As I sat there, a shiver coursed through me, and I opened my eyes. My soul had just returned, but my body needed time to recover. I felt completely stiff, as if my legs had lost all sensation. After a few minutes, I regained my composure and looked at Uncle Huzi, saying, "Just now, I borrowed the magpie's body to scout around Wang Wendi's villa, and indeed I discovered Duan Wudao. He is within Wang Wendi's residence." So it was truly him. Uncle Huzi's gaze turned fierce. The thought of how nearly we had been killed by him ignited a surge of anger within me. At that moment, I heard the sound of the gate opening nearby, as someone appeared to be exiting Wang Wendi's home. I quickly rose and whispered, "Uncle Huzi, we must leave at once. It might be Duan Wudao coming out." Uncle Huzi promptly helped me to my feet. I noticed the magpie perched nearby and walked over, grabbing it and placing it in a cage before swiftly departing with Uncle Huzi. We hurried down the mountain, made our way to the main road, and hailed a taxi, heading straight to our residence in the courtyard. Throughout the journey, I kept my eyes fixed on the magpie in the cage. This creature, dark as coal and resembling a crow, remained remarkably quiet. When I looked at it, it returned my gaze, wearing an expression of utter dissatisfaction, truly infuriating. I sensed there was something unusual about this bird, though I could not quite discern what it was. Regardless, it had indeed rendered me significant assistance that night. Throughout the journey, Uncle Huzi and I exchanged little conversation. Upon returning to the courtyard and closing the door, I placed the birdcage inside and asked Uncle Huzi to fetch some food for it. Finally, Uncle Huzi leaned closer, eagerly asking, "Young master, what exactly transpired in that courtyard?" Duan Wudao is indeed at Wang Wendy's house. Upon entering, I overheard them discussing how to deal with me. "They are likely to take action against me in the coming days," I replied. "They plan to find someone to approach me, applying a concocted potion to my body, then employing dark arts to take my life. Furthermore, in the coming days, we may notice many individuals watching us. If you spot anyone, act as though you have seen nothing. We must not raise their suspicion. From today onward, we must not act alone. Once we step out of this door, we must remain together at all times," I stated solemnly. "Young master, what if they indeed manage to apply the potion to you?" Uncle Huzi expressed his concerns. "I have a plan. Since they intend to target me, we shall turn the tables on them and strike back," I declared. "Young master, whatever decision you make, I stand by you unconditionally," Uncle Huzi affirmed resolutely. Having overheard Duan Wudao and Wang Wendy's conversation, it seemed they intended to enlist my classmates to approach me stealthily and apply that potion. I surmised it resembled the concoction previously applied to Uncle Huzi's nape, a substance refined from corpse oil. I had heard my master speak of such methods, that refined liquid could not only control a person's spirit but could also, under certain incantations, induce severe ailments or even sudden death. Counteracting such methods was not entirely impossible. I needed to devise a thorough strategy. Early the next morning, a knock echoed at the courtyard door. Uncle Huzi answered, discovering that Grandpa Zhang from next door had come to retrieve his magpie. I personally handed the birdcage to Grandpa Zhang, smiling, "Thank you for the magpie, Grandpa Zhang. It's no trouble at all, just let me know if you need anything. Your master is away, so I shall assist as best I can." "Don't hesitate," Grandpa Zhang replied, humming a tune as he turned to leave. This Grandpa Zhang seemed to possess an extraordinary background, and his bird was anything but ordinary. However, I remained unaware of his true identity, as my master had never divulged any details about him. After sending Grandpa Zhang on his way, I took out my phone and called Guo Xiaotong. "Sister Xiaotong, I need your help." Chapter 153. A deep bonds of friendship. At present, both Uncle Huzi and I are reluctant to roam freely. The only person I can approach is Guo Xiaotong. My intention in seeking her out is to request her assistance in procuring certain items. Although Uncle Huzi and I could certainly make the purchase ourselves, I am acutely aware that there are individuals dispatched by Wang Wendy lurking at our doorstep, surveilling our every move. Whatever actions we undertake or places we visit will undoubtedly be reported back to Wang Wendy, then such information will inevitably reach the ears of Duan Wudao. I wish for Guo Xiaotong to acquire some herbal remedies for me. In the coming days, I must observe a period of purification, abstaining from meat and engaging in daily incantations. Utilizing these herbs for my baths, this regimen will fortify my body, rendering me immune to toxins. Even if the adversary applies their concoctions upon me, they will have little effect. Fortunately, the conversation I overheard between Duan Wudao and Wang Wendy last night afforded me ample time to prepare. Upon receiving my call, Guo Xiaotong readily agreed to my request, assuring me she would procure the items as instructed. By that afternoon, she arrived, bearing numerous bags filled with the herbs I had specified, carefully packaged in clothing bags as per my directions. After handing the items to me, a look of concern crossed her face as she inquired, "Young Master Wu, are you unwell? Why do you need so many herbs?" "Not at all," I replied with a smile. "I am merely keeping them for future use, to aid others in need." This seemed to alleviate her worries. Then she responded, "I'm relieved to hear that, Young Master Wu." Subsequently, I inquired about her father's health, to which Guo Xiaotong gleefully replied, "I cannot thank you enough, Young Master Wu. My father's condition has improved remarkably. He sleeps soundly now. He mentioned that once he finishes his current tasks, he will come to visit you personally." We exchanged a few more pleasantries, after which I cautioned her, the matter of these herbs must remain confidential. "No one, including your father, should be informed. If questioned, simply say you were purchasing clothing for me." Though somewhat puzzled, Guo Xiaotong exhibited great understanding and refrained from probing further. Aware of my line of work, she respected the boundaries of discretion. Once Guo Tong departed, I promptly prepared the herbs and placed them in the bathtub. Each day, I immersed myself in these herbal baths while chanting incantations, ensuring I remained safeguarded against malevolent forces for a time. Life continued as usual during these days, with tasks proceeding as they always had. However, when Uncle Huzi went out to buy groceries, I initially intended to accompany him, concerned that he might encounter trouble. Yet, he suggested he join Grandpa Zhang next door for mutual support, thereby avoiding drawing attention to ourselves. This made sense. It would seem overly conspicuous for me to accompany him, as he typically shopped alone. In my spare time, I would often ascend to the rooftop to survey the surroundings. Indeed, I spotted several suspicious individuals lurking around our courtyard. Occasionally glancing our way, it appeared that Wang Wendy and Duan Wudao had commenced executing their prior schemes. Fortunately, the incident involving the transfer of my soul into the parrot had gone unnoticed by Duan Wudao. This individual is exceedingly vigilant, a seasoned player in this game, and I must proceed with utmost caution. For the past few days, I have diligently bathed in the herbal concoctions and recited incantations without a moment's respite, for the stakes are perilous. It was unexpected that Wang Wendy, unable to restrain his impatience, would send 2 individuals to see me just 3 days later. These 2 individuals were my high school classmates, one named Li Jiayu and the other Xing Jianjun. We had shared a class during our school days. I had always maintained a low profile, interacting little with them, barely exchanging a few words throughout the year. Their visit was undoubtedly orchestrated by Wang Wendy, as these 2 were among Wang Chaoyong's closest associates during our school years. Given Wang Wendy's character, he must have compensated them generously to confront me, likely intending for them to smear Duan Wudao's concoction upon me. While I felt a sense of unease, I knew I had to feign nonchalance. As Uncle Huzi opened the door, my 2 classmates greeted me with the warmth of long-lost friends, as if we were bound by a deep camaraderie. Wu Jie, it's been ages. We came specifically to see you today, Li Jiayu remarked with a cheerful smile as he entered. Indeed, we are heading off to university soon, and it may be a while before we see each other again. As the saying goes, classmates for a lifetime, friends for 3 generations. Parting like this feels quite bittersweet, Xing Jianjun added enthusiastically. Welcome, welcome, it's truly heartwarming to have classmates visit me after all these years, I responded with a smile. The 2 of them seemed momentarily taken aback by my words. Li Jiayu quickly stepped forward, extending his hand. Old classmate, since we're leaving soon, let us have a hug as a farewell gesture. I stood still, merely chuckling. If only you 2 were female classmates, that would be better. Yet, in my mind, I thought that rather than bidding them farewell, I would gladly send them off to their demise. Why can't a male classmate hug? Xing Jianjun chimed in, edging closer. Without giving me a chance to decline, Li Jiayu enveloped me in an embrace, which I did not resist. After he released me, I felt a chill as he patted my shoulder and rested his hand around my neck, a sudden, icy sensation coursing through me. Before long, Li Jiayu released me, and I instinctively touched the back of my head, commenting, "Did you forget to wash your hands? They feel sticky." My apologies, old classmate. We had ice cream on our way here, and it might have gotten on our hands, Li Jiayu replied, feigning calmness. Feigning indifference, I said, "Well, since you're here, do stay for dinner. I'll have Uncle Huzi go buy something. No need to trouble yourself, we just came to check on you and we'll be on our way. Do keep in touch." Xing Jianjun declared, extending his hand for a shake. I accepted, only to quickly notice a residue on his hand as well, slick and greasy. Both of them had successfully completed their mission by surreptitiously applying the mysterious substance to me before hastily departing. No sooner had they exited than I felt a disorienting buzz in my head, my surroundings spinning. Chapter 154. The substitute rooster. These 2 classmates who approached were undoubtedly instigated by Wang Duan. I was fully aware of their intentions, yet I feigned ignorance, allowing them to smear those potions upon my person. In truth, their acting was quite clumsy, and their motives were glaringly obvious. Even without sending that magpie to Wang Wendy's residence, I could sense the peculiar behavior of these 2 classmates. Perhaps they were unaware of the nature of the substance Wang Wendy had instructed them to apply to me, but they certainly knew it would be detrimental to my well-being, yet they proceeded regardless. The scant camaraderie we had cultivated over the years had reached its conclusion, and from that moment forth, we would be as distant as strangers, should we ever cross paths again. Although I had not been particularly close to them during our school days, their betrayal still left a bitter ache in my heart. Not long after they departed, as Uncle Huzi had just closed the door, I was suddenly engulfed by a wave of dizziness. My chest felt constricted, and I staggered, on the verge of collapsing to the ground. Uncle Huzi rushed to my side, supporting me with urgency. "Young master, have those 2 harmed you? Quick, help me inside," I managed to utter, beads of sweat forming on my brow, my voice trembling. A chill crept up my neck, swiftly spreading through my body, rendering me icy cold. As Uncle Huzi steadied me, my body became limp, and I leaned heavily against him. Barely moments after my classmates had smeared that substance upon me, Duan Wudao had already activated his incantations, and the liquid began to exert its formidable influence. I had heard from my master of a malevolent technique involving the refinement of a substance known as human connection oil. This substance bore a resemblance to the blood and flesh jar I had encountered previously. Both were derived from the remains of those who had met untimely deaths. The blood and flesh jar was crafted by refining the blood and flesh of a deceased individual within a vessel, while human connection oil was more intricate, composed of the blood and flesh of multiple untimely demises, distilled into a sinister oil. This concoction, when further refined and infused with resentment, could be used to assault the living. By applying this human connection oil onto an individual, one could invoke the technique, using the resentment within the oil to erode their spirit. The human connection oil that had been applied to Uncle Huzi was relatively primitive, merely allowing for soul manipulation. In contrast, the oil intended for me was evidently far more potent, capable of launching a mental assault directly upon me, with the intent to take my life. Had I not been prepared in advance, I would have likely succumbed, bleeding from all 7 orifices. Uncle Huzi promptly assisted me into the house, and upon witnessing my drenched visage, he became quite flustered. "Young master, what shall we do next?" Bring the large rooster we purchased earlier," I replied laboriously. Uncle Huzi nodded and hurriedly fetched the rooster from the kitchen. Since my visit to Wang Wendy's home, I had taken meticulous precautions, and that rooster had been acquired several days prior. Once Uncle Huzi placed the rooster before me, I settled onto the ground, cross-legged, and began to chant the calming mantra repeatedly, fortifying myself against Duan Wudao's mental onslaught. His cultivation undoubtedly surpassed mine, and as he activated his technique, I immediately felt a multitude of discomforts. This approach was undeniably perilous. However, as the saying goes, one must venture into the tiger's den to capture the tiger's cub. I had to employ this tactic to feign injury, allowing him to believe I had succumbed, thus relaxing his vigilance and granting me an opportunity. "Young master, I've brought it," Uncle Huzi exclaimed. I opened my eyes to regard the large rooster in his hands and instructed him to hold it firmly, placing it on the ground. Following my direction, Uncle Huzi complied. I then bit my middle finger, drew forth a blank yellow talisman, and inscribed my birth date in blood upon it, affixing it to the rooster's back. While the blood was still fresh, I grasped the rooster's head with one hand and smeared my blood over its eyes with the other, reciting, "Heaven's gate opens, earth's gate opens, grant me the sight to behold the forces. Let my senses connect with the divine, or may all limbs and senses be equipped, and my vital organs align with the mystical path. May divine light illuminate, bringing forth clarity, my mind unified, my spirit empowered." Upon completing the incantation, I instructed Uncle Huzi to release the rooster. Instantly, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. I had employed the mountain shifting technique to transform the rooster into my substitute, allowing it to endure the suffering meant for me. Not long after Uncle Huzi let go, the once vibrant rooster appeared disoriented, swaying as if intoxicated. It stumbled a few steps before collapsing to the ground, flailing about. Simultaneously, blood began to froth from its beak, and its body convulsed upon the earth. Uncle Huzi, witnessing this spectacle, was taken aback. "Young master, what is happening?" "Uncle Huzi, no time for questions, we both have urgent matters to attend to. We must locate that scoundrel Duan Wudao. He is surely hiding nearby, within no more than 500 meters. The malevolent technique he employed grows stronger the closer he is to me. We must find him and eliminate him without hesitation." As I spoke, I lifted the convulsing rooster and made my way toward the door. Uncle Huzi quickly followed, a hint of panic in his voice. "Young master, are you intending to kill him? If I do not kill him, it will be I who dies. Who do you think should perish instead?" I replied, locking eyes with Uncle Huzi. At that moment, he was taken aback by the murderous intent in my gaze, a look he found unfamiliar in someone he had known since childhood. This was an inevitable transformation. Since the moment I entered my master's teachings, I had stepped into the tumult of the martial world. The world of martial arts is fraught with conflict and enmity, and as a practitioner of feng shui, I was not exempt. Upon exiting the courtyard, I surveyed my surroundings and addressed Uncle Huzi. "You have seen Duan Wudao's photograph. He must be lurking nearby. Let us split up and search. We must locate him before this rooster succumbs. Otherwise, he may escape." Uncle Huzi nodded silently, swiftly darting into a narrow alley. By this point, darkness had fully enveloped the sky. Clutching the rooster, I hastened in another direction, scanning the dim corners as I moved. Where could Duan Wudao be hiding? Chapter 155. Do not blame me for being ruthless. The large rooster in my grasp was on the verge of death. Once it succumbed, Duan Wudao would undoubtedly believe that I had been completely exhausted, and he would hastily make his escape. If he fled, finding him again would prove exceedingly difficult. Thus, I was filled with urgency, hastening through the narrow alley, my eyes scanning every corner, leaving no shadow unchecked. However, the alley was not particularly long, and after 2 laps, I had yet to catch a glimpse of Duan Wudao. Just as I contemplated another round, Uncle Huzi suddenly emerged from one end of the alley, striding purposefully towards me. A glance at his expression confirmed my fears. He had found no trace of our quarry. Young master, there's no one around. I've circled this place several times. It's so small, where could he possibly hide? Uncle Huzi said, frustration evident in his tone. I pondered for a moment, my countenance darkening. When I lifted the rooster, I observed that it was nearing its last breath, blood dripping continuously from its beak. At this rate, it would only last another 2 or 3 minutes. Once the rooster died, Duan Wudao would surely flee. My anxiety surged as I spoke to Uncle Huzi. Duan Wudao must be within 500 meters of us. He is certainly concealed in a location we have yet to consider. We must continue our search, and we cannot overlook the trash bins. Young master, I've already checked the trash bins, and found no one, Uncle Huzi replied quickly. At that moment, an unusual sound suddenly reached our ears. A fool. I looked up to see Grandpa Zhang's parrot perched on a nearby courtyard wall, gazing at us. The plump bird seemed to imply that we were the fools. Follow me. The parrot suddenly flapped its wings and flew towards one of the courtyards. Uncle Huzi and I exchanged bewildered glances, and he soon reacted, a hint of surprise in his voice. Young master, could this bird be leading us? Does it know where Duan Wudao is hiding? That is indeed a possibility, I replied. The parrot raised by Grandpa Zhang possessed a certain intelligence. At times, I felt its gaze was remarkably perceptive, akin to that of a human. Let us follow it, I decided, putting aside my doubts. Since we had been unable to locate him, we might as well take a gamble and see where this bird might lead us. The parrot flew a distance of over 100 meters before landing on the rooftop of a courtyard, remaining still. Uncle Huzi and I paused at the entrance. Whose house is this? I inquired of Uncle Huzi. Although it was a neighboring house I seldom visited, knowing only a few nearby families. It seems this family has gone abroad. Their courtyard has been vacant for several years, Uncle Huzi informed me. His words sparked a thought. Perhaps Duan Wudao had taken refuge in this long-abandoned residence. It was merely 300 or 400 meters from my home, an ideal distance for employing dark arts against me. Uncle Huzi, let us sneak in. While Duan Wudao is preoccupied with his dark rituals, he won't be able to divide his focus. If we approach now, we could easily take his life, I urged. Young master, if it comes to killing, let me handle it. You are still so young, Uncle Huzi insisted, his expression resolute. Uncle Huzi, sometimes one can eliminate an adversary without direct confrontation. If he intends to harm me with his sorcery, why should I not retaliate with my own? I replied, locking eyes with him. Before he could respond, I took 2 steps back, gathered my momentum, and swiftly vaulted over the courtyard wall, landing lightly within the yard. Moments later, Uncle Huzi followed suit. I motioned for Uncle Huzi to be quiet, urging him to make as little noise as possible. This courtyard had been uninhabited for years, overgrown with a thick layer of fallen leaves and wild grass. Such a property, worth several million in Yanbei City, lay empty, a sheer waste. Those who could reside in a courtyard like this were certainly not ordinary individuals. Upon entering the yard, I conducted a careful inspection, confirming that it was devoid of any occupants. I then crouched low, making my way towards the rooms. Soon, I discovered that one of the doors was unlocked. There was definitely someone inside. I quickened my pace, activating my clairvoyance to peer through the door's crack. My heart raced as I spotted a figure seated within, Duan Wudao, adorned with an unusual tattoo across his neck. He was seated cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by various ritualistic items, including a bloodied scarecrow with several daggers embedded in it. Duan Wudao had his eyes shut tight, fingers forming intricate seals, muttering incantations. He was wholly absorbed in his dark magic, and any interruption could spell disaster for him. This was my moment to strike. The forces of fate conspired against me, yet Duan Wudao was oblivious to the fact that I was plotting against him as well. The world of martial arts is rife with deceit. Those who lack cunning meet a swift demise. I glanced once more at the rooster in my hand. It had but a breath remaining, its eyes beginning to roll back. At this juncture, if I did not act, it would be too late. I gestured for Uncle Huzi to step back. I produced the Tiangong ruler and summoned my spiritual energy. Instantly, dark vapors began to emanate from the ruler. Those were the vengeful spirits I had previously sealed within it. Their resentment was palpable. They surged forth into the room. Duan Wudao seemed to sense something amiss, opening his eyes just as the spirits lunged towards him, entering his body in a flurry. He trembled violently, his eyes wide with terror, emitting a choking sound as he collapsed backward. My gaze grew increasingly cold. Duan Wudao, oh Duan Wudao, I harbor no grievances against you, yet you seek my life. If that is your intent, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. While performing his dark magic, Duan Wudao had to maintain unwavering focus. Any distraction would not only nullify his efforts but also unleash a powerful backlash. As the spirits invaded his body, they disrupted his incantation. The surge of backlash overwhelmed him, and he collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. I believed Duan Wudao was doomed, yet an unexpected turn of events transpired. A surge of crimson malevolence erupted from his body, the very infant spirit that had earlier approached my bedside to drain my vitality. Chapter 156. It was you. I stood at the doorway, witnessing Duan Wudao ensnared by several malevolent spirits who had met untimely ends, causing him to abruptly falter and spew blood. My heart sank, for I thought Duan Wudao was surely doomed. However, to my astonishment, at that critical moment, a surge of crimson malevolence erupted from Duan Wudao, transforming into a horrifying infant spirit, undoubtedly a ghastly entity he had refined, possessing formidable powers. Upon its emergence, the malevolent spirits that had entwined around Duan Wudao immediately dissipated from him, gathering instead at the threshold. The diminutive spirit nestled beside Duan Wudao, revealing a set of sharp white teeth, its gaze rife with resentment and malice. Collectively, the malevolent spirits were no match for this infant spirit's prowess. Seeing this little creature, I realized the gravity of my oversight. After all my efforts, I had neglected the existence of this infant spirit. As soon as the malevolent spirits vacated Duan Wudao, he instantly returned to a semblance of normalcy, though he was evidently weakened, his pallor stark and blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, indicating he was grievously injured. His eyes, filled with a flicker of terror, darted towards the entrance as he wiped the blood from his lips and ominously stated, "Come out, I know you are out there." With that, I saw no reason to remain concealed. I pushed open the door and stepped inside. "Greetings, Elder Duan," I addressed him. "I never anticipated that you, boy, would be so cunning. After decades of traversing the martial world, weathering countless storms, I find myself ensnared in your petty trap." Duan Wudao scoffed. "If we are to speak of cunning, I am far inferior to you. Just the other day, my uncle Huzi fell victim to your soul-controlling spell, and the array of talismans surrounding my home was dismantled by you. None of it went unnoticed, and I nearly fell prey to the infant spirit you nurtured." "I must admit, experience does lend wisdom," I replied with a smile. "Boy, even in my current state of injury, do you truly believe you can slay me?" Duan Wudao retorted with a cold huff. "I cannot say for certain, but I must make the attempt." I narrowed my eyes, fixing my gaze upon him. Just then, the door swung open, and Uncle Huzi burst in, brandishing a dagger, his eyes fixated on Duan Wudao with fierce intensity. Upon seeing Uncle Huzi, Duan Wudao momentarily faltered, aware of the disadvantage of facing two opponents. Although he was accompanied by the infant spirit, I held no fear of it. "Is this the scoundrel who seeks to harm us?" Uncle Huzi asked darkly. "Who else would linger in this cursed place at such an hour?" I countered. "He nearly took both our lives. Tonight, we cannot allow him to escape," Uncle Huzi declared angrily. Duan Wudao coughed several times, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his complexion grim. I regarded him with seriousness, stating, "Before we engage, I have a question. How much did Wang Wendi pay you to take my life? Do you even know who my master is?" At my inquiry, Duan Wudao was visibly taken aback, clearly unprepared for my knowledge of his employment by Wang Wendi to assassinate me. In the martial world, it is a code of honor that hired assassins must take their secrets to the grave, lest they violate the tenets of the craft. Even Duan Wudao, regardless of his prowess, would find himself without work thereafter. "Wang Wendi. I do not comprehend what you are insinuating." Duan Wudao feigned calmness. I smiled and said, "Duan Wudao, cease pretending to be oblivious. I am well aware that it was Wang Wendi who hired you to kill me. Do you recall the incident a few nights ago when a bird flew into Wang Wendi's residence?" Duan Wudao gasped in shock. "So it was you? How did you accomplish that?" "That is not for you to inquire. My master, the feng shui master, possesses numerous skills. This was merely a trivial trick," I replied nonchalantly. "Indeed, a renowned master produces exceptional disciples. Li Shentong has taken on a remarkable apprentice." Duan Wudao exclaimed with rage, suddenly gesturing. The infant spirit leapt towards me and Uncle Huzi with alarming speed. This little spirit, wicked in appearance, bore a face dominated by a gaping maw filled with sharp fangs, exuding a chilling aura as it approached us. Uncle Huzi visibly recoiled at the sight. Meanwhile, I had already summoned the Tiangang ruler, and with a surge of spiritual energy, runes illuminated upon it as I aimed it at the infant spirit. Simultaneously, the malevolent spirits, at my behest, charged towards Duan Wudao. He showed no inclination to engage further, swiftly turning towards the window and kicking it open with a crash, leaping out into the night. Uncle Huzi, stop him. Do not let him escape. I shouted while grappling with the infant spirit. Only then did Uncle Huzi spring into action, dagger in hand, rushing out after Duan Wudao. My initial intent was to eliminate Duan Wudao with sorcery, but the sudden appearance of the infant spirit had thwarted my plans. Now, I was compelled to confront him directly. Such a man, responsible for countless lives lost, should not be permitted to live alive. The extermination of such a fiend would be a service to justice. The infant spirit, radiating malevolence, proved challenging to confront. I swung the Tiangang ruler several times, failing to strike it. The malevolent spirits then encircled the infant spirit, trapping it in their midst. The infant spirit, crouching on the ground, bared its sharp teeth and emitted a low growl. Suddenly, it leaped with ferocity, lunging at one of the malevolent spirits and sinking its teeth into it. The spirit instantly disintegrated into a wisp of black smoke, devoured by the infant spirit. Spirits can indeed consume one another, and the more they consume, the greater their power becomes. The remaining spirits, witnessing the infant spirit's ferocity, revealed expressions of terror, clearly hesitant to advance. This emboldened the infant spirit, its blood-red eyes fixed upon me. Just as I was preoccupied with the infant spirit, sounds of a struggle erupted from outside the courtyard. Uncle Huzi had successfully intercepted Duan Wudao. At this moment, Duan Wudao was gravely injured, and though Uncle Huzi was not a practitioner, he should be able to hold him off for a time. I needed to dispatch this infant spirit swiftly to assist Uncle Huzi. Suddenly, the infant spirit let out a shrill cry, leaping directly at me with lethal intent. Chapter 157. Spare me. After devouring a malevolent spirit that had met a tragic end, the aura of malevolence surrounding the small infant spirit intensified considerably. Even before its arrival, I could sense an ominous chill enveloping me, causing the hairs on my body to stand on end. This little infant spirit was exceedingly fierce, arguably the most formidable ghostly entity I had encountered thus far. Its speed was astounding. Whenever I swung the celestial ruler, it would always manage to anticipate my move and evade with ease. Thus, I refrained from dodging this time, by waiting its leap towards me. In the blink of an eye, the small spirit clung to my shoulder, and an immediate wave of icy dread washed over me, as if I had plunged into a freezing abyss. It opened its gaping maw, ready to sink its teeth into my neck. At that moment, my other hand had already conjured 3 layers of thunderous energy. Just as its monstrous jaws were about to clamp down on my neck, I unleashed the thunderous force upon the infant spirit. This maneuver was perilous, positioning myself as bait to draw the spirit closer, seizing the opportunity to deliver a little strike. Should it succeed in biting my neck, my life would undoubtedly be forfeit. Fortunately, I was swift and had meticulously planned this attack. The instant it landed on me, I unleashed the layered thunderous energy upon it. The little spirit emitted a piercing shriek, tumbling away with a violent force. Upon hitting the ground, it writhed in agony, blue electric arcs coursing through its form, visibly weakened. I hurried a few steps closer, seizing the moment before it could recover, and brought forth the celestial seal, slamming it down onto the infant spirit. This celestial seal was an artifact I had retrieved from the underground palace while dealing with the mesmerizing spirits. It was specifically designed to subdue malevolent entities. As I pressed the celestial seal onto the spirit, a brilliant golden light erupted from it, as if a great mountain had descended upon the little spirit. Once more, it let out a shrill cry, struggling futilely to rise. I had no time to linger. Outside, Uncle Huzi was still entangled with Duan Wudao, and I feared for his safety. After subduing the infant spirit, I bolted from the room. Upon reaching the courtyard, I heard a muffled groan, and Uncle Huzi staggered back several steps before collapsing beside me. I rushed to support him. "Young master, this fellow is incredibly strong. Even in this state, I'm no match for him," Uncle Huzi said, his expression one of disbelief. This was precisely what I had anticipated. Even severely injured, he was still a practitioner, far superior to an ordinary person. Uncle Huzi was typically an adept fighter, easily fending off 3 or 5 men, but against such a practitioner, he was bound to suffer. Yet, despite having knocked Uncle Huzi to the ground, Duan Wudao dared not linger. He glanced towards me and sprinted towards the courtyard wall. As he ran, his movements were visibly unsteady, swaying as he went. He was indeed gravely injured. Even in such a state, he had managed to contend with Uncle Huzi for quite some time. Don't worry about it. I'll handle him, I declared, releasing Uncle Huzi and hastening after Duan Wudao. Duan Wudao had reached the wall, and with a nimble push of his toes, he began to scale it. I was still some distance away, and it was too late to intervene. I quickly stopped in my tracks and retrieved a Cloud Thunder talisman from my belongings, hurling it in Duan Wudao's direction. The talisman soared into the air, transforming into a streak of blue lightning, hurtling straight towards him. Just as he was about to hoist himself over the wall, Duan Wudao released his grip and fell back down. The Cloud Thunder talisman collided with the wall, emitting a thunderous explosion that left a gaping hole. He sat on the ground, gasping for breath, coughing violently and spitting out a mouthful of blood, his eyes fixed on my advancing figure. Had Duan Wudao not been so severely injured, given my current cultivation level, even two of me combined would not pose a challenge for him, yet now, he was left at my mercy. Grasping the celestial ruler, I approached Duan Wudao step by step. After catching his breath, he leaned against the wall, struggling to stand, then spoke in a grave tone, "Young brother, let us not take this too far. There is always room for reconciliation in the martial world. Spare me this time, and I assure you, I will not trouble you again. Apologies, but I am not one to show mercy. You will not escape today. If I let you go now, you will undoubtedly seek to take my life tomorrow," I replied resolutely. "I swear I want tea, I would even swear to heaven. Just let me go, and I will help you eliminate Wang Wendi. If it weren't for Wang Wendi's plea, I would never have considered harming you. If your master, the Feng Shui king, were to learn of this, I would not survive either," Duan Wudao said, his voice tinged with desperation. "Save your pleas for the king of hell." I stepped forward, the celestial ruler glowing with a golden hue as I aimed it at his forehead. At that moment, Duan Wudao suddenly produced two black talismans from behind him and hurled them at me. A jolt of fear coursed through me, and I instinctively retreated. I struck one of the talismans with the celestial ruler, while the other flew past me and landed on the ground. The courtyard had been abandoned for years, overrun with wild grass. The black talisman that fell among the weeds caused a vast area of grass to wither instantly. The talisman I struck with the celestial ruler detonated into a massive fireball, igniting with ferocious flames. This brief delay allowed Duan Wudao to scale the courtyard wall once more, swiftly leaping over it. Determined, I thought to myself that no matter how far he ran, I would not let him escape today. I hastened my steps, leaping over the wall as well, only to see Duan Wudao stumbling down the alleyway ahead. He was gravely injured, unable to run swiftly, and I quickened my pace to pursue him. Unexpectedly, around a corner, two individuals suddenly emerged, wielding machetes, then lunged directly at my head. Their abrupt appearance startled me. I instinctively seized one of their wrists, pulled him toward me, and delivered a knee strike to his abdomen, causing him to double over and collapse to the ground. The other assailant swung his machete at me, but I executed a decisive kick to his vital area, twisting his features in pain as he too fell to the ground. Looking back, I saw that Duan Wudao had already escaped the narrow alley, heading straight for the main road ahead. Chapter 158, Eradicating the Roots of Weeds. The two individuals who suddenly launched an assault on me were undoubtedly orchestrated by Wang Wendi. Although they posed little significant threat, they succeeded in buying time for Duan Wudao to escape. After I dispatched those two to the ground, I immediately pursued the direction Duan Wudao had taken. I witnessed him sprinting straight onto the main road. Suddenly, a vehicle came to a halt, its door swung open, and without a moment's hesitation, Duan Wudao leapt into the car. My night vision was exceptionally keen, and in the dim light, I discerned a figure inside the vehicle that bore a striking resemblance to Wang Wendi. By the time I reached the main road, the car had already advanced several dozen meters, making it impossible for me to catch up. Even if I could never bring myself to eliminate Duan Wudao on such a public thoroughfare. That would certainly lead to dire consequences for me. I watched as the vehicle receded into the distance, standing on the road in a daze for several minutes before turning back towards the alley. At that moment, Uncle Hu also emerged, approaching with a sense of urgency. "Where did they go?" he inquired. "They fled. They must have been picked up by Wang Wendi," I replied, feeling somewhat disheartened. "This is troublesome. That fellow has escaped, and he will undoubtedly seek revenge on us in the future. Eradicating the weeds without uprooting the roots only allows them to flourish anew," Uncle Hu remarked. Upon hearing his words, my initial gloom was transformed into amusement. I couldn't help but chuckle at his cleverness, wondering where he had learned such witty expressions. "There is nothing we can do. They must have planned their escape in advance. I can't outrun a car on foot," I said. "What will we do? If he strikes again, it will surely be more ruthless than this time. This feud is no longer just between us and Wang Wendi. We've also made an enemy of Duan Wudao." Uncle Hu appeared even more anxious than I. "Oh, not worry, at least for the next 6 months, Duan Wudao will be unable to make a move against me. When he previously attempted to harm me, he was severely countered by several vengeful spirits, resulting in a significant backlash that will take him at least half a year to recover from, I assured him. And what happens after 6 months? Uncle Hu pressed further. We will cross that bridge when we come to it.by then, my master will likely have arrived. What do I have to fear from Duan Wudao? I waved my hand dismissively, though I spoke with confidence. A twinge of worry lingered in my heart. Given Duan Wudao's formidable strength, it was inconceivable that I could easily overpower him unless he had sustained grave injuries. Furthermore, that night, he had the opportunity to kill me but refrained from doing so. The small infant spirit had been lurking by my bedside, devouring my young energy and vitality. This spirit possessed considerable prowess, capable of not merely bewitching but directly devouring me with its gaping maw. The reason Duan Wudao had not commanded the infant spirit to proceed with such an act was his insatiable greed. He aimed to enhance the spirit's abilities by absorbing the energy of a practitioner like myself, which would indeed augment its power immensely. Fortunately, his avarice had spared my life. As Uncle Hu and I made our way towards the courtyard, I noticed that the 2 individuals I had incapacitated earlier had vanished without a trace. Just as we approached the entrance to my family's courtyard, I spotted an individual standing there, with a particularly cheeky magpie perched on his shoulder. It was Grandpa Xiong from the neighboring yard, who greeted us with a cheerful smile. Before I could utter a word, the magpie suddenly squawked, big fool, big fool." The words from the bird's beak caused my cheeks to flush with embarrassment. I increasingly suspected that this magpie was no ordinary creature. It seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of our activities. Moreover, it had been this very bird that led us to the elusive Duan Wudao earlier. Now that we had allowed him to escape, the magpie scolded us as big fools. "What brings you 2 out at this hour?" Grandpa Xiong inquired with a smile. "Nothing much, Uncle Xiong. Uncle Hu and I were just out for a stroll. Aren't you asleep yet?" I replied with a grin. "Age takes its toll. I can't seem to sleep. Just out for a bit of fresh air with my bird." Grandpa Xiong chuckled upon noticing the magpie. Uncle Hu approached it and said, "If you keep babbling nonsense, I'll pluck all your feathers." To our surprise, the magpie rolled its eyes at Uncle Hu and continued, big fool, big fool." This left Uncle Hu at a loss for words, his face reddening as he turned to Grandpa Xiong, saying, "I must ask, Uncle Xiong, where did this bird learn such language? Why is it insulting us?" Grandpa Xiong chuckled. "My magpie is quite clever. It picks up on conversations and learns quickly. I often take it out shopping, so I suppose it's learned a thing or two." "Uncle Xiong, it's getting late. We should head back. You take care and rest well," I said politely. "You two go on ahead. I'll take a little more time to stroll and stretch my legs," Grandpa Xiong replied, waving as he ambled away with the magpie. As they departed, the magpie added with a parting shot, "Useless, you lost the chase." This infuriated Uncle Hu, who puffed up his cheeks in irritation, yet felt powerless against the bird. The magpie, emboldened by Grandpa Xiong's presence, exuded an air of mischief, relishing the fact that we could neither catch it nor tolerate its taunts. "This bird is incredibly infuriating. When Grandpa Xiong is not around, I'll surely pluck a few of its feathers to teach it a lesson," Uncle Hu fumed. "Uncle Hu, this bird is no ordinary creature. It likely holds significant connections and seems to understand our endeavors. That is why it speaks to us this way," I mused, gazing in the direction of Grandpa Xiong's departure. "Master, you are overthinking It's merely a talking magpie. What is so remarkable about that?" Uncle Hu dismissed. "Not only is this bird unusual, but so is Grandpa Xiong. I have a feeling he may have sent the magpie to assist us. Its presence at our courtyard entrance suggests he was concerned for our safety and waited for us." Grandpa Xiong shares a close relationship with my master, who, throughout his life, had few friends. "This Grandpa Xiong is an exception," I explained. "Master, you are worrying unnecessarily. Grandpa Xiong has lived here long before you arrived. He is just an ordinary old man, reportedly retired from a government position, living a quiet life. There is nothing extraordinary about him," Uncle Hu countered. Uncle Hu's stubbornness was tiresome, so I refrained from further argument and simply entered the house. The following day, I instructed Hu to inquire about Wang Wendy's situation, only to receive unexpected news. Wang Wendy and his entire family had departed from Yanbei, and even his assets were up for sale. Chapter 159. The tragic incident of jumping from a building. In other words, after Wang Wendy took Duan Wudao away, he set off that very night, whisking his family away from Yanbei City, and their destination remains a mystery to all. Wang Wendy, a native of Yanbei, had lived there for decades, with all his enterprises established in the city. The fact that he abandoned everything and completely severed ties with this place is astonishing. Not to mention, the Yanbei Grand Hotel, one of the premier establishments in the city, was owned by Wang Wendy's family, raking in a fortune daily, yet he was willing to sell it off. This indicates a singular truth: he feared that I would bring him trouble. In reality, the person Wang Wendy truly fears is not me, but my master. The reputation of my master, the Feng Shui king, precedes him. Wang Wendy, who schemed tirelessly to eliminate me, came perilously close to succeeding. Should my master become aware of this affair, he would undoubtedly seek retribution against him. From the day I formally became my master's pupil, I truly stepped into this tumultuous world. The world is rife with conflicts, and in our line of work, it is inevitable to offend others. Thus, I must learn to accept this reality. Upon learning of this news, Uncle Husi and I promptly visited the Yulai tea house to seek out Sister Hua. I handed her a deposit of 100,000, requesting her assistance in locating Duan Wudao. I promised an additional 200,000 as a reward should she succeed in finding him. This time, if Sister Hua did not refuse, she accepted the sum. However, her demeanor towards me was even more courteous than during my previous visit. As soon as I entered, she had premium oolong tea prepared to welcome me. This was not solely due to my master's reputation but rather because I had demonstrated my own capabilities. Sister Hua seemed to have received some information, aware that Duan Wudao had sustained severe injuries. I remain ignorant of how she acquired this intel, but it is indeed true that Duan Wudao was gravely wounded. Sister Hua presumed I would be unable to handle such an experienced figure as Duan Wudao, only to find that he had fallen into my hands. Regrettably, I was unable to eliminate that old fiend, leaving me with a lingering threat for the future. The matter concerning Wang Wendy must now reach a conclusion. I am uncertain of his whereabouts, yet I still require Sister Hua's assistance in uncovering his location. This old man is indeed pitiable, having lost his son in his twilight years, experiencing the sorrow of a white-haired man sending off a black-haired one. I can empathize with his desire for vengeance. However, understanding does not preclude the necessity of action. He must be dealt with to prevent future complications. Moreover, his son's demise is closely tied to Wang Wendy's actions. Had he not indulged his son in misdeeds and arrogance, such a fate might have been avoided. Once Sister Hua acquires news of Wang Wendy, I shall devise a method to claim the life of that old rogue. Yet, Duan Wudao will not escape my grasp. About a month passed without any significant occurrences. Many individuals sought me out regarding the courtyard, primarily wealthy patrons wishing to consult on feng shui. Such tasks lack challenge for me and do not enhance my skills, thus, I prefer to decline them. When my master was alive, he would often refuse similar requests. With the time at hand, I would rather immerse myself in the ancient texts my master left behind, especially since Uncle Husi and I had already amassed millions over the past few days, making us financially secure. Despite the considerable sums offered by these affluent clients, my interest in their business was non-existent. With over a month devoid of engagements, I remained at home, engrossed in studying my master's writings. There is a saying that one regrets not having enough books when needed. Through the troubles I have encountered, I realize my knowledge remains insufficient. Acknowledging my limitations compels me to learn more techniques that could prove vital in critical moments. Additionally, I must mention that I retained the ghostly infant spirit that Duan Wudao had been cultivating initially. I contemplated obliterating it, for once a ghostly entity is refined, it cannot be transcended and would remain a menace. Yet, upon reflection, I found the infant spirit to be quite unfortunate. I wondered what means Duan Wudao employed to refine such a formidable entity. Its origins must be significant, thus, I sealed it alongside the alluring spirit within the Tiangang seal. This artifact not only possesses the power to deter malevolent forces but can also dissipate the malevolent aura surrounding these ghostly entities, albeit requiring some time. My intention is to wait until the harmful energy dissipates sufficiently, potentially rendering it useful to me. Uncle Husi excels in combat, however, when facing practitioners, he often proves ineffective. If I do not cultivate a few formidable enforcers, I shall undoubtedly encounter trouble in the future. Should I fail to control that infant spirit, I will have no choice but to eradicate it. One afternoon, Uncle Husi suddenly rushed into my study, visibly agitated. "Young master, trouble has arisen, have you heard?" I was engrossed in the texts left by my master and, upon hearing Uncle Husi's words, I felt perplexed. "What has happened? Is there news from Sister Hua?" "It's not about Duan Wudao, it's Yanbei University. I hear that several students have jumped from the building, and it has caused quite a stir, making the news." As he spoke, Uncle Husi handed me his phone. I stared at the screen, stunned to see the headline, "4 students jump to their deaths at Yanbei University, a tragic incident occurring 3 years later." I took the phone to examine the details. It reported that 4 students had died from a particular dormitory at Yanbei University, and 3 years prior, 2 students had leapt from the same building. The article was unsettlingly eerie. Before I could finish reading, Uncle Husi interjected, "Young master, do you think Yanbei University is haunted? Otherwise, how could 4 students jump simultaneously? Let us not leap to conclusions." It could very well be an accident, I replied nonchalantly. After a pause, I added, though that cannot be entirely ruled out. Many schools are indeed heavy within energy. Typically, the sites chosen for educational institutions are either ancient battlefields or burial grounds. The rationale behind establishing schools in such locations lies in the fact that they attract numerous people, thus generating young energy that suppresses the negative energies. However, the emergence of malevolent entities suggests that something significant is about to transpire. Does this mean we might have new business opportunities? Uncle Huzi inquired. Do you lack for money? I glanced at him. Who wouldn't want more wealth? We haven't taken on any business in over a month. Remember, your master expected you to earn 10 million in a year. We are still far from that goal, Uncle Huzi replied. This conversation between Uncle Huzi and me was merely casual. However, unexpectedly, that very afternoon, the president of Yanbei University arrived at the courtyard, accompanied by Go Ziping and Go Xiaotong. It seems Uncle Huzi's ominous words proved prophetic, as they came seeking my assistance regarding the haunting at Yanbei University. Chapter 160 A request for assistance. Since the last time I helped Go Ziping resolve the matter concerning the enchanting spirit, it has been quite some time since I last saw him. This time, he arrived not empty-handed but accompanied by 2 bodyguards, carrying an assortment of gifts. As Uncle Huzi opened the door and caught sight of the affluent Go Ziping, his face instantly blossomed into a radiant smile. After graciously accepting several gift bags from one of the bodyguards, he politely remarked, Mr. Guo, while we are delighted by your visit, there is truly no need for such extravagance in the future. As he took the gifts, Uncle Huzi called out to me, Young master, Mr. Guo and Miss Guo have arrived. How insincere. I chuckled inwardly, berating Uncle Huzi as I stepped out of the room. Go Ziping and Go Xiaotong were making their way into the courtyard, flanked by 2 bodyguards and accompanied by an elderly gentleman with graying hair, appearing to be in his 60s. My life was saved by young Master Wu. Offering a few gifts is merely a token gesture. If young Master Wu were to request it, I would gladly purchase property for him, Go Ziping exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Upon seeing me emerge from the house, Go Xiaotong hastened her steps, beaming as she wrapped her arms around mine. Young Master Wu, it has been far too long. I recently started school and haven't had the chance to visit you. How have you been? Quite well, indeed, I replied with a smile. Younger Master Wu, today I accompanied my father to the mall and picked up a few things for you, including some outfits. I hope they fit well. You must try them on when you have the time, Go Xiaotong said. I glanced at the large bags Uncle Huzi was carrying. Although I am not wealthy, I am familiar with some high-end brands, and the clothes Go Xiaotong had chosen for me were indeed from prestigious labels such as Armani and Boss. The entire ensemble must have cost several tens of thousands. It is no wonder that affluent individuals are so generous in their gestures. The Go family truly embodies gratitude and appreciation. In fact, I find myself quite fond of the personalities of this father-daughter duo. Younger Master Wu, I have been continuously reminded of the life-saving favor from last time. My health has improved significantly, and although I have been quite busy with company matters, I seized the opportunity today, coinciding with Tongtong's holiday, to come and visit you, Go Ziping remarked with great courtesy. Guo, please, come inside and enjoy some tea, I replied, turning my attention to the elderly gentleman beside Go Ziping. The elder wore spectacles and presented himself as a scholarly figure, impeccably dressed, with every button on his shirt fastened. I am adept at reading people, and with a mere glance, I could ascertain that he was indeed an educated individual. Noticing my gaze on the elder, Go Ziping chuckled and introduced, Younger Master Wu, allow me to introduce you to the esteemed Principal Jin Hongyang of Yanbei University, who also oversees Tongtong's school. Just as I suspected, he was not an ordinary scholar but rather the principal of a prestigious university. Principal Jin immediately extended his hand, speaking with utmost politeness, Young Master Wu, greetings. I am Jin Hongyang. It is an honor to meet you, and I apologize for the abruptness of my visit. I promptly took his hand in both of mine, shaking it as I said, greetings, Principal Jin. You are far too kind. I am but a junior, and you may simply refer to me as Xiao Wu. Although Principal Jin's words were courteous, I sensed a flicker of doubt in his eyes, perhaps questioning my youthfulness and whether I truly possessed the stature Go Ziping claimed. This was something I could understand, as it is only through action that one's true capabilities are revealed, rather than mere proclamations. With that, I invited them all inside for tea. Uncle Huzi, having accepted the gifts from the Go family, cheerfully busied himself with brewing the tea. We settled in, exchanging polite pleasantries. I was acutely aware that Go Ziping had brought Principal Jin for a specific purpose, likely related to the news article Uncle Huzi had shown me earlier. Otherwise, it was quite perplexing as to why a university principal would visit my home. Once seated, Principal Jin addressed me, Young Master Wu, I have long heard of your esteemed name, but our paths have not crossed until today. Thanks to Mr. Guo's introduction, I am finally able to meet you. You flatter me, Principal Jin.as, a distinguished university principal and a venerable elder. It is I who should be paying you a visit. Alas, had my studies been more diligent, I might have had the honor of being your student, I responded graciously. At that moment, Uncle Huzi approached with tea. Overhearing my words, leaning in, he whispered, "Young master, spare me. With your grades, you would still be stuck in the 8th year of study at Yanbei University." I shot Uncle Huzi a glare, incredulous that he would bring up such an old topic. My academic performance had always been stable. I had never faltered. Uncle Huzi, seemingly oblivious to my annoyance, set down the tea by gossiping and his party, cheerfully advising, "Be careful, it's hot. Drink slowly." To my surprise, Uncle Huzi appeared quite sycophantic, eager to ingratiate himself with the wealthy guests. Perhaps it was time for me to consider a new assistant, someone younger and more pleasant, who would constantly remind me of my academic past. After all, my lack of academic success had stemmed from my dedication to learning feng shui under my master. Guoziping, hearing my comment, quickly interjected, "Young Master Wu, are you still interested in attending university? With your status, would it not be a waste of time? However, if you truly wish to pursue it, I can assist you. Since Principal Jin is here, I will be forthright. I would be willing to donate a teaching building to your school." Might that allow young Master Wu to attend university? Principal Jin paused, taken aback, glancing at Guoziping. I was equally astonished. Goodness, is the world of the wealthy truly this extravagant, to casually propose a donation of an entire teaching building? "Well, that could be a possibility," Principal Jin responded, visibly excited. "Mr. Guo, please reconsider. I merely mentioned it in jest. I cannot possibly attend university," I quickly clarified. Upon hearing my words, I noticed a hint of disappointment on Principal Jin's face. Guoziping laughed heartily, adding, "Young Master Wu, my reason for bringing Principal Jin today is to request your assistance with a matter concerning Yanbei University. However, rest assured, this will not be a one-sided endeavor. While their school may not afford much, I will cover the remainder, as long as you are willing to lend a hand." "Mr. Guo, the amount of money is inconsequential. It is the friendship we share that matters. I must inquire, is this related to the unfortunate incident involving the 4 students at Yanbei University?" Chapter 161. The eerie old dormitory building. Upon the utterance of these words, both Principal Jin and Guoziping were momentarily taken aback. "Young Master Wu, your foresight is truly remarkable. You have anticipated this," Guoziping exclaimed in astonishment. "It is not so much foresight as it is the rampant dissemination of news. I have already seen it on my phone," I replied with a smile. "So, that is how it is," sighed Principal Jin. "This matter can no longer be contained. It has escalated beyond control. Several parents of the students have arrived, demanding answers, and our school finds itself utterly powerless. That old dormitory building has been abandoned for decades, surrounded by a fence to prevent students from entering. Yet, some students remain defiant and sneak in, leading to this unfortunate incident. The school has done all it can." Listening to Principal Jin, I sensed that the situation was far from simple. I inquired, "Principal Jin, why has that old dormitory been left idle for so long? Is there a specific reason?" He replied, "To be honest, I am not entirely clear on the details. I have only been at Yanbei University for a little over a decade, but it is said that the old dormitory has been off limits for over 30 years, prohibiting both students and faculty from entering. The reason for this prohibition traces back to a significant fire incident that occurred over 30 years ago, which claimed the lives of 6 female students. Ever since that tragedy, the girls residing in that dormitory have been too frightened to return, claiming it is haunted, with wails echoing through the night and mysterious knocks at the door, only to find no one upon opening it. Female students are naturally timid, and many reported these occurrences to the school, which initially dismissed them. Only after the fatalities and the mass exodus of female students from the dormitory did the school take the matter seriously and ultimately abandon the building," Principal Jin continued in one breath. "Yet, this does not seem to be the direct cause of the 4 students' deaths, does it?" I remarked. "Well, how should I put it? I have always been a staunch atheist, yet there are moments, even in broad daylight while passing near that old dormitory, when I feel an uncanny chill. That building is undoubtedly problematic. Since the girls' dormitory was sealed off, I have heard rumors over the years of students dying within its confines. Back then, information was scarce, and modern communication technologies like computers and the internet were non-existent. The school handled these matters discreetly. However, in recent years, with the advent of the internet, incidents can no longer be concealed. Just 3 years ago, a couple tragically perished within that very building. and the incident garnered significant attention, leading the school to compensate extensively to quell the fallout. Since then, management of the old dormitory has tightened, forbidding anyone from approaching, yet there will always be some students, particularly freshmen, who are unaware of the dangers, finding the allure of exploration irresistible. Tragically, all of them met their end beneath that old dormitory, having jumped from the upper floors. So, the deceased were freshmen who just entered university this year? I could not help but ask. Principal Jin nodded, stating, indeed, they were freshmen. Less than a month after military training, 4 of them ventured to the old dormitory for an adventure while the security guard on duty had temporarily stepped away. They cut through the iron fence and slipped inside, only to perish there. At this, Principal Jin could not suppress a sigh, continuing, I have repeatedly warned these children against venturing into that old dormitory. During the freshman orientation, I specifically cautioned them that the building is structurally unsound and poses a risk of collapse, urging them to keep their distance, yet, these children, they become increasingly difficult to manage with each passing year. Did they all die by jumping? How many stories does that dormitory have? I pressed further. It has 6 stories, a relic of 50 years past. Those unfortunate students jumped from the 4th floor, Principal Jin explained. That should not be fatal. A fall from the 4th floor typically results in injuries but rarely death, I countered. However, all 4 fell headfirst onto the concrete below, their skulls shattered upon impact. The scene was horrific. What is particularly eerie is that all 4 deceased bore smiles on their faces, startling the coroner who came to retrieve the bodies, Principal Jin lamented. I pondered for a moment. Having absorbed so much information from Principal Jin, I reached my own conclusions. The tragic incidents at Yanbei University's old dormitory were far from coincidental. There was indeed a malevolent presence at play, even a powerful one at that. To ascertain the truth, I needed to investigate further. Just as I had previously mentioned to Uncle Huzi, in a place like a university, teeming with vitality and positive energy, one would expect any malevolent spirit to be subdued. Yet, the occurrence of such events suggests the presence of something truly formidable. Nevertheless, I still harbored many questions regarding this matter, so I asked, Principal Jin, given the sinister nature of that old dormitory, why not simply demolish it and construct a new building? After all, the structure is quite old and has indeed become hazardous. 7 or 8 years ago, I entertained that very thought. Concerned that students might sneak in again, I enlisted a construction crew to tear it down. However, the moment work commenced, disaster struck. One excavator operator inadvertently crushed a worker beneath its wheels, killing him instantly. The operator claimed he had not seen anyone in front of him, while other workers reported seeing figures inside the old dormitory, some disheveled girls with darkened faces, staring intently at them, and they even had threats demanding that they leave or face dire consequences. Yet, I had nothing. After that incident, the foreman refused to continue, and the school had to compensate for the tragedy. I then sought another construction team to proceed with the demolition, but each time they began work, calamity would ensue, either fatalities or severe injuries. I eventually abandoned the idea altogether. Now that old dormitory has become a source of deep concern for me, it cannot be torn down, nor can it be occupied. The only solution has been to have security patrol it around the clock, preventing anyone from approaching. Yet, every few years, someone dies within, and it has become a cursed cycle. A few years ago, I even consulted a reputed master known for his abilities, but upon entering the dormitory, he fled after merely 5 minutes, terrified, leaving 2 of his front teeth behind as he ran faster than a rabbit. Chapter 162. A day to remember. Uncle Huzi listened intently and could not suppress a chuckle when he heard Principal Jin recount the tale of the feng shui master who had lost his front teeth. I must say, this master is quite something. To be so frightened by the malevolent presence in the dormitory building, I dare say he will be bidding farewell to this profession henceforth, he remarked. I shot Uncle Huzi a glare, urging him to restrain his comments. When I turned my gaze back to Guo Ziping and Guo Xiaotong, I noted their faces were notably pale, evidently shaken by Principal Jin's words. Guo Xiaotong quickly turned to me and said, Young Master Wu, I initially thought this was merely a trivial issue, which is why my father and I brought Principal Jin to seek your assistance. If it poses a significant danger, please feel free to decline. There is no need to put yourself at risk for our sake. I only wish for your safety. Her sincerity was palpable, devoid of any pretense. Guo Ziping, realizing the gravity of the situation, chimed in, Xiaotong is correct. Principal Jin's words have sent shivers down my spine that have yet to subside. If what he says is true, that old dormitory has seen its share of fatalities, which is utterly terrifying. Principal Jin, suddenly anxious, interjected, "No, we cannot afford to lose young Master Wu after finally finding him. If another tragedy were to occur in that old dormitory, my position as principal would become untenable. Young Master Wu, I implore you, you must accompany us to investigate." I waved my hand dismissively and replied, "Rest assured, Principal Jin, having agreed to assist, I shall indeed go. However, I cannot guarantee a resolution to your predicament until I have surveyed the situation at the school." "That is no issue at all. Young Master Wu can visit at any time, and I shall personally escort you inside," Principal Jin stated, visibly relieved and excited. I glanced outside, noting the sky was tinged to the hues of dusk rather than postponed. I decided today was the day. "Principal Jin, do you have time tonight to take me there?" I inquired. "Tonight? Could we not go during the day? That old dormitory is quite eerie even in daylight. Surely it would be more perilous after dark." Principal Jin expressed his concerns. "Some matters can only be fully understood under the cover of night. I prefer to be prepared. Tonight, I shall merely gauge the situation and then devise a plan to address it," I explained. "Then, very well, if young Master Wu has made up his mind, I shall accompany you tonight," Principal Jin conceded. As he spoke, he rose and retrieved a cowhide envelope from his bag, presenting it to me with courtesy. "Young Master Wu, I trust Mr. Guo's recommendation implicitly. Inside, you will find 100,000 yuan as a retainer. As a humble educator, my finances are limited, but should this issue be resolved, I will sell my house to ensure you are compensated." "Principal Jin, you need not say such things. I previously mentioned that should young Master Wu agree to assist, I would cover any shortfall. I can bear the costs entirely myself. My daughter is still attending your school, and until this matter is resolved, I shall remain on edge." "It is only right that I contribute," Guo Ziping declared with great generosity. "Mr. Guo, I am already deeply grateful for your introduction to young Master Wu. I cannot possibly accept your money. Let me handle this," Principal Jin insisted. I interjected, "Let us not argue. This 100,000 yuan suffices. If we cannot resolve the issue, I shall return it to you." Upon my utterance, the room fell silent, all eyes turning towards me in surprise. Young Master Wu, a disciple of the Feng Shui King, cannot possibly accept merely 100,000. "That is unreasonable. My standing is not so grand as to warrant such a sum. I shall add another million," Guo Ziping asserted. "That will not be necessary. 100,000 is more than sufficient," I replied. Uncle Huzi cast a somewhat resentful glance my way, likely believing my decision to be hasty. My master had advised me to amass at least 10 million, and here I was, barely halfway there, yet I was pushing money away. It was not that I was unwilling to accept more, rather, I recognized Principal Jin as a man of integrity, genuinely unable to provide more funds. I felt a sense of unease at the thought of him selling his house for this endeavor, and I was equally disinclined to burden Guo Ziping with financial responsibility. Given Principal Jin's temperament, he would certainly refuse to allow Guo Ziping to contribute. Rather than complicate matters for everyone, it seemed more prudent for me to step back, accepting only 100,000 as a gesture of goodwill for both parties. Moreover, by harbored an ulterior motive, Principal Jin had a wealth of students, many of whom were likely affluent. He might well introduce future opportunities to me. This was a long-term strategy, and despite my youth, my mind was filled with wisdom. I understood the importance of moderation. While I could easily indulge in excess, I remained discerning. Dinner time had arrived, so I instructed Uncle Huzi to prepare some noodles in the kitchen. We made do with a simple meal. Guo Ziping had initially offered to treat us at a restaurant, but I declined, preferring to avoid unnecessary hassle and time wastage. Yet, Uncle Huzi's culinary skills were commendable, and even the plain noodles were quite delectable, prompting Guo Xiaotong to enjoy 2 bowls. After our meal, the night had fully descended. The 5 of us departed together, climbing into Guo Xiaotong's luxury car, and made our way to Yanbei University. It was the weekend, and by 8 o'clock in the evening, the campus was bustling with life. Students flowed in and out, vibrant and full of energy. Most notably, there were numerous beautiful young women, causing my head to spin. University students are undeniably different from high schoolers. During my own school days, we were confined to uniforms, making it difficult to appreciate the beauty of the girls. In university, however, the young women adorned themselves exquisitely, truly a feast for the eyes. It was a pity that I had not been able to attend university myself. Given my academic record, well, it was a lost opportunity. Principal Jin led us deeper into Yanbei University, greeting many acquaintances along the way, each responding warmly to him. He was truly a well-liked elder. I must admit, Yanbei University is immense. We walked for several minutes, venturing further into obscurity until we encountered fewer and fewer people. After passing through a small grove, a dimly lit building suddenly materialized before us. The campus was aglow with lights, yet this particular structure remained shrouded in darkness. This must be the old female dormitory that Principal Jean had mentioned. I quickened my pace, approaching the dormitory, and activated my celestial sight, taking in a sharp breath. Dozens of ominous red energies swirled around the old dormitory, reaching skyward. Chapter 163 The eyes of the window. This ancient dormitory building was steeped in resentment, manifesting dozens of crimson malevolent energies that surged like a tempest. Just a single glance was enough to evoke an overwhelming urge within me to turn and flee. Given the current circumstances, even my master would not easily navigate this situation. For a moment, I stood transfixed, gazing at the old dormitory for nearly a minute. Young Master Wu, ahead lies the old female dormitory I mentioned to you. It has been abandoned for over 30 years. What do you propose we do next? Shall I accompany you inside for a tour? Principal Jean inquired tentatively. Let us not. Entering at this juncture would likely spell doom for you as well. I will venture in alone, I replied, my expression grave. Young Master Wu, allow me to accompany you. I am quite curious about what lies within, Guo Xiaotong chimed in with a smile. Stop this foolishness. This is a perilous place. What would you seek to achieve by entering? You are my only daughter. If you were to perish within, who would care for me in my old age? Guo Ziping interjected, displeased. Mr. Guo is correct. You young people are always seeking thrills and amusement. When faced with danger, it is too late for regret. The esteemed individual I once invited into this place lasted but 5 minutes before nearly losing his sanity. As a young lady, it is undoubtedly unsafe for you, Principal Jean added, echoing the concern. I will follow young Master Wu. He is remarkably capable, so what is there to fear? Guo Xiaotong retorted, somewhat defiant. No, you cannot enter. Just look at the resentment coalescing around this old dormitory. I may not emerge unscathed myself, I stated, producing the Tiangong ruler and handing the Tiangang seal to Uncle Hu, saying, Uncle Hu, accompany me. Hold the Tiangang seal tightly and do not stray more than 3 steps from my side. Follow my commands precisely. When I say go, we go. When I say stop, we stop. Under no circumstances are you to touch anything within this old dormitory. Dissatisfied with my refusal, Guo Xiaotong nonetheless displayed understanding, saying, very well, young Master Wu, but please be cautious. I nodded and urged the group, keep your distance. It would be best to wait outside the school for our return. If you must observe, do not enter this fenced area, and under no circumstances should you approach should you hear any commotion. Seeing the seriousness in my tone, they all nodded in agreement. Guo Ziping added, young master, if it proves too dangerous, we should reconsider. I truly do not wish for you to take such risks. You are my savior, and if something were to happen, I would be haunted by guilt. Rest assured, I am not necessarily slower than the previous master, I responded, beckoning Uncle Hu to follow me to the gate. At that moment, Principal Jean had summoned the security guard to assist in opening the gate. I had noticed earlier that there was a hole in the iron fence, though it had been mended, likely by the freshman students who had ventured in before. Upon entering the confines of the iron fence, both Uncle Hu and I found ourselves inexplicably tense. From a distance, the old dormitory appeared ominous, and as we drew nearer, that sensation intensified. Uncle Hu clutched the Tiangang seal tightly, trailing closely behind me, surveying the surroundings. We had scarcely taken a few steps when a loud bang echoed from behind us as the gate suddenly slammed shut. There had been no wind moments before. How had the door closed? Uncle Hu trembled in fright, nearly dropping the Tiangang seal. Hold it tight, that object may prove vital in a crisis, I advised Uncle Hu. Young master, you need not worry. I possess courage and fear little, he replied, attempting to maintain composure. Then why are you trembling? I teased. Trembling, young master, do not jest, we must proceed swiftly, Uncle Hu said, inching closer to me. This dilapidated old dormitory had been uninhabited for decades. The area before it overran with wild grass, while a gnarled old poplar stood in the flower bed, its leaves rustling ominously in the breeze. The building itself was in a state of disrepair, vines of Boston ivy creeping up its walls. Strangely, this place was profoundly quiet. When the wind ceased, not a single sound could be heard, not even the chirp of a bug. One could almost hear a pin drop. I could even hear the rapid beating of my own heart. Beneath the dormitory, the flowerbed bore remnants of dried blood. I surmised this must be the spot where several students had tragically fallen days prior. The entrance to the old dormitory was marked by a rusted iron door, ajar, creaking eerily with the slightest gust. Just then, a sudden breeze swept through the courtyard, conjuring swirling black vortices that danced around Uncle Hu and me. Young master, what on earth is this? Uncle Hu's expression turned pale. Since you refer to it as a ghostly phenomenon, it is surely the work of spirits, I remarked nonchalantly, suddenly sensing a chilling scrutiny upon me. As a practitioner, my sixth sense was heightened. Upon perceiving that ominous gaze, I instinctively looked up towards the windows of the old dormitory. To my horror, dark figures had materialized at the windows, looming ominously. I could sense their vengeful presence, a multitude of eyes fixated upon me. These apparitions were predominantly female, their hair unkempt and faces obscured. Nearly a dozen figures stood in the windows, all staring intently. I had assumed Uncle Hu was unaware of the entities, but it appeared he too could see them. These malevolent beings were typically invisible to ordinary people. Uncle Hu's ability to perceive them indicated that the spirits wished him to witness their presence. Young master, let us depart. This is far too overwhelming. How could we possibly contend with this? Uncle Hu clutched the Tiongong seal with one hand and grasped my arm with the other. Fear not, their intentions are merely to intimidate us into retreat. Yet this also affirms one thing: these malevolent entities are indeed frightened of our intrusion, I reassured him. Practitioners emit a unique aura that spirits can readily sense. They must have detected a shift in my energy, prompting their display. I turned to the figures at the windows, smiled, and said, "Ladies, I, Wujie, have arrived. Do not be afraid, I mean no harm." Chapter 164. Someone is behind us. As I spoke, I pushed open the iron door and stepped into the old dormitory building. Upon entering, I was immediately greeted by a musty odor that was quite pungent. Ever since Uncle Hu spotted the ghostly figures standing by the windows, he had been closely trailing behind me, not daring to stray an inch away. The corridor was shrouded in darkness, so thick that one could not see their own hand in front of their face. This place had long been devoid of electricity. While I could discern my surroundings, Uncle Hu was not so fortunate. However, he had come well prepared, equipped with a flashlight to illuminate the path ahead. To be honest, it was my first time entering a girls' dormitory. During my school years, I had often yearned to glimpse what it was like. Yet, I never anticipated that my wish would be granted in such a manner. Entering a derelict girls' dormitory that had been abandoned for over 30 years and was rumored to be haunted. The reality was far from my imagination. While I had envisioned many young ladies within, they were all specters. Whether they were beautiful or not remained uncertain, but it was evident that any ordinary person entering would likely be terrified to tears, if not lose their life. This girls' dormitory bore a resemblance to the boys' quarters, featuring a long corridor lined with dorm rooms, and at the center of the hallway, there was a communal restroom for the floor. The corridor was coated in a thick layer of dust, soft beneath our feet, with numerous chaotic footprints whose origins were a mystery. Upon reaching the first floor hall, Uncle Hu inquired, "Young master, now that we are inside, what shall we do next? I am uncertain of our next steps." "Let us wander a bit and see if we uncover anything of interest," I replied. "Young master, are we not here to capture ghosts? We just saw so many. Can we catch them all tonight?" Uncle Hu remarked. "Uncle Hu, you are overthinking it. I do not intend to capture any ghosts today. I merely wish to observe and assess the situation. If those young ladies do not pursue us, we should consider ourselves fortunate," I said as I continued walking. "Young master, are the malevolent entities here truly that formidable?" Uncle Hu questioned. "What do you think? Would you prefer I leave you here to test your mettle? I assure you that within 3 minutes, numerous young ladies will come to seek your company. If you manage to leave here alive, I shall concede defeat," I retorted. As I spoke, I pushed open the door to one of the girls' dorm rooms, where the musty aroma intensified, and the wall plaster was nearly peeling away. No, I would rather stay with you, young master. I cannot bear the thought of facing those young ladies alone," Uncle Hu said, clutching the talisman tightly, his fear palpable. I was not jesting. The oppressive aura of malevolence here was indeed substantial. Thus, as soon as I entered, I retrieved the Tiongong stick and extended my spiritual energy outward. The Tiongong stick is a specialized tool for combating various demons and spirits, adorned with powerful runes that typically compel ordinary ghostly entities to retreat in fear. Of course, this applied to common spirits. Those of greater strength, while wary of the Tiongong stick, would not flee merely upon sighting it. My own aura as a practitioner was potent, exuding a righteous energy that similarly instilled fear in spectral beings. As long as I remained in this vicinity, the spirits would likely refrain from troubling Uncle Hu. Their current inaction stemmed from their hesitance to provoke me. I swiftly entered the abandoned girls' dormitory. Within, there were 4 bunk beds, indicating that this dormitory could accommodate 8 occupants. Over 30 years ago, conditions were certainly not ideal, and the living circumstances were poor. Unlike modern universities that offer 4-person rooms equipped with air conditioning, this dormitory's contents had mostly been cleared away, leaving behind remnants such as wash basins and toothbrush holders. As I surveyed the room, I soon discovered 2 peculiar items: 2 rag dolls resting on the lower bunk of the innermost bed. These dolls, aged and covered in a thick layer of dust, were propped against the wall, sitting side by side. A glance at these dolls sent a shiver down my spine. Their eyes seemed to follow me with an unsettling intensity. Uncle Hu also noticed the dolls and remarked, "Young master, these dolls are truly hideous. I cannot fathom which girl would take a liking to such things, they lack taste." Over 30 years ago, having a rag doll would have been a treasure. "I find them rather charming," I replied. Just as we were exploring the girls' dormitory, we suddenly heard footsteps approaching from outside, sounding distinctly like high heels, clack clack as they drew nearer. "Goodness, there is someone outside!" Uncle Hu exclaimed in shock. I turned to glance towards the entrance, and together with Uncle Hu, we approached the door. However, upon inspecting the area, we found it entirely deserted, and the sound of high heels had abruptly ceased. "Perhaps the young ladies can no longer contain themselves and wish to come speak with us," Uncle Hu suggested. No sooner had he finished speaking than we heard a long sigh emanating from the middle of the corridor. Sigh. The sound sent a wave of goosebumps across my skin. Though it was merely a sigh, I discerned a note of sorrow and unfulfilled longing within it. "It seems to be coming from the direction of the women's restroom," I observed. "Should we not go take a look?" Uncle Hu tentatively proposed. "Let us proceed," I said, raising the tiongong stick as I moved toward the center of the corridor. Before I even reached the restroom door, the corridor lights flickered on, blinking erratically and emitting a crackling noise. "Young master, I thought this building had no power." Uncle Hu halted, visibly anxious. "It is the energy generated by the negative magnetic field. It indicates that the ghostly entity is not far from us," I explained, quickening my pace toward the restroom. At that moment, Uncle Hu suddenly turned back, gripping my arm tightly. "Young master, there is someone behind us." I halted, glancing over my shoulder, only to see, amidst the flickering lights, a series of ethereal shadows appearing at the end of the corridor. These figures, with disheveled hair obscuring their faces, emerged as the lights shone brightly and vanished when they dimmed. The sight sent a chill down my spine. It was a scene straight out of a horror film. Just as I turned to take a closer look at the shadows, an overwhelming aura of negativity surged directly in front of me. I swiftly turned, only to witness a red figure darting out from the restroom, an apparition of a woman dressed in high heels, hastily making her way to the end of the corridor before ascending the stairs to the second floor. Chapter 165. The 2 dolls. Uncle Huzi was still gazing at the ghostly shadow in the corridor, and I quickly called out, "Uncle Huzi, come with me." Upon hearing my call, he returned to his senses, his complexion appearing somewhat pallid. "Young master, what is it?" he inquired. "Just now, I saw a woman in high heels emerge from the restroom, heading towards the second floor," I replied. "Are you certain it was a woman?" Uncle Huzi asked. "Not a human, but a female ghost," I declared as I pursued the apparition clad in high heels. The woman ascended directly to the second floor, and soon after, the sound of her heels faded away. Uncle Huzi and I followed suit, my steps hurried as I focused solely on catching up with the specter. At that moment, Uncle Huzi grasped my arm from behind, his voice trembling slightly. "Young master, look over there." I halted, following the direction he indicated, and was momentarily taken aback to find 2 dolls at the corner of the staircase. These dolls were the very ones we had encountered earlier in a female dormitory on the first floor. "Young master, those dolls were lying on the bed in a female dormitory just moments ago. How could they suddenly appear here? Could they have been following us all along?" Uncle Huzi exclaimed, his face etched with terror. "This dormitory is steeped in malevolence. Anything could happen. They are merely dolls, no need for concern." "Surely, they are a ghostly ploy intended to frighten us," I reassured him. With that, I approached the dolls, lifted them up, and scrutinized them closely, stating in a low voice, "Do not jest. If you persist in following us, I shall ensure you are all taken away." As I uttered these words, I noticed the eyes of the dolls seemed to twitch. Nevertheless, I sensed no spiritual energy emanating from them. Without further thought, I affixed 2 protective talismans to their foreheads and then cast the dolls down the staircase. How absurd! Did they think 2 dolls could intimidate me? As soon as they hit the ground, a piercing wail akin to that of a newborn echoed through the air. Uncle Huzi shuddered in fright, turning to me, "Young master, this place is exceedingly sinister. Perhaps we should retreat and prepare ourselves before returning." Retreat, we have yet to uncover anything here, not a single clue. If we withdraw now, what will change upon our return? I replied, somewhat displeased. Young master, my fragile heart can scarcely endure this. The entire building is teeming with ghosts, visible at every turn. It is too terrifying. If we linger much longer, I fear I may suffer a heart attack, Uncle Huzi lamented. Although he had faced numerous supernatural encounters with me, he had never confronted a scenario where an entire building was haunted, and his anxiety was understandable. If it were any ordinary person, they would likely have fled in terror by now. Fear not, for I am here. Should the situation worsen, you must flee while I hold the rear, I assured him. Young master, your words bring me solace. Let us proceed. Uncle Huzi steadied himself, clutching the talisman tightly. We then resumed our steps towards the second floor. The second floor mirrored the first, a long, dark corridor flanked by dormitory doors, some ajar. The wind blew through, creating a grating creak that sent shivers down my spine. Upon reaching the second floor, we were immediately greeted by the sound of high heels echoing, click-clack. Each step reverberated within my heart. The building was unnaturally quiet, rendering the sound of the heels all the more distinct. Uncle Huzi and I exchanged glances before cautiously advancing towards the source of the sound. The corridor lights flickered ominously, yet no ghostly figure materialized. Gripping my talisman tightly, I felt an inexplicable unease creeping over me, the sensation I had not experienced in encounters with the likes of the cat demon or the white fiend. As we neared the middle restroom on the second floor, a sudden sound of dripping water broke the silence, reminiscent of a faucet left untightened, incessantly dripping. Uncle Huzi glanced at me, silent. I reassured him, Uncle Huzi, do not fear. The spirits here thrive on instilling dread, deliberately creating disturbances to intimidate us. We may encounter even more bizarre occurrences ahead. You must fortify your courage. Young master, after so many years with your master, I have never encountered such eerie phenomena. Are you perhaps destined to attract such entities? Uncle Huzi expressed his frustration. His words made me ponder. Perhaps there was truth in them. As a child, I had drawn the attention of fox spirits and yellow weasels. Now, I found myself contending with various demons and phantoms. It seemed my fate was indeed intertwined with the supernatural. The old woman Lu and that Wu Banxian had once foretold my tumultuous destiny, indicating I would endure 18 tribulations. Reflecting now, it seemed that 18 was but a modest estimate. I did not respond and continued towards the restroom. Upon entering, I discovered the faucet indeed left untightened, incessantly dripping water. Initially, it was just one faucet, but soon all began to leak concurrently. The potent metallic scent filled the air, thick and overwhelming. When Uncle Huzi directed his flashlight toward the faucet, I was struck with horror. What flowed from it was not water, but bright red blood. At first, it dripped slowly, but soon it gushed forth, spilling over the sink and streaming towards our feet. Uncle Huzi leaped back in fright, retreating as the blood seemed to animate, flowing towards us. Do not fear, it is merely an illusion, I urged Uncle Huzi. Yet, he appeared deaf to my words, continuing to scream in terror. I grasped him firmly and placed a hand on his crown, reciting a calming incantation, Supreme Taishong Star, unceasing in transformation, banish evil and bind the malevolent, safeguard life and protect the body, wisdom clear and tranquil, mind and spirit at peace, may the three souls endure, and the spirit remain unlost. As I finished the incantation, Uncle Huzi gradually calmed down. When we opened our eyes again and looked towards the sink, there was no blood flowing, not even a drop of water. At that moment, I too felt a surge of panic. The spirits here were indeed formidable, capable of conjuring illusions that ensnared even my perception. Chapter 166. The black and white photograph. Although Uncle Huzi had regained his composure, a profound fear still lingered in his eyes. He glanced once more towards the sink and inquired, Young master, what transpired just now? It was an illusion conjured by malevolent spirits. The more you succumb to fear, the more susceptible you become to their deceptions. Thus, it is imperative to remain calm and divert your thoughts, I replied. Young master, did you not witness it as well? Does this mean you too were frightened? Uncle Huzi suddenly remarked. My face flashed with embarrassment. Nonsense. How could I be afraid? I am here to exorcise ghosts. Just as Uncle Huzi was about to speak further, the echo of high heels resounded once again, reverberating through the corridor, alarmingly close to us. We hastened towards the exit, only to behold a crimson figure materializing in the hallway. Her long hair obscured her face, and she stood motionless in a red dress, as though awaiting our arrival. Such audacity! Do you truly believe that I am easily frightened? I proclaimed, brandishing my talisman as I charged toward the ghostly apparition. As I moved forward, the spectre stared as well, her gait unsettlingly peculiar. Her body hunched, limbs swaying, and her joints emitting ominous clicks, yet she moved with startling swiftness. Before I could reach her, she had already ascended to the staircase leading from the second to the third floor. By the time we pursued her, the ghostly figure was nowhere to be seen. Young master, I can't shake the feeling that this woman in the red dress is trying to lead us somewhere within this building. She has been drawing our attention since the first floor, yet she shows no intention of attacking us, Uncle Huzi observed. His words resonated with a peculiar logic, and I was astonished at his perceptiveness. However, a dilemma arose, and I turned to him. What do you think she intends to show us? Perhaps it is a trap, luring us into the most perilous of places to claim our lives. That is also a possibility, young master. You decide our course, I shall follow your lead, Uncle Huzi replied. Let us proceed. Since we have come this far, we might as well uncover what this ghost is up to, I declared, and together we made our way toward the third floor. To our surprise, as we rounded the corner of the staircase, we encountered the two dolls once more. Previously discarded on the first floor, they had reappeared at the corner of the third. Truly, they were persistent spirits. The talismans I had affixed to their heads had long since vanished. Encountering these cursed items repeatedly filled me with irritation. However, Uncle Huzi's fear intensified at the sight of the dolls, causing him to retreat from their presence. Losing my patience, I strode over and kicked the dolls aside. We then proceeded to the third floor. Upon our arrival, the sound of high heels echoed yet again. I and the lengthy corridor, we once again beheld the woman in red. This time, she made a peculiar gesture, lowering her head, her hair still veiling her face, yet extending her hand to point towards an abandoned female dormitory nearby. Her demeanor suggested she was indeed guiding us. Young master, I was not mistaken. This red-dressed spectre is indeed leading us. The dormitory she indicates may harbor something of great significance. Shall we investigate? Uncle Huzi proposed. Very well, but exercise caution and remain close to me. It could very well be a trap, I cautioned. With that, I grasped my talisman tightly and, accompanied by Uncle Huzi, approached the direction indicated by the ghost. As we drew within 7 or 8 meters of her, she lowered her hand and retreated deeper into the corridor, seemingly unwilling to confront us directly. I sensed the heavy resentment emanating from the red-clad spectre. Her power was not to be underestimated. Should she choose to attack, it would not be without consequence. Yet, she did nothing but lead us to this location. Upon reaching the spot where the ghost had previously stood, I gazed towards the dormitory she had pointed out. The door bore the number 314 and stood closed. As I looked upon it, the door to room 314 creaked open, releasing a chilling gust from within. Turning my gaze back to the ghost, I saw her standing at the corridor's end, gesturing for us to enter. After a moment's hesitation, I stepped inside with Uncle Huzi. The dormitory resembled those we had seen on the first floor, featuring 4 sets of bunk beds. The room was empty, seemingly devoid of anything of value, even less so than the first-floor dormitory, yet the ghost had brought us here for a reason. Uncle Huzi, search the room thoroughly. We must uncover anything of use, I instructed. He scanned the room and replied with frustration, Young master, there is nothing here, just 4 bunk beds, not even a toothbrush to be found. Search more diligently. Patience is key, I urged reluctantly. Uncle Huzi clasped his talisman with one hand while rummaging through the room with the other. Soon enough, we had scoured the entire area but found nothing. Besides the 4 bunk beds, there was nothing else. What could the ghost want from us? Having traversed this eerie path, my nerves were frayed, and I felt fatigued, prompting me to take a moment to rest. As I sat down, I suddenly felt something protruding beneath me, unsettling my seat. I quickly rose and looked down, discovering a mat on the bed. Something seemed to lie beneath it. Without a second thought, I lifted the mat and soon uncovered a red notebook. The cover featured a garishly made-up woman, its plastic exterior exuding an air of antiquity. I recalled having seen a similar notebook in my childhood. My father had owned one like it. Young master, what is this? Uncle Huzi inquired, leaning closer. It appears to be a diary, I replied, opening the notebook. As I did, an object suddenly fell from its pages. Uncle Huzi quickly picked it up, illuminating it with his flashlight, revealing a black and white photograph. Upon a mere glance, Uncle Huzi's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 167. The red mist. I noticed an unusual expression on Uncle Huzi's face, prompting me to lean in for a closer look. What I beheld was a black and white photograph that turned out to be a group portrait. 8 young girls, full of vitality, stood together in a small grove on the campus, their faces adorned with joyful smiles. The attire of that era was remarkably simple. I spotted a girl on the far left whose clothing bore patches. Nevertheless, my gaze was irresistibly drawn to the girl in patched clothing, for she was undeniably beautiful.